Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Inside the safe house, Lin Zheng faced Gang Dan, who was locked in a super iron cage, and said, "Gang Dando, you want to break through in cultivation? Ho ho ho, don't call me Steel Egg." The female zombie looked furious, threw herself on the iron cage and yelled at Lin Zheng. However, she quickly came to her senses and looked at Lin Zheng with a puzzled look on her face and said, "What are you talking about, breakthrough in cultivation? How can you still prevent me from making a breakthrough?" "That's right." Gandon's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Did this human being capture him just to help him break through in his cultivation? This made Gandon very puzzled. Then Lin Zheng took out a bunch of 4th order peak crystal cores from the system space and threw them into the super iron cage. "You can use these crystal nuclei as you like. If you don't have enough, just ask me for them." Gandon stared at the pile of 4th order peak crystal cores on the ground in disbelief, and even slapped himself twice to make sure he was not dreaming. She picked up one of the crystal nuclei and took a deep breath. Her face suddenly changed. This was a real crystal nucleus. At the same time, her eyes changed when she looked at Lin Zheng with more fear and awe, because every 4th level peak crystal core placed in front of her represents a 4th level peak zombie that died in his hands. Just like that, Gang Dan began to practice crazily under the crystal core provided by Lin Zheng, in an attempt to surpass Lin Zheng one day, then trample him under his feet and humiliate him crazily. At the same time, academician Li Camping's research on mutant rice has also made great progress. Mutated rice not only doubles its yield, but also becomes much docile, working day and night. Li Camping finally collapsed from exhaustion. Everyone asked him to take good care of himself before continuing his research, but he said that time waits for no one nowadays. The supplies on Blue Star are being used less and less every day. I don't know how many people will starve to death every day. Every second wasted, countless people will die. So he insisted on working even when he was sick. Assistant Xiao Wang once suggested that the mutant rice currently researched should be distributed first and planted in various bases to alleviate the current food shortage. But academician Li Camping found that they still had a crucial problem that they had not solved. That is, the seeds of mutated rice can no longer be planted. As long as this problem is solved, the mutant rice can be promoted immediately on this day. Lin Zheng came to academician Li Camping's hut and saw him coughing while working, with wisps of white hair faintly appearing on his head. The originally straight back gradually bent down. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh that some people have true beliefs in their hearts and are willing to devote their whole life's efforts, even their lives, to it. Academician Li. Lin Zheng shouted softly. Li Camping turned around and saw Lin Zheng, smiled and said, "What's wrong, Xiao Lin?" "Nothing. I'm just going to take a look at your research results. By the way, do you have any other needs?" "There is nothing needed anymore during this time. Thanks to you, Xiaolin. You have provided us with various materials and help. Without you, it would be difficult to continue this research. You are the biggest contributor." Li Camping expressed his sincere gratitude to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng smiled and said, "Academician Li, you are serious. I just tried my best and did what I should do." The two were silent for a while. Li Camping spoke again, "But Xiaolin, I really want to ask you for help with something." "Academician Li, just tell me, Xiaolin. You also know that once this mutant rice is successfully researched, it will become something that many people will fight for. Once it is obtained by people with bad intentions, the world will become even worse. If I can mutate it in my lifetime, the rice research is successful. I ask you to help bring this research to the Huaxia No. 1 base in Shangjing City," Li Camping said solemnly. Daxia Base No 1 upon hearing this name. Lin Zheng's expression changed slightly. Lin Zheng learned about the Huaxia No. 1 base from the Doomsday Development Overview provided by the system. It was established by the leaders of the former Huaxia Kingdom. It is the largest official base in Daxia. The population of the base alone is tens of millions. And from this 9 small bases radiated outwards. Named Huaxia Base No 2, Huaxia Base No 3. Each of these 9 small bases can accommodate millions of people. Although Li Camping was protected by the special forces led by Yan Hai, he saw too many things along the way. The world was developing too fast. He does not think that Yan Hai can successfully bring the research on mutant rice back to Daxia Base No. 1. This is not a denial of his strength. It's just that there is too much uncertainty in today's world. At the same time, he also retains a certain degree of caution towards human nature. After all, if you succeed in this research, you will have the right to speak about food in the Doomsday, and you will be able to control everyone's life and death. Under the temptation of power, anyone may fall. But Li Camping felt that Lin Zheng was very different. He couldn't see that Lin Zheng had any desire for this research result. He felt that this young man seemed to be indifferent to things that had nothing to do with him. Although he didn't know what exactly this boy had gone through, he knew that this was the best person in his mind to deliver the results of mutant rice research. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zheng nodded and replied, "I promise you." Academician Lai, okay, thank you. After saying that, Li Camping bowed deeply towards Lin Zheng. On the outskirts of Jiangtong City, Zhai Xingguo and Yan Hai met each other at that time. Academician Li Camping went out for research and got the support of the general manager. So almost all the senior officials of the Huaxia base knew about it. Yan Hai was recommended by Zhai Xingguo to the general chief. And as the personal protector of academician Li Camping, meeting him here, Zhai Xingguo was both surprised and surprised. "Yan Hai, I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, where is academician Li?" Zhai Xingguo was the first to speak. Yan Hai saluted Zhai Xingguo and replied, "Report to the chief. Academician Li is doing research elsewhere." When Zhai Xingguo heard this, he frowned and said with some displeasure, "Yan Hai, what's the matter with you? Didn't you ask me to protect academician Li personally? How could you leave him alone if something happened to him? Do you know how serious the consequences are?" Yan Hai hurriedly said, "Chief, don't worry. Academician Li is in a very safe place now and will not be in any danger." Confused, hurry up. Take me to academician Li quickly. I want to see with my own eyes that he is safe and sound before I can feel relieved. Zhai Xingguo looked worried. "Okay, chief, come with me." Soon, under the leadership of Yan Hai, they arrived outside Taoyuan base. Yan Hai pointed to the gate of the base and said, "Chief, academician Li is inside this base at this time." A soldier also stepped forward and said to Zhai Xingguo, "Chief, the instrument shows that the fog concentration here is the highest in the entire southwest." Zhai Xingguo was a little surprised. What a coincidence. The soldier nodded, "Yes, chief. We tested many places along the way, and the fog concentration in this place is simply ridiculously high." Zhai Xingguo nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, the address of the Superpower Academy should be here." Yan Hai, who was standing aside, was a little confused when he heard this. "Chief, what are you talking about, the Academy of Superpowers?" Then, Zhai Xingguo explained to Yan Hai the purpose of his trip to the southwest. Yan Hai was shocked after hearing this. Things like the School of Supernatural Powers either appeared in novels or in movies and TV series. Unexpectedly, they actually appeared in reality today. "Chief, are you serious?" Yan Hai still couldn't believe it. "What, you think I'm joking with you? I've brought all my family's money with me this time. The matter of establishing a supernatural academy is very likely to be related to the future of the entire Daxia. So I can only succeed this time fail." Yan Hai nodded and seemed to have calmed down a little. At this time, Zhai Xingguo seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, have you met any powerful people? Now that the college is in its early stages of establishment, There is a shortage of teachers, Yanhai thought for a while. Pointed at Taoyuan base and said, Chief, the powerful people are here. It depends on whether you can handle it or not. Oh, a small base can make you Yanhai comment like this. It seems that the boss of this base is not simple. Zhai Xingguo looked at the Taoyuan base next to him and became very interested. Yanhai added, Chief, you have misunderstood. It is not just the boss of this base, but everyone inside is talented, including the dogs. What, previous next? Quick, take me to see something. Zhai Xingguo said impatiently, Chief, you can meet me. But you must be polite to the people inside later. None of them are easy to mess with these days. Yanhai has thoroughly seen the ferocity of the people in Taoyuan base. One day, he came to check on academician Lei. Just because the knock on the door was louder. Two teenagers pushed him to the ground and gave him a blast with a hammer. It happened to be morning at that time. Li Moi and Li Jiang were sleeping soundly after practicing all night. As soon as they lay down, they heard someone knocking on the door, suddenly angry. The two of them looked at each other, jumped up from the bed, and without saying a word, gave the person who knocked on the door a blast with a hammer. Yanhai, who was hammered, was also furious. He was about to activate his powers to teach the two boys in front of him a lesson. I saw one of them with lightning crackling all over his body, and a huge black shadow appearing behind the other. He was so frightened that he ran away quickly. Zhai Xingguo nodded perfunctorily, then. Yanhai came to the gate of Taoyuan base and knocked gently. Extremely carefully, obviously. The last experience had left a deep shadow in his heart. Dong dong dong, who is it? A voice sounded inside. It's me, Zio Yan, Yanhai replied cautiously, squeak. The door of the base slowly opened, and Li Jiang appeared at the door. What? Seeing that Li Jiang was a little unhappy, Yanhai hurriedly said, a leader from Shangjing City wants to meet you. I wonder if you are free, no time. Li Jiang refused and was about to close the door suddenly. But Zhai Xingguo stopped him and said with a slight smile, little brother. We are from the Huaxia No 1 base in Shangjing City. We don't mean any harm, we just want to get to know you. By the way, there are some things I want to discuss with you. Li Jiang took a look at Zhai Xingguo and found that he was a tall man with a majestic expression. He looked like a man in a high position. What happened? Seeing that the other party was willing to continue, Zhai Xingguo laughed and said, You must be the boss of Taoyuan base. You are indeed young and promising. You have broken through to the second level so quickly. No wonder Captain Yan recommends you so much. When Yanhai heard this, he slapped his forehead suddenly with an embarrassed look on his face. But he did not dare to interrupt the conversation between the two. So he could only remind him in a low voice, Chief. This is not, I'm not the boss. Li Jiang replied calmly. Zhai Xingguo only regarded his remarks as modest. Little brother, you don't have to be so humble. This fog has not invaded for a long time. There are very few people who can practice to the second level. Even I can only barely break through to the second level. Second level, not to mention, you are only a teenager. You have a bright future, it's over. Yanhai shouted in his heart when he saw this scene. At this moment, Zio Lin also came over. Brother Jiang, who is it? The moment he saw Zio Lin, Zhai Xingguo was shocked and looked shocked. Another second-level awakener. I heard that he is from Shangjing City, Li Jiang replied. Shangjing City seems to be far away from here. What are they doing here? Li Jiang shook his head. I don't know this. Who is this? Zhai Xingguo asked in a surprised tone. People from our Taoyuan base, is there any problem? Li Jiang looked at the surprised Zhai Xingguo, a little confused, and couldn't figure out what he was surprised about. Just before he recovered from the surprise, Li Moi and Jiang Yidong came to the door with Golden Retriever. They also wanted to come and see who was coming. Jiang, who is here? Jiang Yidong asked as he walked. Li Jiang turned around and said, Sister Yidong. They are a few strangers who claim to be from Shangjing City. Stranger, upon hearing that they were strangers, Jiang Yidong immediately became wary and walked quickly to the door. After seeing Zhai Xingguo and others, he asked sternly, "Why are you coming to our base? If nothing happens, leave quickly. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The moment I saw Jiang Yitang and Li Moi, Zhai Xingguo's mouth opened wide, his eyes widened. His face full of disbelief, and he hesitated and said, Two third-level awakened ones at this time. He accidentally caught a glimpse of Golden Retriever standing aside, and he felt as if he had seen a ghost. No, even dogs are level 3, however. He was extremely excited when he saw this group of people. They were a team of teachers. Zhai Xingguo said hurriedly, "We are from the Huaxia No. 1 base in Shangjing City. The purpose of coming to the southwest is to establish a supernatural academy here to cultivate organized, disciplined and capable awakened people so that we can better fight against zombies and even foreign enemies." Jiang Yidong said calmly, "Oh, this matter has nothing to do with us." No, this matter has a lot to do with you," Zhai Xingguo said hurriedly, fearing that the other party would leave. "Oh, what does it matter? Our school of supernatural powers has just been established. It can be said that it is very poor, we have nothing. Other things are fine. The most lacking thing now is teachers. So I would like to invite all of you here to be the first teachers of the School of Supernatural Powers. I don't know if you are interested, but don't worry. You can mention whatever conditions and treatment you want. As long as I can meet them, I can agree," Zhai Xingguo said, taking advantage of the situation. Not interested after that. Jiang Yitong called Li Jiang and others back to the base. At this time, Lin Zheng happened to appear, Zheng. Brother Lin Zheng. The moment he saw Lin Zheng, Zhai Xingguo suddenly coughed violently. Because this young man's supernatural power had reached the terrifying peak of the 4th level. He almost couldn't hold it back and screamed, "Are you sure you can agree to any conditions?" Lin Zheng asked. It took Zhai Xingguo a while to come to his senses and hesitantly said, "No. That's right, you can make whatever conditions you want." "Okay. Then I want to be the dean of the first Superpower Academy." The reason why Lin Zheng made this request was because just now the system released a new task. By becoming the first dean of the Huaxia Superpower Academy, you can obtain a new skill, energy replication. This skill allows Lin Zheng to copy the energy he plays, thus obtaining doubled power. For example, if you use energy copy once for a supernatural blast, its power can be doubled. 1 blast will become 2 blasts. Humanity is going extinct. Countries that used to be half a blue star apart are now all together and can be reached directly by land. Zhai Xingguo glared at the soldier and said, "Why don't you go and speak for me, Akyake? I'll let you be the first dean of the Huxia Academy of Supernatural Powers." Yan He, who was standing aside, said hurriedly, "Chief, this is Lin Zheng, the boss of Taoyuan base." At this time, Lin Zheng had already led everyone back to the base. By that time, people in every country will not only face zombie attacks, but also be on guard against threats from other countries. God, please save us. The survivors on the ground also heard this terrifying sound. They were all trembling with fear. They all talked about it. And they were sure that another devastating disaster was about to happen. As Lin Zheng continues to complete system tasks, the number of energy copy will also increase. In the later stage, Lin Zheng will casually blast out a blast, and then go through energy copy, and thousands of people will appear in front of him. Explodes and shoots out at the same time. Xiao Bing said awkwardly, "I think, Chief, this would be good as a teacher's dormitory." "What kind of monsters are they?" "They are all level 2, level 3, and level 4 awakeners. Even the dogs are level 3. Who dares to say that? If you don't pay attention, your life may be in danger." Nowadays, these sectors are gradually merging into one super large sector. The sound echoed continuously over the entire blue star. This is an unprecedented and earth-shaking change. What a terrifying young man. Zhai Xingguo couldn't help but sigh, rumble, rumble. Then there was a clicking sound like glass breaking. One after another at this time. Zhai Xingguo couldn't help but ask, "May I know the name of this little brother?" At such a young age, his supernatural powers have already reached the peak of the 4th level. It is simply astonishing and unimaginable. The soldier quickly shut up and stepped aside. At this time, the entire blue star made a dull noise. Against the background of the empty universe, it looked like a huge beast roaring, looking vast and terrifying at this time. If you look down from above blue star, you will find that the crustal plates are moving rapidly and moving closer together. There is nothing wrong with letting a 4th level awakened person be the first dean. It is quite reasonable. The entire blue star landscape is heading towards an unimaginable path. Yeah. Only Zhai Xingguo and his party were left standing there. A soldier stepped forward and asked, "Chief, aren't we going to build a college here? It seems that you haven't discussed this with them yet. People from different countries and cultures will soon live on the same supercontinent. It's over, our blue star is really going to be over. Blue star is a water ball as a whole, with land plates floating on it, and different countries have been established on the plates." Upon hearing Lin Zheng's request, Zhai Xingguo hurriedly nodded in agreement, fearing that the other party would regret it. The scene is comparable to countless meteorites falling. What's more, in this era where zombies are rampant and supplies are scarce, let me know when your superpower academy is built. Lin Zheng said calmly. Contradictions and conflicts are inevitable then. Zhai Xingguo and others went to the place with the second highest fog concentration in Jiangtang City, the original sycamore tree site. But it was discovered that the place was also occupied. It was the 3 families of Ma Wang and Liu who were beaten by Lin Zheng and fled. When the 3 families saw that someone was coming to seize their territory, they immediately united and declared to the outside world, "No matter where he comes from, even if it is Daxia's no. One base, that won't work." It wasn't until Zhai Xingguo asked his men to drive a few trucks loaded with several missiles that the people from the 3 families politely vacated their seats. Soon, Zhai Xingguo used the existing buildings in the city and the things he brought to build an extremely crude academy, whose full name is Daxia's No. 1 Superpower Academy. Tall buildings rise from the ground. In the early stages of any business, you need to overcome obstacles and face countless difficulties and obstacles. Zhai Xingguo stood at the entrance of the college, feeling very emotional, although it seems a bit crude. This is Daxia's first supernatural academy, and it will go down in history in the future. It is as simple as it is simple, but all kinds of materials are quite abundant. After all, they come from Huaxia Base No. 1. Food, weapons, and daily necessities are all available. Although it is not as luxurious as before the end, it is not embarrassing. The college has been established. The next most important task is to publicize enrollment. Zhai Xingguo first issued a notice to various bases with communication equipment, stating that all students who come to study at the Superpower Academy will be provided with food and accommodation. But at the same time, they must obey the arrangements of the academy and complete some tasks on a regular basis. At the same time, they also used planes to fly to surrounding cities and distribute leaflets to attract students. Sure enough, within 3 days, a large number of survivors came to sign up. Because the food and accommodation included alone is enough to attract them to come. Zhai Xingguo stood at the entrance of the college, looking at the dark crowds, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. We're going to join the Superpower Academy. We're going to join the Superpower Academy. We're going to join the Superpower Academy. There were shouts and shouts from the crowd. However, Zhai Xingguo still prepared countermeasures. He moved out a detection instrument similar to a door frame and said to the crowd, "Everyone, be quiet," after hearing the leader of the college speak. The crowd finally calmed down. Zhai Xingguo coughed twice and said again, "This is the first Superpower Academy in Daxia. We don't recruit everyone's. We need superpowers with a level above the mid-first level." Many of the people below were unclear about the so-called levels of superpowers, and they all looked at Zhai Xingguo in confusion. Zhai Xingguo began to explain to them. The awakened powers of each of us will become stronger and stronger as we continue to practice. When accumulated to a certain level, the powers will grow by leaps and bounds. After we use instruments to discover. After awakening the powers, you will experience 3 relatively small power jumps, and then experience a relatively large power jump. Therefore, we formulated the level of the power based on this model. That is to say, each big power jump is called a level up. The first level is when awakening the power, also called the early stage of the first level. After experiencing a big power jump, it is the second level, also called the second level. Early stage. Twice is the third stage, also called the early stage of the third stage. And so on at the same timing every big jump. After experiencing one small jump, it is called the midterm. 2 is called the late stage and 3 is called the peak. After hearing this, everyone nodded as if they had a sudden realization. These days, some people have also felt this change in their own abilities. Now that someone said this, they felt like they had a sudden realization. This set of rules has been announced by Huaxia Base No. 1 to all bases, but some remote places or small bases may not know it. At the same time, he is a person with superpowers. You can feel the strength and weakness of other people's superpowers. The scientists of Huaxia No. 1 have calculated the magnitude of supernatural energy from the 1st to the 8th order through a lot of calculations, and marked them with numerical values. Zhai Xingguo has been in contact with a large number of awakened people and made a large number of estimates of superpower values, so he can accurately determine the level of a superpower. In fact, as long as the rules of power upgrading are explained, even an ordinary awakened person can estimate the level at which other awakened people are. But in the middle, late, or peak stages, this requires long-term practice. However, in the later stages, almost all awakened people can make quick and accurate judgments. Sano you line Upend through this instrument. As long as the red light turns on, you can join Daxia's No. 1 Superpower Academy. As soon as these words came out, everyone was not what Zhai Xingguo imagined. Everyone lined up in a long line in an orderly manner. The scene was still chaotic. Everyone was scrambling to rush to the front, however, because there were soldiers with live ammunition in front of the handle. When they got close to the door frame and the instrument, a team of more than a dozen people formed, and the people behind them kept pushing to the back of the team. Obviously, most people do not meet the standards and fail to turn on the red light of the door frame instrument. After about 50 or 60 people, finally a middle-aged man with a frosty face made the red light flash. The man raised his head slightly and looked at the red light. He didn't seem surprised. He still had a serious look on his face. Zhai Xingguo jumped up with excitement. Finally, someone met the requirements. He hurriedly ran to the man and pulled him to the registration office. Come on, you meet the conditions register quickly. The registration officer said to the man, "What's your name?" Mo Kaianaming, the man said coldly. At this moment, the red light flashed again. Zhai Xingguo looked quickly and saw that this time it was a girl. She looked young, another one. Zhai Xingguo once again pulled the woman to the registration desk. The woman and Mo Kaianaming looked at each other and paused for a few seconds. What's your names, Yulili? Zhai Xingguo looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. You two are lucky. You will be the first male student and the first female student in the first supernatural academy in Daxia. The two of them just nodded slightly to Zhai Xingguo, and then were taken to the rest area by the soldiers to wait. Those who were not selected watched with envy as the two walked into the rest area. The people behind are still pushing forward. Nearly 100 people will be selected to meet the criteria. This admission ratio is no less than the civil service examination before the end of the world. But everyone still flocked here after all. The treatment was so great. The selection lasted for half a day, and a total of dozens of awakened people who met the conditions were selected. But there are too many people outside, and the crowd is still surging and it is so dark. I don't know when the test will be completed at this time. Lin Zheng also received a notice from Zhai Xingguo, saying that the School of Supernatural Powers was established today, and the deans and the teachers were invited to attend the opening ceremony. But before he reached the entrance of the college, he was blocked by a heavy crowd. Lin Zheng directly turned on absolute space and walked forward. The crowd seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force and automatically made way for Lin Zheng and others. Don't crowd, who the hell is this? Who doesn't have eyes to squeeze your sister? The crowd immediately became abusive, whoosh. Several ice spikes were shot out, and the scolding people suddenly stopped talking, froze suddenly and then fell on the people next to them. The people behind took advantage of the chaos and rushed forward. Li Jiang stepped forward and faced several people and said, "What are your names? What are you guys doing? This is where only those who pass the selection can come. If you want to come here before you pass the test. Are you treating us like fools?" I had to obediently grab a spot in the queue. Ma Feng and the others' abilities were much higher than those of those people, so it was almost a one-sided crushing attack. I didn't expect that man to be easy to mess with either. Ma Feng came to Li Jiang and patted the dust on his hands. "You see kids, this is what happens when you break in. What do you think? Do you still want to break in?" At this time, several people began to accuse Lin Zheng and others. Soon they were beaten until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. They were vomiting blood, and they were babbling and calling for father and mother. Only Mo Kaianaming and Yu Lily frowned slightly, with endless yearning in their eyes. Everyone who heard this said nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhai Xingguo suddenly held his stomach and felt a sudden urge to poop. So he hurried to the toilet. The short man was like a monkey, jumping up and down, and started fighting back and forth with the strong man. It should be at least the second level. Through the instrument detection, there are awakened people in the late first level among us. At this time, others who wanted to take the opportunity to sneak in saw this scene and no longer dared to rush forward. They ignored it and forced their way inside, but Ma Feng, Xiang Hao and others used explosive hammers. Xiang Hao is a muscular man, and he deliberately bulged his muscles. "You can break in if you want, but don't cry if you get beaten by me." A middle-aged man named Wang Mingaming, carrying a long knife on his shoulder, walked over and said with a crooked smile, "Children, Uncle is very fierce and his knife is very powerful." Seeing the chaos in the crowd, the guarding soldiers immediately stepped forward to maintain order. Several people also discovered that there was no one guarding the rest area, so they thought of fishing in troubled waters and rushed into the safe area. "You guys are trying to sneak in while the guarding soldiers are going to resolve the chaos. Aren't you too naive?" According to my experience in reading online novels, it is estimated that our group together is not enough to defeat a second-level awakened person. At this time, Lin Zheng just passed through the crowd and came to the rest area. According to what the previous leader said, if you break through to the second level, your abilities will increase dramatically. I don't know how strong the second-level awakeners are. Speaking of teachers, a man named Xiang Hao suddenly said, "Who do you think our teacher will be? How many levels of superpowers has he cultivated?" A man named Ma Feng snorted coldly and walked up to Li Jiang. "Children at such a young age. You look like you want to teach others a lesson. Do you think you are a teacher? This trick of yours is fine for dealing with children. If you want to scare them, let's wait for a few more decades before we talk." At first he smiled and nodded in agreement. But when the strong man came to the front, he quietly took out a short knife and stabbed the strong man in the waist. Just as I was about to go in, I was stopped by several people. The strong man had rough skin and thick flesh. He was hit by a knife, but he did not fall down. Instead, he turned around suddenly and looked at the short man with an angry face. After cursing angrily, he rushed towards him in the queue. A strong man saw that there was a short man in front of him, so he forced himself in front of him. "Yes. If you want to fish in troubled waters, then you have to ask us if we agree, brush." Li Jiang suddenly pulled out the second-level golden Tang Dao, and a stream of flames spurted out, scaring everyone back. Everyone looked at the golden Tang Dao in Li Jiang's hand with surprise. Wow, his knife can actually burst into flames. It looks so cool, Wang Mingaming. Your little broken knife doesn't look good. When Wang Mingaming heard this, he suddenly felt dissatisfied. He came to Li Jiang and said, "Kid, what's the use of being able to get angry? Being able to hit is the way to go. Your knife looks flashy at first glance. If you really get into a fight, be careful not to burn yourself." Click. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jiang raised his knife and neatly cut off the long knife in Wang Mingaming's hand. The broken long knife clinked to the ground. Seeing that his weapon was destroyed, Wang Mingaming suddenly became furious. His face turned red, and he looked furious. "You brat, you actually cut off my knife, I'll kill you." After saying that, he clenched his fist and rushed straight towards Li Jiang's face. With the style of hunting fist, his strength was estimated to be over 1,000 caddies. Li Jiang smiled, slightly clenched his fists, and stepped forward to greet him. Boom, click. After the sound of collision, there was a sound of fine bone cracking. The two fists collided and paused. For a moment, they couldn't tell whose bones were broken. At this time, Ma Feng shook his head and looked at Li Jiang with a look of regret. "Young man, it's just a cracked bone. This time is just a small lesson. Be more restrained next time. Otherwise, your skull will be cracked. Young people are still young people after all. They are too impulsive and do things regardless of the consequences. If you don't have the strength, don't stand out. You know, young peoples." Xiang Hao also taught Li Jiang a lesson like an elder. Obviously, he also believed that it was Li Jiang who broke the hand bone. Although the rest of the people did not speak, they all looked at Li Jiang with a joking look on their faces. "Ah, it hurts suddenly." Wang Mingaming let out a painful cry, and his arms suddenly dropped, as if the bones had been taken away, and they swung back and forth limply. What's going on? What happened?" Everyone looked at this dramatic scene in disbelief. It was Wang Mingaming who had his hand bones broken. He is an awakened person in the middle of the first level, and is still close to entering the late first level. At this time, as if they felt something terrible, they suddenly looked towards Li Jiang. They clearly felt that the young man exuded a strange and powerful power. The reason why they are unfamiliar is because they have never experienced such a powerful ability before. He seems to be the second level awakened person. As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised and in disbelief. They all looked at Li Jiang. Someone reacted. "Could he be a teacher?" Everyone suddenly understood and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "If I offend the teacher, will I still have a good life in the college at this moment?" After defecating, Zhai Xinguo hurried back. As soon as he came back, the scene was in chaos. He looked unhappy as his superpower and roared loudly, and a sound wave carrying second-level superpower swayed around. The chaotic crowd was shocked by this coercion and finally calmed down. They looked at Zhai Xinguo with horrified expressions. "This supernatural energy is so terrifying. I felt like he could kill me with one slap." As expected of a leader, his superpowers are so terrifying. After feeling the terrifying coercion unleashed by Zhai Xinguo, they looked at him with both fear and yearning. After the crowd calmed down, Zhai Xinguo asked the soldiers to continue to maintain order. He expected that Lin Zheng and others should have arrived, so he looked around and finally saw them in the rest area. However, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere there was wrong. I yelled in my heart, "Nothing will happen." Everyone looked at Lin Zheng and others with their eyes wide open. As if they had seen a ghost, some people began to question. Seeing that Lin Zheng didn't care, Zhai Xinguo stopped talking. Zhai Xinguo said with an unhappy face, "No, leader, they are just a group of teenagers. Why should they be our teachers, and what kind of dean? Are you 18 years old? If you are an adult, you can be our dean. They can't be your relatives, Dean Lin, you are here." I wonder if our dean can handle it. They too are so strong. Lin Zheng's expression seemed very calm. So nothing happened. We are convinced that the young man holding the golden sword is our teacher. But we are not convinced by others, especially the dean. Zhai Xingguo walked straight to Lin Zheng and greeted him. Yes, we all want to see the dean's strength. Zhai Xingguo then turned to the prospective students and said, Why are you gathering in a crowd? These are your teachers and this is your dean. Why don't you say hello to them? Mo Qianming and Yu Lili walked out of the crowd. Their movements were consistent, as if they had agreed. This made them look at each other again. Yu Lili also said from the side, since we are the dean, it should be effortless to hit both of us at the same time. Everyone present was surprised. Dean Lin. That is a 4th level peak awakened person. If he is willing to be the dean, he is already lucky. If those people offend him and make him angry, it will be a big loss. Lin Zheng walked forward slowly and said calmly, You two come up together. Presumptuous, I spent a lot of effort to invite Dean Lin. It's not your turn to question him yet, also. The other teachers are all very capable. And you will slowly see them in the future. That's right, you can't do it 1 against 2. Let alone be our dean, you are not worthy to be a teacher. He was so frightened that he ran away. The others naturally knew what Mo Qianming's intention was. And they started to make noises. But Lin Zheng and the others always stood aside without saying a word, which made everyone think that they had no ability. Zhai Xingguo was about to speak but was stopped by Lin Zheng. It doesn't matter, Thenthi walked up to Zhai Xingguo. And Mo Qianming said, Leader, since he is the dean, his strength must be extraordinary. Those of us students who want to see the dean's strength must also, it's understandable. Others continued to boo. Yu Lili and Mo Qianming looked at each other and roared at the same time, releasing all their late-level first-order strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jiang had already demonstrated his strength just now, so he was recognized by them. Lin Zheng just nodded slightly in response. Zhai Xingguo was just about to say something. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and slowly moved a step forward. A surge of supernatural power surged in like a stormy sea. Oh, yeah. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. A strong wind appeared out of thin air and blew towards Mo Qianming and Yu Lili. The two of them suddenly stopped, and a breath of death rushed straight into Tianling Gai. They seemed to see what was going to happen next. If they took action, the other party could kill them in an instant, snoring. The two of them swallowed almost at the same time. They no longer had the courage to take action and looked at Lin Zheng blankly. At this moment, Lin Zheng was like a god in their eyes. His Majesty could not be offended. Why you two haven't taken action yet? Lin Zheng said lightly. The two of them were so frightened that they trembled and immediately knelt on the ground on one knee, bowing to Lin Zheng and saying, Hello, Dean. Others looked confused. What's going on? Why did you give in before you even took action? What's going on with you two? Why did you kneel down before we started fighting? Ma Feng mocked the two of them and said. Mo Qianming and Yu Lili looked at Ma Feng at the same time. Ma Feng felt cold all over and pursed his lips. Why you seem very unconvinced? Li Jiang looked at Ma Feng and said. When Ma Feng saw it was Li Jiang, he immediately became very polite, Teacher. That's not what I meant. After all, we have never seen the dean's strength. We just want to admire him, you'd better be. Li Jiang said coldly at this moment. The crowd began to become commotion, with some people screaming and calling for help. Help, the zombies are coming. Run quickly, there are zombies, so many zombies. For a moment, everyone was making a mess of porridge and running around. The scene became extremely chaotic. Someone accidentally fell down, and just as he was about to get up, he was stepped down one after another by the people behind him. And he never got up again. Zhai Xingguo's expression was serious. How come there are so many zombies at this time? We have obviously done a cleanup, Pan Xiaowei. Zhai Xingguo's guard immediately said to him, Chief, Let's retreat to the college quickly. Open the door and let these people in. Zhai Xingguo shouted, but Chief, there are too many people here, and I'm afraid the college can't accommodate them. It doesn't matter as much as it can accommodate. Yes, Chief, Pan Zhao saluted Zhai Xingguo, and then immediately commanded the soldiers to open the door and guide the survivors into the academy. The crowd saw the college door open. Everyone seemed to be going crazy, running towards the academy as hard as they could. Combat team, everyone get ready to follow me to kill zombies. Zhai Xingguo pulled out a pistol from his waist and yelled at the soldiers behind him. The soldiers didn't hesitate at all after saying yes. They rushed in the direction of the zombies. Also in the opposite direction to the crowd for soldiers. The dangerous places that people stay away from are the places that they must conquer without hesitation. There is no such thing as quiet time. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. At this time, the prospective students who were selected in the rest area also wanted to run towards the academy. But he was stopped by Zhai Xingguo now. Although you have not officially entered the academy, you are still half of the students of Daxia's No. One superpower academy at the same time. The purpose of our academy is to get rid of zombies and protect Daxia. So you also as half a soldier at this time. Instead of retreating to the rear, you should rush to the front. When Mo Kyanaming and Yu Lily heard these words, they rushed towards the zombie group without saying a word. There was also a fat man carrying a giant axe, cursing a few words, "Damn you stupid zombies. You ate my parents, you ate my sister, I'll kill you all." Having said that, he also rushed forward with a sway then. More and more people were infected and rushed forward one after another. But there are still a small number of people who stood there hesitating for a long time, with tangled expressions. Among them are Ma Feng, Xiang Hao, Wang Mingming, and others. Suddenly Ma Feng stood up and said to Zhai Xingguo, "Leader, can I quit now?" Zhai Xingguo was not surprised after hearing this but nodded. "Okay, then let's quit too." The rest of the people also stepped forward and said that although their abilities were all above the mid-first level, they could easily kill ordinary first-level zombies. But there were too many zombies, and they might not be able to kill them if they were not careful. Zombies bite or attack and then are torn into pieces. They don't dare to take the risk, Zhai Xingguo sighed softly. Now that we have withdrawn, we can enter the academy. Go. Zhai Xingguo said a little helplessly. When those people heard this, they immediately smiled and ran towards the college gate. But at this moment, the door of the college was slowly closed. There were too many people in the college, and it could no longer accommodate one person. So the door had to be closed. Ma Feng and others stood at the door, beating the door wildly and yelling inside. "Open the door quickly, open the door quickly. We haven't gone in yet, let us in at this time." The soldiers standing on the watchtower loudly shouted to the people below, "The academy can no longer accommodate you. You can escape on your own." When Ma Feng and others heard this, they were obviously anxious. "Run away now, wherever you go. If you don't pay attention, you will be killed by zombies. We are people who have passed the selection. We are different from ordinary people, our role is greater. You can drive a few people out and put us in." When the soldier heard this, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his expression full of disdain. "Run quickly. The zombies are coming and we won't open the door. F***K. Do you understand? We are talents, and it is your loss if we die." Ma Feng was so angry that he couldn't help but cursed. Xiang Hao looked back and saw that the zombies were getting closer and closer. He looked horrified. "What should I do? What should I do? Where can I run now, dams? These people are blind and would rather let those rubbish in than let us in." At this time, the violent explosions and dazzling lightning attracted people in the college to stand on the wall to watch. Yes, he is very strong. Killing these first-level zombies is not a matter of minutes. It will definitely be safe to follow him, rumble. A bolt of lightning exploded among the zombies. After the lightning penetrated dozens of zombies, it suddenly exploded and raised countless sparks. It was extremely cool. Zhang Yitang opened his angel wings, holding a golden explosive bow, and wildly shot the zombies below in midair. Every time he shot an arrow, dozens of zombies would explode and die. Li Jiang Lai Moi. Zhang Yitang and others became extremely excited. These days they are indeed very bored. Although there are zombies for them to kill, they are all scattered first-level zombies, which is not satisfying at all. As soon as these words came out, you have been practicing for a long time, and now you just want to practice it. They were so frightened that they immediately stopped and ran to the other side. Lin Zheng originally didn't want to get involved in such a trivial matter. But since the system has issued a task, let's take a little action since someone has the strength. Rely on them and don't be afraid of losing face, after all. There is nothing more terrifying than losing your life. At this time, immediately summoned the black demon giant shadow and roared at them. Explosions lightning Gorson after another. One after another. Look, that young man is amazing. He holds lightning in his hand, he is so handsome. They had itchy hands for a long time. But Lin Zheng didn't say anything. So they didn't take action. Li Jiang said to Lin Zheng, Zheng, shall we take action? At this time Wang Mingaming saw Li Jiang not far away, and immediately seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. With Lin Zheng's permission, they all rushed out towards the zombies like beasts out of their cages. When Li Jiang saw these people who were greedy for life and fearful of death, running towards him and asking for protection, he suddenly felt sick just at this time. The system prompt sounded, repel this wave of zombies and you will receive a reward. The object copy range will be expanded by 1,000 cubic meters. He shouted excitedly, he is a teacher and he is so strong. If you follow him, the zombies will definitely not dare to get close. Look, that sister is so handsome. Although Wang Mingaming's hand bones were broken by Li Jiang, he had to give in when it was time to give in. Teacher, the zombies are coming, protect us. After saying that, they ran quickly towards Li Jiang. Let me go, is that an angel? Yeah, he's so handsome. I wish I could be as good as him. There are so many first-level zombies appearing now, and there seem to be second-level zombies behind them. Ma Feng and others under the college wall were completely dumbfounded. Her face was expressionless and cold throughout the whole process. A breeze blew by and lifted her hair, making her look extremely cool suddenly. They never expected that those people would be even more powerful than Teacher Li. Get out of here. Ho. A roar that shook the sky and resembled a beast once again attracted everyone's attention. It turned out that the golden retriever's whole body was strengthened by steel. His whole body became silvery white and shimmering. At the same time, in conjunction with his fire power, a violent fire dragon spewed out from his mouth. In an instant, countless zombies were burned into black charcoal. At the same time, Golden Retriever relied on the steel-reinforced super defense to rush back and forth among the zombies. As if entering a deserted land, countless zombies were knocked into the sky, or simply fell apart. That Golden Retriever is so fierce. I heard that some animals have also mutated, but I really didn't expect them to become so outrageous. Everyone looked at the Golden Retriever with envy, and imagined in their hearts how many pets they would have if they were their own. In fact, many of them have pets, however. Shortly after the end of the world, due to the shortage of materials, they were used as food rations. Looking back now, I feel extremely regretful. If there was such a mutated pet around me, wouldn't it be possible to walk sideways? Li Jiang did not hesitate to give in too much. He showed all his peak second-level strength, especially his black demon giant shadow. It is tens of meters high, covered in darkness, and surrounded by a black air of death. Every move is filled with a sense of oppression. If you are face to face with it, the sense of oppression will make people feel breathless. Although he is huge, his movements are not slow and sluggish. Li Jiang suddenly jumped up, made fists with both hands, and hit the ground with all his strength. The black demon giant shadow behind him moves in unison. Punch down with both fists, boom. The ground trembled slightly. Dozens of zombies were directly blasted by the hammer. Dozens of zombies were blown away by the aftershock and slammed into the zombie group. Call! Suddenly Black Demon Giant Shadow exhaled a breath of black air. Those are like poisonous snakes, lingering on the zombies and swimming slowly soon. Dozens of zombies were wrapped in black energy, and the black energy followed them like a shadow. No matter how the zombies ran, the black energy always hovered around them then. Li Zheng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Boom, 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 the black gas exploded instantly, blasting the zombies wrapped in it into pieces. This is the new move that Li Zheng has recently practiced, and he named it Black Demon Explosion. Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoru did not hold back at all water. Fire and explosive powers are shot out one after another. Extremely dazzling, everyone was stunned dumbfounded, and their faces were full of surprise at this moment. They finally understood why the School of Supernatural Powers wanted to hire this young man as a teacher. Ma Feng and others watched the scene and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Recalling their previous actions, they felt frightened and suddenly felt a chill on their necks. They actually spoke rudely to such fierce people, and even planned to take action, ha. They couldn't help but smile bitterly at this time. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man called Dean by the leader. The teachers are already so fierce. I don't know how strong that Dean is, but at this time, Lin Zheng just stood there quietly and did not take any action. These levels of zombies are not enough for him to take action. He's waiting for a zombie worth killing. Actually, he had long sensed that a 4th-level zombie was nearby, and Lin Zheng had been waiting for him to appear. Waiting for a long time, Lin Zheng never took action. This made everyone doubt the strength of Dean again. Could it be that he is a theoretical person and is not very strong himself? Zhai Xingguo led the combat team to kill back and forth among the zombies. They cooperated, tacitly working in groups of several, taking turns to cover each other's attacks. Gunshots continued to sound and zombies fell one by one. To deal with this kind of first-level zombies, firearms are still the most labor-saving and most useful weapon. As a 2nd-level awakener, Zhai Xingguo awakened the power system. I saw him slapping a zombie's head off with a casual slap. At this time, he turned his head and saw that a dozen zombies were lined up in front of him. He immediately smiled boldly and said, haha, what a great opportunity, I'll send you to heaven together. He immediately stood up and clenched his fists, roar. As he roared, his fist as big as a casserole rushed forward like a cannonball, hitting the chest of the zombie at the front, bang. The fist penetrated directly through his chest and hit the 2nd zombie. Bang, bang, bangs. The zombies behind seemed to have a bomb planted in their chests, which exploded one after another, blowing a huge gap in the chests of the dozens of zombies. And then they all fell to the ground. Wow. Is that the leader of the college? He is not weak at all. Zhai Xingguo's operation also attracted countless applause, although the quasi-students who rushed up were not as outrageous as Li Moi and others. They wandered back and forth among the zombies and harvested the lives of countless zombies. In particular, Mo Qianming and Yu Lily seemed to be born rivals, secretly competing to see who could kill more zombies. The big fat man named Liu Xiaoping carried an axe and fired his bow from left to right. From time to time he would strike with a whirlwind strike, and the zombies surrounding him were cut in half. The more he kills, the more excited he becomes, and his movements become faster and faster. Woohoo, woohoo, so enjoyable, wow. As he spoke, he slashed with a knife. The zombie in front of him was split into 2 halves vertically. The flat cut surface was covered with sticky bloodshot threads. The 2 halves of the body slowly fell to the sides. At this time, dozens of giant zombies rushed from not far away. Mo Qianming, don't hold back, you attack up. I'll attack down, and we'll take down this 2nd-level zombie together. The speed is several times faster than before. After saying, Thatch pulled out a long whip from her waist, with a red tassel on the handle. Her whole body was violently thrown away. She flicked the whip, suddenly making a sonic explosion, and then attacked the giant zombie's lower body. Yulili shouted. Only Mo Kyanaming and Yulili cooperated with each other. And they actually fought back and forth with a second-level giant zombie. The giant zombie fell to the ground with a crash. But except for one of his eyes being blinded, he was not seriously injured, instead it angered him. Continue to stab the zombie in the eyes. Escape the fatal blow from the giant zombie. Lin Zheng is also always paying attention to these prospective students. Mo Kyanaming Yulili and Liu Xiaoping all make Lin Zheng very satisfied. The short knife in his hand pierced one of the giant zombie's eyes. The giant zombie felt the pain and suddenly swung his palm towards Mo Kyanaming. Yulili quickly took back the whip in her hand and threw it towards the palm of the giant zombie. I saw Yulili swung hard and used her whip to wrap around the legs of the giant zombie. Stabs, Yulili shouted to Mo Kyanaming. Without paying attention, the giant zombie suddenly fell down with both feet and hit Mo Kyanaming directly. Mo Kyanaming also pulled out a short knife from his waist, danced it in his hand and jumped up, attacking the upper plate of the giant zombie, stabbing it straight into the eye. Mo Kyanaming nodded to Yulili, thank you, careful. The expressions of both of them changed snort. When Mo Kyanaming saw the giant zombie coming towards him, he did not dodge but thought it was an opportunity. Finished, oh. The long whip circled the giant zombie's wrist several times. Yulili opened her steps and pulled back violently. But her strength was of no use at all. As for the group of people hiding in the corner, he quickly got up from the ground, roared and rushed towards the two of them not far away. Dijai Xingguo couldn't help but nodded when he saw the performance of the two. If these people become successful in their cultivation and have good moral character in the future, we might consider including them in the base at this time. These two are good prospects. Those prospective students were obviously unable to withstand the second-level giant zombies and were beaten back steadily. Boom. It happened that the handle of the whip was thrown in front of Mo Kyanaming. He grabbed it and used the force to fly out. Yulili also turned around in the air and barely stood on the ground. The two of them knew that at this speed, there was no way they could escape. In addition, this giant zombie has been completely enraged and is unstoppable. Even first-level zombies have been trampled to death by it. Just as the two stood there, silently acknowledging their orders, an axe spun quickly from behind them and struck at the giant zombie's head. Stab, the axe struck into the giant zombie's head, splashing out a burst of yellow liquid. But this level of damage had almost no effect on the zombie. It pulled out the axe with its backhand roared wildly and threw it away. The two men immediately seized the gap and ran back quickly, narrowly escaping from death. Thank you, fatty. I, Mo Kyanaming, owe you my life. Mo Kyanaming looked at Liu Xiaoping, took a few breaths and said, and I, Yulili, also owe you a life. Yulili wiped the sweat from her forehead, straightened her hair and said to fatty Liu. Liu Xiaoping's eyes suddenly lit up, like a warm sun shining into his heart, and he instantly felt extremely warm. What does this feel like? He stuttered a little. No. You're welcome. We will all be students of the School of Supernatural Powers from now on. We should help each other. Attention, it's coming, at this time Mo Kyanaming shouted, interrupting Liu Xiaoping's thoughts. The giant zombie once again locked onto the three of them and rushed toward them, a bit more ferocious than before. The three of them felt the ground shaking slightly. Use your powers, both of you, after Mo Kyanaming said that. He quickly rushed towards the giant zombie and shot out countless golden threads from his palms, flying towards the giant zombie. Mo Kyanaming is an awakened person of the metal element. They would not use their superpowers so much unless they had to, because if their superpowers were used up, they would be no different from ordinary people. In a war of this level, it could almost be said to be a death sentence. Liu Xiaoping and Yulili did not hesitate at all. They all used their own powers. Yulili is an ice awakener. Countless ice spikes shoot out from her palms, shooting at the head of the giant zombie with bone-chilling cold air. Ice spikes are arranged neatly in the sky, like stars in the night sky. But these stars are full of danger. Liu Xiaoping is a fire element awakener, he roared and then. With a bang flames burst out from his body. And then he ran quickly towards the giant zombie. The battle between 3 late-stage first-order human awakeners and an early-stage second-order giant zombie has begun. Whoosh whoosh. Countless golden threads fly towards the giant zombie. Under the control of Mo Qianming-like spiritual snakes. They wrapped themselves around the giant zombie. But the giant zombie exerted force violently. Pa pa pa, all those golden threads are broken. Although you can't completely tie it up, you can at least delay it for a few seconds. Taking advantage of these few seconds, the ice spikes shot by Eulalie were approaching the head of the giant zombie. Because it was distracted and shattered the golden thread, it was unable to dodge and was shot by dozens of ice spikes. Its entire head was instantly filled with ice spikes. Like a hedgehog, ho ho ho. It roared violently and smashed the ice thorns in one blow. Mo Qianming saw the right moment and shot out countless golden threads again, wrapping them around its body. This time, Liu Xiaoping came to the feet of the giant zombie. He raised his palms aimed at its crotch, and suddenly spit out a fire snake. The fire continued to burn the giant zombie's crotch. Fire roasted chicken eggs soon. It felt the intense burning sensation coming from its crotch, roared angrily and broke the golden wires on its body. I looked down and saw a human with flaming palms. He raised his right foot and stepped hard towards him. Although Liu Xiaoping is fat, his movements are extremely agile. He rolled over and dodged the kick. The giant zombie was injured one after another. And now it was extremely furious. It was beating its chest and feet wildly, like a crazy chimpanzee using its hands and feet together, hammering and kicking randomly, trying to kill the 3 flies in front of you. When Eulalie saw this, she immediately said to the 2 of them, "It has become chaotic. Let's destroy it in one go." Liu Xiaoping and Mo Qianming nodded at the same time. Suddenly Mo Qianming's eyes lit up and he had a plan in mind. "Eulalie, catch it," he shouted at Eulalie, and then shot out dozens of golden wires. Eulalie caught one end of the dozens of golden wires. At the same time, Mo Qianming also threw his shirt at Eulalie. He motioned her to wrap it in her hand, then grabbed the gold wires. Eulalie nodded to indicate that she understood, then quickly wrapped her hands, and then firmly grasped the gold wire. Although Eulalie didn't know what Mo Qianming was going to do. But at this time it is not the time to ask questions, but to choose to completely believe in teammates who are better than themselves and cooperate with them fully. Instead of being like some idiot in critical moments, you will question those who are better than you. Or you will not accept the other person and insist on following your own ideas. Fat man exist. Liu Xiaoping shouted back to Mo Qianming. "Come here quickly." Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoping ran over quickly without saying a word, then looked at Mo Qianming waiting for his instructions. Obviously, Liu Xiaoping is also a teammate who understands the situation and knows how to cooperate. Burn these golden threads with fire. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoping and Eulalie suddenly understood at the same time what Mo Qianming wanted to do. A fire snake spurted out from Liu Xiaoping's palm. Because the gold wire was very thin, it quickly burned it until it became shimmered and extremely hot. There are some differences between the golden threads shot by the golden awakeners and the ordinary golden threads on the blue star. One of them is that the melting point is extremely high and is not easily melted and deformed. Seeing the golden thread turning red, Mo Qianming said to the 2 of them, "Up." The 2 nodded. Then, the 3 of them were seen maintaining a triangular formation. Mo Qianming and Eulalie were holding the golden wire in front, and Liu Xiaoping was in the middle and back, burning the golden wire with flames soon. The 3 of them came to the feet of the giant zombie. Mo Qianming and Eulalie increased their strength on their hands, and then suddenly cut off the legs of the giant zombie. Stab as a roasting sound sounded. The golden wire slowly submerged into the carrion of the giant zombie, while Mo Qianming and Eulalie pulled hard, and countless flesh and blood came out from the golden thread, which was emitting white smoke. The clothes on Eulily's hands were almost burned through. At this moment, the gold wire was constantly burning her palms. Even though the pain was excruciating, she did not let go. She gritted her teeth and persisted. Boom. The legs of the giant zombie were cut into several sections by red-hot gold wire, and then rolled off in pieces. The giant zombie's body also crashed to the ground. It is not dead, it is still roaring in pain. Then the two of them jumped up at the same time, pulled the golden wires, and cut off the head of the giant zombie that fell on the ground. Liu Xiaoping looked confused. What's going on? What's going on? Looking at his palms. A black wound suddenly appeared on his palm. There are two golden wires that seem to be blocked by something. Unable to move at all at this time, Eulily wiped the blood on her face, looked at Mo Qianming, and said, "Why you want to take it all for yourself?" A burst of white smoke rose up, and the golden thread sank into the giant zombie's head again. Mo Qianming reacted immediately. Mo Qianming controlled the golden wire, entangled the crystal core, and then began to pull back hard. Trying to pull out the crystal core, Eulily nodded. Mo Qianming suddenly lost his center of gravity and rolled backwards violently. Eulily let go. If a second-level zombie crystal core is completely absorbed, it will definitely be able to break through to the second level. He had heard before that this kind of second-level giant zombie has crystal nuclei in its brains. This kind of crystal nuclei can be directly absorbed and used to enhance superpowers. The gold thread has been embedded in Eulily's palm, and blood is slowly oozing out. She directly picked up the axe, jumped Yupen, struck at the giant zombie's head. Mo Qianming shouted at Eulily again, cut its head off. He suddenly became extremely excited. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't pull it. This axe actually chopped off half of the zombie's head. The crystal core was right in the chopped off half of the head. Stabbed, then he looked at Liu Xiaoping not far away and said, "He also has a share." Mo Qianming's palms also had blisters and started to turn red, as if they had been scalded with boiling water. Mo Qianming smiled slightly and said, "Of course you have one too, ho 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 ho." The struggling zombies forced the two of them to increase their strength on their hands again. When Eulily heard this, she quickly let go of her hand and threw off the clothes in her hand. Without having time to think about it, she directly tore off a piece from the corner of her clothes and simply bandaged the wound. The giant zombie screams in pain and keeps struggling. He showed an extremely excited smile. Haha. It's really a zombie crystal core. Now my practice can finally reach a higher level. When Eulily saw it, she suddenly saw Liu Xiaoping's axe next to her. The crystal core also flew into his arms. Stab before they could react. Another second-level zombie rushed towards them. At this time, the three of them were exhausted. Their powers were gone, and they didn't even have the strength to escape. The three of them stared at each other. It's over now. Just when they were ready to accept death calmly, a figure appeared across the sky in front of the giant zombie. The figure had a pair of angel-like wings that were tens of meters long when spread out, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It's Dean. Liu Xiaoping took a closer look and quickly recognized that it was Lin Zheng, and said in surprise. Everyone standing on the city wall also looked at Lin Zheng with shock on their faces. First they were expecting and doubting, and now they are just shocked. Just the sight of Lin Zheng standing out of thin air, suspended in midair, was enough for them to feel that he was a powerful being. A being so powerful that it was suffocating. When the giant zombie saw someone standing in front of him, he roared and slammed into the person. Bang. A wave of air spread out. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone's face was full of doubts, and at the same time there were waves of panic in their hearts. He seemed to have blocked the giant zombie with one finger. Suddenly someone shouted in surprise. Then everyone paid full attention and looked carefully. Sure enough, I found that the figure put a finger on the giant zombie's forehead. No matter how hard the zombie exerted himself, he could not move at all. Ho 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 ho. It roared violently, but it was of no use. It seemed to realize that it was being blocked by someone's index finger. and felt a great sense of humiliation in its heart. Mo Kyanaming and the three people below. At this moment, I was dumbfounded by the scene in front of me. They had imagined that the Dean was very strong. But they didn't expect him to be so ridiculously strong. With just one index finger, he could block the second-level zombies that they had to fight to kill. And it seems so understated, light and gentle. It's like blocking an ant the next second. A burst of bright light flashed, wrapping the entire giant zombie bang. A muffled sound came from the air the next second. The light disappeared, and the giant zombie disappeared without a trace. This is a combination of the laser power and the explosion power. Its power is greatly increased, and it can annihilate objects silently in an instant. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. In the blink of an eye, a second-level giant zombie disappeared silently, as if the world had evaporated. There is no trace of him left in this world. Especially Mo Kyanaming and Yu Lily. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly, showing a helpless and ridiculous expression. They even wanted to test the Dean before, looking back now. That was such an ignorant and stupid behavior. If the Dean had taken action at that time, the fate of the two of them would have been the same as that of the zombies. They would have been wiped out in an instant without leaving any trace. Ho 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 the next moment. Those giant zombies seemed to sense an extremely powerful presence. They all stopped and turned to look at Lin Zheng. Immediately afterwards, as if they had agreed upon it. Almost at the same time, they rushed towards Lin Zheng from all directions and surrounded him. In just a few seconds, they had already rushed to Lin Zheng. Not good, the Dean is surrounded, Liu Xiaoping said with a worried look on his face. Previously, the three of them had taken advantage of the gap when the giant zombie was blocked by Lin Zheng and ran to the side. With so many second-level zombies coming at the same time, can he really handle it? Some people began to doubt. Only Mo Kyanaming and Yu Lily looked at Lin Zheng with burning eyes. There was no trace of worry in their eyes, only incomparable excitement and heat. It was as if they had seen Lin Zhenghui kill all the giant zombies with one blow. Boom! Suddenly the space around Lin Zheng fluctuated and distorted. The gravity of that space suddenly increased hundreds of times. All the giant zombies instantly felt that they were being pressed by a big mountain, and they fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies flattened, on the verge of being crushed at any time. Then, Lin Zheng gently raised his handan, then suddenly, the gravity increased several times again. Lin Zheng's eyes kept looking in one direction, as if waiting for something to appear. At this time, almost everyone began to shout in unison. Zhai Xingguo was shocked but also felt extremely lucky. And it seems to be stronger than the Dean of the Superpower Academy. At this time, boom boom boom, Deans. Brother Lin Zheng is so handsome, it seems so. He is several times bigger than the Dean. In the distance, a voice with wings also came quickly. Whoosh! Li Moi looked at Lin Zheng with longing eyes and couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when it will take me to reach the level of my senior. Suddenly, the huge black shadow opened its mouth. He raised his head slightly towards Shangjing City and said with emotion, Chief, it seems that I have completed half of this arduous task. How are these methods different from those of gods? It turns out that we humans have already had so many powerful people. So why are we afraid of a chicken-feathered zombie? In just a few breaths, he had already arrived in front of Lin Zheng. The figure was unusually tall, dozens of meters tall, and the pile of black wings were even wider, reaching a length of 50 meters when unfolded. When he passed by, a large shadow would appear underneath, which was quite obscure. The feeling of being blocked from the sun at this moment. Countless people basically regarded Lin Zheng as their idol. And they also regarded Lin Zheng as their target to catch up with. Praise, he has no interest in it. Lin Zheng always had a calm face. Those giant zombies were like watermelons. They exploded at the same time and turned into a pile of minced meat, causing a rain of blood all over the sky. Zheng is still as strong as ever with such a dean. There is no need to worry about the failure of the Supernatural Academy. The zombie attacks are the invasion of foreign enemies. I'm so lucky to have found such a strong person as the Dean. When those soldiers saw such a powerful human being, they couldn't help but raise their gunsons and cheer. This scene attracted almost everyone's attention. Besides, praise and slander from others come equally easily. So this kind of thing is not worth caring about at all, Dean. Dean, the people above the walls. Ma Feng and others below the wall. And Mo Kaineming were already stunned and looked horrified. Not only is it useless, it is also a mental burden. Who is that? Is he another strong man? Human, you are interesting, the voice was low and hoarse. As if coming from an old gramophone. The figure slowly raised its head, revealing a face with a piece of rotten flesh. That's that. That's a zombie, someone exclaimed. This zombie is too strong. The people below have begun to feel fear in their hearts, and their bodies are trembling slightly. Zhai Xingguo frowned and stared at the huge figure with a very ugly expression. After a long time, he slowly and seriously spoke. Level 4 zombie. As soon as he said this, the soldiers next to him all looked at him dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Chief, you. What did you say, 4th level zombie? Zhai Xingguo nodded. Yes, 4th level zombies. I didn't expect zombies of this level to appear in this remote southwest place. In the previous zombie wave, a 4th level zombie also appeared in Shangjing City. That 4th level zombie was almost unstoppable. Wherever it went, almost no one was left alive. Some bases were instantly littered with corpses, bleeding and floating ores. It can be said that it is extremely terrifying and frightening. And for a time, everyone is in danger and terrified. Behind was the Huaxia No 1 base, and the retained missile system was used to barely kill it. Otherwise, the entire Shangjing City will most likely be wiped out in that zombie wave. No 4th level zombie has appeared in this remote place. But there is no missile system here. Even if there is some military power, that level of firepower attack is nothing more than scratching an itch for a 4th level zombie. He looked at Lin Zheng, who was also at the 4th level of strength. At this time, he had no confidence within the same level. Zombies always seem to be stronger than humans. This seems to be a natural advantage. Can you handle it this time? When the zombies below saw the 4th level zombie in the air, they immediately stopped making noise, turned towards it one after another, and then crawled to the ground surrendering. The humans below did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill those 1st and 2nd level zombies. Instead, they all looked nervously at the two figures in the sky. Of course, except for people from Taoyuan base not long ago. Lin Zhengkai captured a 4th level peak female zombie and brought it back. If Lin Zheng wants to deal with this 4th level zombie in front of him, it will only take a matter of minutes. Some soldiers couldn't stand the oppressive feeling brought by the 4th level zombies, so they fired several shots at it, but the bullet hit it like a mud cow entering the sea, leaving no trace at all. Snap, he grabbed a piece of shrapnel with his backhand, and then gently ejected it towards the soldier. Whoosh. Shrapnel flew toward the soldier's head. Boom. After the shrapnel hit his head, it exploded, directly blowing open his entire head. It was horrific. The corner of the 4th level zombie's mouth raised slightly. HM7, an ant dares to attack a god. You finally showed up, Lin Zheng said calmly. The 4th level zombie was a little surprised. What? You discovered me from the beginning? That's not true. Your hiding is meaningless to me. There is no need to discover it at all. Humph, human, you have such a bad breath. I wonder if you will still have such a bad breath when I twist off your limbs later. A strange and terrifying smile appeared on the face of the 4th level zombie, and the rotten flesh on his face when I trembled. I felt like something would come out of it at any time. As soon as the 4th level zombie finished speaking, he moved slightly and was ready to take action. But he suddenly paused as if he remembered something, and spoke again. My wife is also a 4th level zombie. After entering this land, she disappeared. Does this matter have something to do with you? Level 4 female zombie. Isn't that the one Lin Zheng caught not long ago? It turns out to be this zombie's wife. Lin Zheng nodded, yes, your wife was arrested by me. Court death, the fourth level zombie roared, with a furious expression on his face. He flapped his huge wings suddenly, creating a hurricane. The person underneath suddenly felt unstable and was about to be blown down by the wind. Just when it was about to rush towards Lin Zheng, Li Moi suddenly held an electric spear and stabbed at the fourth level zombie. He really wanted to see how far he was from the fourth level. Although Lin Zheng sometimes fought with him, every time Lin Zheng only needed one move to end the battle. So it was not of reference at all, moreover. Li Moi could clearly feel that Lin Zheng was giving in to him at every turn and was not going all out. Now the person in front of him is a fourth level zombie. And it will definitely not spare a hand on him this way. He can know how far he is from being a fourth level zombie. A hurricane blew past in the next second. The fourth level zombies were close to them. The next second Lin Zheng showed him a strange smile, which made his whole body tingle, however. Li Moi flew backwards. His hand bones were completely broken. He blocked his own double thorns with just his eyelids. How strong is this human's defense? When the explosion subsided, it looked intently and saw a figure with wings not far away, standing out of thin air holding a bow and arrow aiming at it. The fourth level zombie was slightly surprised. It's another third level human. I'm really curious as to why you hateful humans can practice so fast. Li Moi, Lin Zheng said to Jiang Yidong, who was not far away, little Baozi. Get down, Lin Zheng said coldly to the fourth level zombie. The fourth level zombie didn't care, and lightly punched the lightning fist. Now you have entered my space. Before the fourth level zombie could react, countless arrows whizzed out, hit him and then exploded. Li Moi shouted and punched the fourth level zombie with his fist. Thunder fist, what? Everyone who saw this punch couldn't help but exclaimed. Suddenly, wo fists on big and one small collided together. Boom, 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 that teacher took action. Although Jiang Yidong was unwilling, he still nodded and slowly landed on the ground. I saw his right hand clenched into a fist, and the entire fist was wrapped in lightning, making a tingling sound. Your opponent is me. Steel reinforcement, extremely arrogant. Li Moi looked at the fourth level zombies with both fear and excitement. Although the gap is huge, it is not impossible to achieve. Unlike the seniors, there is no hope at all, in fact. Lin was afraid that he would be injured like Li Moi, so he stopped her in time with this punch. Even the steel plate will be blasted through. What? Lin Zheng said softly, then closed his eyes slightly. The pair of thorns pierced Lin Zheng's eyelids, making a metallic collision sound. Li Moi was slightly startled but not panicked. This was the result he expected, looking at another human being rushing towards him. The fourth level zombie smiled slightly, then stretched out his hand to grab the electric spear. With just a slight exertion, the electric spear shattered instantly. The expression of the fourth level zombie changed drastically. It stretched out two fingers turned into two sharp thorns and stabbed straight into Lin Zheng's eyes. The fourth level zombies suddenly felt extremely uneasy. Even mixed with a hint of fear, this made him very angry. A fourth level zombie would actually be afraid of a human being. Ridiculous, so ridiculous. It's as ridiculous as a cat being scared when seeing a mouse. Young master, you are just pretending to be a ghost. The fourth level zombie roared, and a powerful pressure dispersed. It stared at Lin Zheng. Immediately afterwards, the rotten flesh on his face kept squirming, as if something was about to forcefully break through the flesh. Stab, there was a slight tearing sound, and a black corpse insect emerged from the carrion. Without stopping for too long, it crawled directly into the mouth of the fourth level zombie. The fourth level zombie chewed his mouth violently, and a stream of black liquid suddenly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This is his bottom-of-the-box ability, Corpse Insect Goo. On weekdays, you need to use part of your superpowers to continuously nourish the corpse worms parasitic in the carrion. In times of crisis, you can eat the corpse worms and forcibly raise your realm to a greater level. This is exactly the same as the leap level ability. But it's a bit disgusting, wow. Suddenly a powerful supernatural power burst out from the zombie. Zhai Xingguo's face suddenly changed drastically. His lips twitched, his expression was extremely ugly. And he said tremblingly, level 5. The smell of zombies, it's over now, it's all over now. Level 5 zombies cannot be killed by humans with their current strength. Unless the weapon that equalizes all living beings is used, the nuclear bomb. This is calculated by scientists at Huaxia No. One base using data when everyone falls into despair. But they were surprised to find that the space around the 4th level zombies and the Dean began to distort slightly. Many people rubbed their eyes vigorously to make sure they were not dazzled. Finally, they determined that space was indeed distorted. Superpower leap level. Superpower absolute space after 2 low groans. 2 superpowers were activated instantly. Human boy, I am now at the 5th level of strength. I wonder how you are going to deal with it. The zombie said crazily, tear apart. Lin Zheng just opened his mouth slightly. And the entire absolute space instantly produced an extremely powerful tearing force. The zombie suddenly felt as if there were countless pairs of invisible iron hands, pulling various parts of his body and tearing them apart forcefully. What the hell is going on? Soon a slight tearing feeling came from all over the body. The zombies tried their best to resist, but the tearing feeling kept increasing slowly. Finally, a look of fear appeared on his face. Who are you anyway? Just an ordinary person. As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, the tearing of absolute space suddenly increased several times. This is the superposition of the abilities of gravity control and absolute space. That issues gravity control in absolute space. And then use absolute space to control the direction of gravity to be consistent with the direction of the tearing force. This will increase the tearing force of absolute space several times. Stab, the zombie's body was suddenly torn into pieces. But Lin Zheng retained only the pair of huge wings. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned for an instant, as if frozen, with dull expressions on their faces and slightly open mouths. Quiet, deathly silence. You can even hear the sound of someone swallowing saliva. This blow not only killed a 5th level zombie, but also shattered everyone's worldview, especially Zhai Xingguo. He has data to support how strong the 5th level zombies are, a little boy. But now, there are people who can easily kill a 5th level zombie. Then he really couldn't find any reference. Jiang Yidong immediately spread out his angel wings and flew to Lin Zheng's side. Jiang Yidong knows very well that as the troubled times continue to advance, his own strength must continue to become stronger. This is a world of the jungle, and pain is nothing compared to getting stronger. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Little bun. I'm going to chop off your angel wings now, and then integrate these 4th level mutant wings into your wound. Brother Lin Zheng, what's wrong? But it's still the same old rule. Make a copy first and put it into the system space. Now there is a way to improve your strength, but the process will be very painful. Think about it and tell me, Lin Zheng said solemnly. Lin Zheng looked at the huge pair of black wings floating in the air. Senior, what are you doing? Li Moi looked solemnly and stared at Lin Zheng, as if trying to see through Lin Zheng's thoughts. Lin Zheng did not expect that these wings were actually mutated items. When Jiang Yidong heard that his angel wings were going to be cut off, he was stunned at first, but he did not show any fearful expression. Sit back and wait to eat melon. When everyone below saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. What is Zheng doing? How could he cut off Sister Yidong's wings? Li Jiang had a complicated expression. He looked at Lin Zheng and then at Jiang Yidong with distress. Sure enough, human beings are inherently gossipy. Otherwise, it will cause trouble for brother Lin Zheng and even become his weakness. Lin Zheng shouted to Jiang Yidong. Isn't that female teacher with the dean what happened? Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mutated item, a pair of late-level 4th level zombie wings. Method of fusion, cut off the original angel wings, and the mutated wings will automatically fuse into the wound. That's why Angel wings were suddenly cut off by an invisible force. The rest of the people were also a little confused. Angel wings is like a part of the body. Cutting it off is like cutting off a limb. And it will definitely cause heartbreaking pain. Little Baozi, come up here. Yes. This wing can be fused with angel wings. After fusion, the strength will be greatly improved. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yidong did not hesitate and said categorically, Brother Lin Zheng. There is no need to think about it. I am willing. Especially the people at Taoyuan base were even more confused. Jiang Yidong is within absolute space instead. He nodded resolutely towards Lin Zheng. Okay. Brother Lin Zheng, go ahead and kill him. Be prepared, it may be very painful, Lin Zheng reminded. Without any warnings, Jiang Yidong's angel wings were suddenly cut off by an invisible force. And blood spurted out. Jiang Yidong's whole body trembled and convulsed violently. She tried her best to control her expression, but the pain still made her expression look a little ferocious. Although he also has angel wings, his strength is already at the peak of the 4th level. These wings are obviously of no use to him. Stab then. Lin Zheng waved his hand, and the pair of 4th-order mutant wings slowly flew towards Jiang Yidong's back. The ends of the wings and the wound on Jiang Yidong's back were like the positive and negative poles of a magnet, strongly attracting each other's stab. The wings plunged into the wound. Jiang Yidong groaned in pain, frowned slightly, and looked in pain. This process is tantamount to inserting 2 cold and sharp knives directly into the wound. You can imagine the pain you have to endure soon. The pair of 4th-order mutated wings merged with the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Jiang Yidong only felt an unbearable itching on his back, as if millions of ants were crawling back and forth. This feeling was even more unbearable than the intense pain of a tearing wound. The wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood that had flowed out flowed back counterintuitively. The clothes that were originally stained by blood and Jiang Yidong's snow-white back became extremely clean again at this moment. After experiencing this painful tear, Jiang Yidong's expression gradually relaxed and softened a lot. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and a ray of light shot out. Her whole person has undergone subtle changes. Her sense of majesty, which is inaccessible to strangers, has been greatly enhanced at the same time. The aura exuding from her body is also the aura of the early stage of the 4th level. With this pair of 4th-level mutant wings, Jiang Yidong successfully broke through to the early stage of 4th level. She also felt the significant improvement in her abilities. She smiled and thanked Lin Zheng. Thank you. Brother Lin Zheng, I feel like I have made a breakthrough. Why don't you find someone to try it and you'll know? Lin Zheng suggested. Jiang Yidong looked at Li Moi, then raised the corner of his mouth, flashed his huge wings, and attacked him quickly. At this time, she was surprised to find that her speed had increased significantly. If she looked back at this moment, she would see a white vortex-shaped airflow swirling behind her. Li Moi was stunned. What are you doing? However, he still stood still, clenched his right hand into a fist, and looked ready to go. He and Jiang Yidong are equally powerful, so they have been secretly competing, both trying to compete for the 2nd place in Taoyuan base. Li Moi pursued strength, while Jiang Yidong did not want to become a burden to Lin Zheng. Bring it on, Li Moi roared with all his powers activated. Thunder and lightning lingered in his right fist boom. When the 2 fists faced each other, Li Moi flew backwards and dragged on the ground for several meters before stopping, leaving a long drag mark on the ground. He looked at Jiang Yidong in shock. I didn't understand the situation for a while. Why did I feel like Jiang Yidong was a different person? Li Moi, from now on I will be the 2nd best in Taoyuan base. Jiang Yidong spoke condescendingly to Li Moi. But Li Moi smiled and said, Sister Yidong, I admit that you are 2nd in Taoyuan base now, but that doesn't mean you will always be in the future. At this time, everyone finally understood. It turned out that the dean was not hurting the female teacher, but helping her fuse the wings of the 4th-level zombies to increase her strength. Those are the wings of a 4th-level zombie. If I could fuse a pair, Wouldn't I be able to break through to the 4th level immediately? As everyone knows if one is not strong enough, or is not an awakener of angel wings, and forcibly fuses these 4th level mutant wings, one will die due to the rejection of the superpowers. When those 1st and 2nd level zombies saw the zombie king being killed, they immediately panicked and fled. In a small southwest borderland, 3 level 4 zombies have been planted here. 2 were killed and 1 was imprisoned soon. The news spread like wildfire not only among the survivors, but also in the zombie world, where all the corpses were known for a while. They even turned Jiangtong City into a zombie-forbidden zone. No matter how powerful the zombies are or how high their power levels are, as long as you dare to go in, either climb out vertically or be carried out horizontally. Congratulations to the host. You successfully defeated the zombies and received a reward. The object copy range has been expanded by 1,000 cubic meters. Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by more than 500 people, successfully became the dean of the first Superpower Academy, and received the reward, Energy Replication *2. This ability is simply amazing. Lin Zheng was secretly surprised. Energy *2 means that every time he attacks, he can exert twice the power of before. As the number of energy copies continued to increase, in the later period Lin Zheng's, although his abilities only had single-digit levels, he could produce energy with double-digit abilities. This ability is simply an excellent ability to fight across levels and pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. After the zombie crisis is resolved, enrollment continues. Ma Feng and others quickly walked up and said with a smile to Lin Zheng, "Dean, you are so awesome, can we learn from you in the future?" Lin Zheng glanced at them impatiently. "Give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences." "Dean, we have passed the selection and are already students of the School of Supernatural Powers. You can't drive us away." Ma Feng protested with an angry expression. Xiang Hao also echoed, "Yes, Dean. There are not many people who can pass the college selection. If you drive us away, there will be few people in this college." Li Jiang stepped forward and smiled contemptuously at them. "You have already quit the academy before. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you will die later." Wang Mingming stood up and said, "Dean, we don't have to study with you, but you can't deny the fact that we are students of the college. We did say that we would withdraw from the college, but that is also a helpless choice in times of crisis. I believe you can understand." 10 seconds, what? Wang Mingming didn't hear what Lin Zheng said, so he stretched his head and asked, "Boom." A blast blasted out, directly vaporize his entire body and disappear without a trace. The others were stunned. They didn't expect that the other party would really take action. Ma Feng and others were so frightened that they did not dare to say another word and ran away. In the end, the enrollment work lasted for a whole day. However, the enrollment results were unsatisfactory. Only less than 200 qualified students were recruited. Moreover, their gender rate and physical condition are all very different. There are children of several years old and old men of dozens of years old. There are even people who use wheelchairs and have amputated arms and legs. But their abilities do meet the requirements. This kind of difference is a huge challenge for management, and it certainly cannot be managed according to unified standards. If unified management is carried out, for example, when doing physical training, you will see people of all ages, young and old people in wheelchairs, and people with one leg running together. Therefore, Zhai Xingguo can only be temporarily divided into 4 classes according to age and physical condition. They are juvenile class, middle-aged class, senior class, and special class, that is, students with physical disabilities. And after discussion, Jiang Yidong will lead the junior class, Li Moi will lead the middle-aged class, Li Jiang will lead the senior class, and Zhao Lin and Li Zioru will be in charge of the special class. Although Lin Zheng is the dean, he has nothing to do. But he also made it clear to his students that those who are particularly outstanding can receive personal guidance from him. All the students were extremely excited and set their goal to get personal guidance from the dean. Even if Daxia's first superpower academy is established in this way. But Lin Zheng and the others did not go to class right away. Instead, Zhai Xingguo established a team of instructors and conducted militarized management and training on them first. Zhai Xingguo did not hope to cultivate a group of reckless men with simple minds. Well-developed limbsand who could only yell. What he wants is a team of awakeners who know how to cooperate, obey orders, and at the same time have a sense of responsibility to Daxia. Therefore, in the past few days, Lin Zheng and the others were waiting at Taoyuan base for the day when classes would start. Li Jiang was very excited about becoming a teacher. He didn't expect that he, poor student, could actually become someone else's teacher. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that the class he led was for the elderly. With an average age of 60, he was really afraid that he would train them to death if he didn't pay attention. Or maybe they have poor understanding and cannot teach well at all. But Jiang Yitang doesn't think so. Now is the era of awakening of superpowers. What matters is superpowers, not physical ability. It is the teacher's responsibility to teach poorly. Not the students at this time. Li Moi smiled and said, Yes, Sister Yidong, I think you are right, however. Having said that, the middle-aged class I lead will definitely become the strongest class in the college. Jiang Yidong was obviously unconvinced orally. You are so confident, Sister Yidong. You don't think that the group of children you brought can become the number one in the academy? Jiang Yidong tilted his head. Why not? Then let's make a bet for half of you. To see who leads a stronger class, Li Moi said. Jiang Yitang nodded without hesitation. What are you betting on? Bet on who is the second in command of Taoyuan base. Make a deal. Li Jiang watched the two of them make a bet, but completely ignored himself, obviously unconvinced. Why you think I don't exist, but I want to participate too? Whatever, Jiang Yidong said lightly at this time. Xiao Lin and Li Xiaoru came over with sad faces. Li Jiang knew what they were worried about at a glance. The two of them are in charge of a special class. And they are all awakened persons with physical disabilities. That's what a headache is, as everyone knows. The students in the special class are basically those who have awakened spiritual powers. Under the training of Li Xiaoru and Xiao Lin, they will grow into a super team capable of killing people invisible. At this time, Lin Zheng stood in front of Gangdan and asked expectantly, How is it? Are we about to break through? Gangdan said nothing and was practicing with his eyes closed. In front of him was a pile of crystal nuclei that had lost their light. It seems that he has encountered a bottleneck. No matter how many crystal nuclei he absorbs, he cannot break through to the 5th level. But she could also feel that the 5th level was very close. Only one step away, but she couldn't take this step, which made her extremely depressed. HMPH. You think it's so easy to break through to the 5th level? You ignorant human beings. Gangdan said in a very unhappy tone. She had been brought here by Lin Zheng for several days. Although she could not die by sucking the crystal core, she always felt itchy all over because she had not sucked the flesh and blood of a living person for a long time. She was restless and uncomfortable, and even felt the spirit is depressed. Living flesh and blood is to zombies just like drugs are to humans. It is addictive once you stop using it. Various withdrawal reactions will occur. No wonder these zombies are desperate to eat living people. It turns out that if they don't eat, it will cause many uncomfortable physiological reactions. But Lin Zheng had a smile on his face, because he found that the aura on the female zombie was rising suddenly. Rising exponentially. The female zombie was stunned. How do you know? He will also roar from time to time like an angry beast, and the rotten flesh on his face will turn gray and black, amid a foul odor and ooze yellow pus. Lin Zheng nodded and whispered to himself, Are you being greatly stimulated? Or are you on the verge of deaths? You really killed my husband. She still seemed a little unbelievable and confirmed again. Then he came to the super iron cage and said to the female zombie, I have a way to help you break through to the 5th level. Although she didn't know why the other party captured her, and wanted to help her break through her cultivation level. The female zombie always remained vigilant. She always felt that the human kid in front of her had no good intentions. How could I not know I killed him? Lin Zheng lowered his head and thought for a while. As if he thought of something, wow then. She looked at Lin Zheng with resentful eyes and said in a deep voice, "Human boy. Your death has come." When the female zombie heard this, she was about to get angry, but then she calmed down and said, "Why you want to anger me in this way, human boy? You are too young." He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this the 5th level of strength? It is not even a little bit different from the 4th level peak. I am afraid that dozens of 4th level peaks may not be able to beat an early 5th level one." Lin Zheng nodded. "Why your husband's wings are here? You still don't believe it. Breaking through the 5th level requires certain opportunities. For example, a sudden great stimulation may stimulate a person's potential ability and force a breakthrough. Or on the edge of death, he may be stimulated by the consciousness of survival and force a breakthrough. Being on the verge of death is too risky. If someone fails to control it well and kills this female zombie, Lin Zheng really doesn't know where to catch another 4th level peak zombie for a while." A strong wave of energy spread out, and then a surge of energy burst out from her body, forcing Lin Zheng to take a few steps back. The female zombie looked at Lin Zheng with suspicion. "Are you so kind? These are my husband's wings." The female zombie's expression changed drastically. She stared at Lin Zheng with a look that wanted to eat Lin Zheng alive, twitching his muscles and peeling off his bones. Ho 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 ho, as for this being a big stimulus. The female zombie let out an angry roar and rushed towards Lin Zheng, but was blocked by the super iron cage. She grabbed the railing with both hands, shook it desperately and screamed at Lin Zheng, "Damn human. I want to kill you. I'm going to kill you." The system promptly prompted. Then Lin Zheng asked the female zombie, "Do you have a husband?" "I had a husband. I didn't expect that I would break through to the 5th level." Lin Zheng was a little surprised. After absorbing so many 4th-order crystal nuclei, he still failed to break through to 5th order. It shouldn't be. Could it be that he still lacks something that he doesn't know about? The female zombie became more and more excited, and her movements became more and more intense. This means that zombies and humans are inevitable enemies. Bangs! Then Lin Zheng waved his right hand, and the pair of 4th-level mutant wings appeared out of thin air, floating in front of the female zombie. For example, at the beginning, Gandon would often spit out acidic water, just like turning on a faucet, and a big puddle would form when he spit it out. Seeing the changes taking place in her body, the female zombie turned from sadness to joy, and actually started laughing. "You should recognize this, then." The steel egg punched the super iron cage hard, making a clanging sound. Clang. The crisp sound of metal collision echoed back and forth in the safe house. The next second, a heartbreaking pain came from his arm. Gandon's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Then, his right hand suddenly dropped down, like a piece of softened rubber. She looked at the super iron cage with a bitter look on her face. This broken iron cage can't really contain 8th-level zombies. Can it? What did you do to lie to me? Ah. The steel egg suddenly collapsed on the ground. His eyes were lifeless. If this was really the case, he would have to practice until the end of the year to break through to the 8th level. Maybe I will never be able to break through at this time. Lin Zheng suddenly sat down cross-legged, took out a lot of crystal nuclei and started practicing. Those crystal nuclei slowly floated around Lin Zheng and began to rotate slowly. The energy visible to the naked eye was released from the crystal core in threads, and was absorbed by Lin Zheng. At this time, Gangdon, whose face was full of mourning, noticed Lin Zheng's chain, put his face against the fence and looked at him in surprise. He seems to be breaking through to the 5th level. What is the origin of this human being? And why are there so many surprising things? Just when Gang Dan was in a daze, bang, a wave of air hit, almost knocking the steel egg to the ground. The intensity of this wave was obviously much greater than when the steel egg broke through. Lin Zheng stood up suddenly and felt the changes on his body carefully. This feeling is very strange. He can feel the flow of blood and the movement of breath in his limbs and bones. You can even clearly describe the direction of the muscles and veins in your whole body in your mind. Lin Zheng couldn't help but be surprised. The muscles and veins of the human body are crisscrossed and extremely complex. Is this the fifth level? Not only does the strength increase, but also the ability to introspect oneself begins. I don't know what changes will happen if I break through to the sixth level, seventh level, or even eighth level. Lin Zheng began to look forward to it. Human boy, what's the secret about you? Why did you break through the fifth level so quickly? And why do you still have this iron cage that can bind the eighth level zombies? Gang Dan couldn't restrain his inner curiosity and asked Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng just smiled indifferently. In this world, there are always people who will be at the forefront. After that, Lin Zheng walked out of the safe house, leaving Gang Dan alone with a confused face. At this time, outside the safe house, Li Moi punched the ground not far away. Rumble. It actually blasted a large black hole into the ground. Ever since Jiang Yidong broke through to the early stage of the fourth level, Li Moi practiced like a man possessed every day. Now he is only one step away from breaking through to the fourth level. Seeing Lin Zheng, Li Moi was overjoyed. He was worried about how to break through. When he saw Lin Zheng, he thought that if he had a few moves with his seniors, he might be able to learn how to break through from the battle. Senior, I have encountered a bottleneck recently. Can I go through a few tricks with you and see if I can find a way to break through? Li Moi stood beside Lin Zheng respectfully like a student and asked. Lin Zheng thought for a while. He had just broken through to the fifth level, so he could use it a little to see how powerful it was. And then nodded. Okay. Li Moi looked excited. Senior, please pay attention. Me Thunder Fist has improved a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out and a bolt of lightning struck towards Lin Zheng. Suddenly, Lin Zheng's eyes lit up and his whole body was startled. The air around him began to make a tearing sound. The lightning turned into a star point and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it was swallowed by space. The surrounding space also made terrifying sonic boom sounds. Li Moi looked around in horror, his face turned pale. This battle is like a catastrophe. The corner of his mouth twitched and he looked at Lin Zheng blankly, as if he was saying, "Scenario, you don't have to." Boom, boom, boom. The next second, a violent explosion occurred all around. When Lin Zheng saw it, he immediately forcibly suppressed his superpower. What's going on? I obviously didn't take action. So why did the power activate on its own? Lin Zheng was a little curious as he looked at the scene happening in front of him. After breaking through to the fifth level, the body of the awakened person can feel the danger and react on its own. The system explained. Lin Zheng nodded. It turns out that after breaking through to the fifth level, the body will react on its own, which is equivalent to the body beginning to slowly awaken to consciousness. He looked at Li Moi, fortunately stopped in time. Otherwise, he might have turned into a pile of ashes. Senior, Li Moi said blankly. Lin Zheng waved his hand and said, there was an accident just now. Come on, I will continue to practice with you. Li Moi reacted and said hurriedly, what, senior? Jiang asked me to help him wash the dishes. I went first. After that, he left as if running away. Successful. Successful, finally successful. Suddenly, Academician Li Camping's voice came from a corner of the base. After everyone heard this, they all walked towards it. If this continues, they will never be able to turn around. Oh, if this continues. In these days of food shortage, whoever controls the food supply will have the highest power. The mission is completed. Help Li Camping complete the research on mutant rice and receive the reward, Super Mask. I saw Academician Li Camping, covered in mud and with a tired face, standing in the experimental field with his trouser legs rolled up. And those who do not have food will be crazily squeezed, exploited, and even trampled and humiliated by those who have food for that little food. Lin Zheng nodded. Academician Li. Thank you for your hard work, Li Camping said. Zio Lin. If you don't mind, can I continue to do research here? Bite Lai Camping looked at Lin Zheng, took his right hand, solemnly placed the notebook in his hand and said, Xiao Lin, although you seem to keep strangers away, I know you are not bad. You just hate evil as much as you hate it. I believe that only in this way can you distinguish right from wrong. So I will give you this method. It is in your hands, I can rest assured. Li Camping smiled slightly and said, the people there are very complicated. As a scientific researcher, I really can't tell who is good or bad. I don't know how to make a decision, Xiao. Although you are very strong, I'm afraid you'll be confused. When the base expands, the photomask will expand on its own. Lin Zheng took the notebook and said, Academician Li, didn't you ask me to hand it over to the Huaxia? No. One base for you, this will lead to an endless cycle. If you don't have enough to eat, you won't have the energy to do other things, including practicing. You have to work hard every day for those who have food. But the harder you work, the more energy you use up and the hungrier you get, sure. The experimental field is full of green mutant rice. Li Camping's face was filled with gratitude, and he patted Lin Zheng on the shoulder. Thank you, Xiao Lin. Lin Zheng saw what he was thinking and asked, Academician Li, do you have something on your mind? You might as well tell me. Academician Li, it turns out that you are worried about this. Don't worry, I am willing to go to Huaxia base, no one for you. Find a trustworthy person, and then hand this book into his hands. Lin Zheng said solemnly. Trigger the task and hand over the mutant rice planting method to Li Renping. And even if they do this, they can only get enough food to survive. And they will never have enough to eat. When Li Camping saw Lin Zheng and others coming, he said excitedly, Xiao Lin, I finally succeeded. The seeds of this mutant rice can be planted again. If this method is obtained by ambitious people, they will definitely hide it in the snow, and then secretly grow food to control other people. Task reward, increase the number of energy copies. Lin Zheng smiled knowingly. It has been automatically installed on Taoyuan base for the host. The host can set access permissions for base personnel by themselves. Bite Xiao Lin, although the research on this mutant rice has been successful, I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. This mutant rice needs to be planted according to a special method. I have recorded this method in this book. If this book is used by someone with evil intentions, if you get it will cause countless disasters. Current Lith's mask can withstand nuclear bomb attacks, which is equivalent to a full blow from an 8th level zombie. Li Camping also nodded, and then looked at the mutant rice in the experimental field, as if he was thinking about something. This is really a considerate system. Never let yourself work in vain. The world will be polarized. People who have food can do nothing and just sit back and enjoy it. Academician Li, what are your plans next? Lin Zheng asked Hangzhou Soaring Eagle Base. Report to the Lord, we have found out clearly. Tu Hongwei's team was strangled in Jiangtang City, and the entire army was wiped out when Wang Miao, the Lord of the Flying Eagle Base, heard this. His face darkened and he suddenly crushed the cup in his hand. Is it Yan Hai? Before they set out to capture Li Camping, they had already figured out their situation and learned that a man named Yan Hai was leading a team to protect Li Camping. Therefore, Wang Miao naturally thought that Tu Hongwei's team was captured by Yan Hai. Killed by Hai's troops, returned to the Lord. It was not Yan Hai and the others who did this. Oh. Wang Miao suddenly became interested, sat up, and waited for his subordinate to continue talking. According to our investigation, Tu Hongwei's team was killed by a lord named Lin Zheng in Jiangtang City. Lin Zheng. Wang Miao seemed to be thinking about something, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't think of this person. He is familiar with the lords of various major bases in Daxia, the captains of some super teams and some ruthless people. He has never heard of a person like Lin Zheng. What's the name of the base he commands? Wang Miao asked. Taoyuan base, Taoyuan base. Is it among the top 500 bases? Wang Miao tilted his head and asked. We have checked and found that Taoyuan base is not among the top 500 bases. And Lin Zheng is not among the top 100 ruthless people. Hearing this, Wang Miao took a breath and relaxed his expression. The strength of Tu Hongwei's team is not bad. They were probably plotted by someone. So the boat capsized in the gutter. Based on the information provided by his subordinates, Wang Miao couldn't help but guess that. I think Li Camping's mutant rice must have been successfully researched. I don't know how many bases are eyeing him. If we can master the cultivation of mutant rice, our Feiying base will become the first of the top 500 bases. And it will be just around the corner, Lord. Should we continue sending people to Jiangtang City? Wang Miao smiled slightly. To ensure nothing goes wrong this time, I will personally lead the team to visit the so-called Taoyuan base. What lord, you have to take action yourself? Yes, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The future development of the Flying Eagle base depends on this time. Wang Miao's eyes darkened and he was extremely sinister. At this time, another subordinate hurriedly ran in from outside. Looking panicked, report to the lord. Wang Miao looked displeased. What's going on? You're in such a hurry, report. Report to the Lord Zhu. Zhu Xiaming is here to see you. What? Wang Miao was shocked when he heard the name, and almost fell off his chair, as if he heard something terrifying. Is it Zhu Xiaming who is ranked among the top 100 ruthless people? The men nodded with horror on their faces. That's him. Lord Aoi is Zhu Xiaming, the top one on the list of the top 100 ruthless people. Coming to our base, what should we do, Lord? The previous subordinate also looked at Wang Miao with horror on his face. Zhu Xiaming's ruthless story was familiar to them. It is said that the lords of small and medium-sized bases are interested in Zhu Xiaming's supplies and want to take them for themselves. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaming counterattacked and cut off the lord's head and hung it on the gate of their base. When the people at the base learned about it, they were furious and issued a reward for Zhu Xiaming's head. They also mobilized the entire base to spare no effort to strangle Zhu Xiaming. After Zhu Xiaming heard the reward, he didn't panic at all. Instead of running away, he took the initiative to come to the door and slaughtered all the hundreds of people in the base. The entire base was covered in blood. Broken arms and limbs were everywhere, and there was a faint smell of barbecue in the air. Because it is said that Zhu Xiaming's awakened power is explosion, which can generate temperatures of thousands of degrees in an instant. Likewise, when the young master of a medium-sized base went out to search for supplies, he happened to meet Zhu Xiaming, who was also searching for supplies. He used some dirty methods to plot against Zhu Xiaming. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaming was very strong and only suffered minor injuries, and his supplies were saved. Seeing that he couldn't defeat the opponent, the young man fled to his base with all his strength. He finally escaped back to the base and taunted Zhu Xiaming on the wall of the base. He said that next time he encountered him, he would be cut into pieces and thrown to the dogs. When Zhu Xiaming heard this, he slowly put down the supplies and used blasting force to open the door of the base. This medium-sized base is no better than the small and medium-sized base. It has many experts and is also equipped with many heavy weapons. Zhu Xiaming fought for a day and a night. His whole body was stained red with blood, and his body was covered with hideous wounds. And the ground was full of corpses of members of that base. At last, only the Lord and that young man are left in the entire base. The Lord's strength is not low, although not as good as Zhu Xiaming. But Zhu Xiaming was seriously injured at this time, and his strength is more than enough to deal with the current Zhu Xiaming. But he didn't dare to do it rashly. After all, a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. If the other party went crazy regardless of life and death, he wouldn't get much benefit, and maybe both sides would suffer. Zhu Xiaming, my son just hurt you, and now you have slaughtered my entire base. The score is settled, you can leave. I don't want to embarrass you anymore. The young master was originally so frightened by Zhu Xiaming's madness and bloodthirsty that he trembled. Now with his father's help and the fact that the other party was seriously injured, He became arrogant again. Dad, you can't let him go. Capture him, I will torture him to death slowly. Snap. The Lord slapped him with his backhand, wishing he could tear this unfilial son alive. If he angered him, he was seeking death. Shut up, you be *****D, are you trying to kill me? Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaming slowly raised his head at this time. The hair on his forehead was stained with blood and formed into locks. Drops of black blood fell from it. Zhu Xiaming looked at the father and son with his blood-red eyes, like a vicious wolf looking at its prey, full of murderous intent and extremely cold. Seeing their father and son, they couldn't help but take a step back and swallowed. Zhu Xiaming, please go, we won't argue with you anymore. When the Lord said, Thishi's voice was trembling, and his expression was like saying, Zhu Xiaming, I beg you, please leave quickly, but I couldn't help but say, it's really a life-and-death struggle to save face. The young master was also frightened by Zhu Xiaming's ghost-like appearance, and his legs trembled. Zhu Xiaming, you. Just go away, I won't cause you any trouble in the future. Snort. Suddenly Zhu Xiaming snorted coldly, slowly opened his mouth, and said coldly, you don't care about it anymore. But I want to care about it. Zhu Xiaming, don't force us. The worst we can do is to kill the fish and break the net, which will be of no benefit to you, Zhu Xiaming sneered. The fish is dead and the net is broken. Do you have the qualifications, Dong Dong? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved, and a shadow flashed past. Two heads fell to the ground. Looking at the two heads on the ground, Zhu Xiaming spat and said with disgust on his face, there's so much nonsense. Since then, Zhu Xiaming became famous in one battle and became the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people. Recalling Zhu Xiaming's deeds, Wang Miao felt his scalp numb, his stomach churned, and he almost vomited. His flying eagle base is only a small to medium-sized base. If he accidentally angers him, the flying eagle base may inevitably be destroyed. Quick, go and invite him in. Wang Miao spoke urgently, fearing that he would be too late and make the killing god feel that he was neglecting and anger him. While talking, Zhu Xiaming had already arrived in front of Wang Miao under the leadership of a younger brother. Wang Miao took a closer look and saw a man wearing a brown cloak. His hair was a little long and covered half of his face. However, just from the exposed half of his face, he could feel the murderous look on his face. Wang Miao was trembling when he saw it, especially the exposed eye which never blinked. It looked like the eye of a wild beast. Looking at it for more than a second made him feel uncomfortable all over. Wang Miao hurriedly stood up from the chair and came to Zhu Xiaming. However, Zhu Xiaming walked to a chair and sat down slowly. Mr. Zhu Xiaming, why are you here with us? Wang Miao's voice was trembling slightly, but he was trying his best to restrain himself. Hoping to appear calmer, Zhu Xiaming slowly looked at Wang Miao, and then said in a deep voice, it's nothing. I passed by your base and I happened to be out of supplies. I just wanted to ask you to borrow some supplies. To put it nicely, it is borrowing, but in fact it is openly robbing. I said I'm borrowing it to give you some face. But if you don't want face, then I'll take it openly. Wang Miao naturally understood what he meant. Although he was extremely unhappy, there was nothing he could do about it. Either obediently give supplies, or be killed by the other party and forced to give supplies. Wang Miao can clearly distinguish the difference between the two. Sir Zhu Xiaming, how much supplies do you want? Zhu Xiaming thought for a while and then said, 30 kilograms of water and 30 kilograms of compressed food. After Wang Miao heard this, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his body. 1 kilogram of water is enough for 5 people to drink for one day. 30 kilograms is the amount of water that 150 people can drink for one day. 1 kilogram of compressed food can feed 6 people for a day. And 30 kilograms of compressed food can feed 180 people for a day. How could I not feel distressed when Zhu Xiaming took him away like this? Wang Miao tried his best to restrain his emotions and said to his men, go quickly and help Mr. Zhu Xiaming get supplies. The subordinate hesitated, Lord this. When Wang Miao saw it, his heart was almost frightened. You want to push me to hell, right? Just kick him away. What the hell, it's our honor for Mr. Zhu Xiaming to come to our base to borrow supplies. Who are you showing off to by your damn hesitation and arrogance? The man immediately got up from the ground and said, yes. Lord, I will go get the supplies right away, soon. The men brought the supplies back them into 2 large bags and gently placed them in front of Zhu Xiaming. Zhu Xiaming stood up holding a bag in each hand, looking extremely relaxed, as if he was carrying 2 bags of cotton. Thank you very much. When I come back from Jiangtong City this time, I can help you with something as compensation. Zhu Xiaming returned to ruthlessness, but he was clear about love and hate, and he still retained basic human nature and morality. He did not rob and plunder everywhere and kill people without any reason like those who have completely lost their humanity. They have completely reduced themselves to beasts. Wang Miao was a little surprised when he heard this, first. He didn't expect that the other party would actually repay him. Second, the other party also wanted to go to Jiangtong City. Sir, what a coincidence. I am also going to leave for Jiangtong City. Wang Miao smiled and said. Zhu Xiaming looked back at him and said, that's just right. I'll go with you to make sure you have a safe journey. So that's compensation. Wang Miao was overjoyed when he heard this. There were many dangers along the way. Not only would he face threats from zombies, but also plots from other survivors. If he had the top 1 on the list of the top 100 ruthless people to escort him, no one would dare to do so along the way invade. The name Zhu Xiaming alone is enough to scare away those who have ideas about him. Okay, sir, please wait for a moment while I pack up. Select a few followers and set off immediately. Rumbled. A violent earthquake suddenly occurred along the coast of Daxia. The whole earth trembled violently and countless buildings collapsed. Everyone was terrified, thinking it was another round of devastating natural disasters. Large groups of strange-looking birds appeared in the sky. Various mutant animals appeared on the ground, including earthworms several meters long, rats with dozens of legs and snakes with 3 heads. At the same time, a huge hole opened in some places, and some sleeping high-level zombies were slowly waking up. There are also those who have been dead for thousands of years, under the influence of the fog. Although there are only white bones left, their flesh and blood are slowly recovering like 3D printing. The recovery speed is very slow. The originally dark gray bones slowly regain their luster and turn into lime-like white. And then countless red dots are attached to them, so densely packed that it makes one's scalp numb. That should be the flesh and blood that grew under the influence of the mist. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that those ancient people who had been dead for hundreds or thousands of years would slowly be resurrected? What a scene the world is like. But the survivors on Blue Star are either still immersed in fear, or they are still worried about what to eat tomorrow. I have no idea about these things happening in secret. The cause of this earthquake was that all the plates of Blue Star were finally spliced together, and the violent collision that occurred at the edge of the plates. This collision caused thousands of meters of mountains to be squeezed out from the edge of the plate, which still isolated each plate. But crossing a mountain is easier than crossing a sea. Now that all sectors have come together, it is only a matter of time to break through these obstacles. The official bases on each plate also discovered this unprecedented earthquake at the first time. Through monitoring with the few remaining satellites, they were surprised to find that the entire Blue Star's plates came together to form a super large plate. For a time, all official bases were in panic. This was an unprecedented change at the same time. They also keenly discovered that this was also an unprecedented crisis. The official bases in various sectors responded quickly and immediately convened high-level officials to discuss response policies. They know very well that it is absolutely impossible for a large number of people from different countries, different backgrounds, and different civilizations to live together in peace. Even if you want to live in peace, you cannot ensure that others want to live in peace with you. So they fell into mutual suspicion. In the current situation, the entire blue star is like a huge dark forest. Everyone is not sure whether the other is good or bad. But as long as you appear in my territory, I will definitely kill you. Some big countries, such as the Beautiful Country and the White Bear Country, have other official bases. The nuclear bombs are all in preparation for war, and the weapon systems are fully activated, ready to eliminate all unknown intruders at any time. But at the same time, they were ready to cross the mountains to snatch the only supplies on Blue Star. There are also some countries that like to cause trouble everywhere before the end of the world. But now they are trembling. They have to always be on guard against attacks from official bases of other countries. Under the escort of Zhu Xiaming, Wang Miao led an elite force of 50 people and arrived in Jiangtang City smoothly. The purpose of Zhu Xiaming's return to Jiangtang City this time was to pay homage to his dead girlfriend. Back then, he listened to the words of the Lord of Taoyuan Base and decided to go out and make his own way. In the end, with his efforts, he successfully won the title of Top 100 Ruthless People. However, he knew very well that in this kind of world, he would not be able to go far alone. So next he had to prepare to establish his own power. He was determined to build a peaceful base where the old, weak women and children could live safely. This is his obsession and his inner demon. So before preparing to establish his own power, he decided to go back to Jiangtang City to visit his girlfriend, say goodbye to the past and prepare to start a new life. At this moment, they were standing on a main road entering Jiangtang City. Zhu Xiaming looked ahead, feeling a little sad. His eyes became hazy unconsciously, and scenes from the past appeared before his eyes, as if they happened yesterday. I'm back after all. Wang Miao noticed Zhu Xiaming's abnormality and couldn't help but asked curiously, "Master Zhu, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Xiaming just said coldly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Otherwise you will die." As soon as these words came out, Wang Miao immediately hissed and did not dare to say another word. Zhu Xiaming glanced at him and said again, "Okay. I have successfully escorted you to Jiangtang City. There is no relationship between us anymore." After saying that, he turned and left. Wang Miao looked at the back and couldn't help but sigh, "If he can join our Flying Eagle base, then the Flying Eagle base will definitely enter the top 200 bases in one fell swoop." But this is just his wishful thinking. He came back to his senses. And now they still have business to do, is to arrest people. And the other is to take revenge. Wang Miao is not a brainless person. He will never rush in without being familiar with this place. So he sent a few people to investigate first. Soon, the investigators came back report to the Lord. "We have found the location of Taoyuan Base, which is in the western suburbs of Jiangtang City, less than 10 kilometers away. According to our observation, this Taoyuan base can't be smaller. It can accommodate up to 100 people. And there are no guards around their base. It must be a temporary base established by ordinary survivors." Wang Miao frowned after hearing this, and couldn't help but become more curious. Tu Hongwei's team was considered an elite in the Flying Eagle base. How could they die at the hands of someone from such a small and broken base? The scout continued, "Lord, in addition, we also discovered a special base in the city center." "Oh, a special base?" Wang Miao suddenly became interested. "The gate of the base says Daxia's No. 1 Superpower Academy. There are armed soldiers guarding the gate. And from the noise coming from inside, it seems there are quite a few people there. And they are trainings." This is the notice Wang Miao recalled not long ago. The enrollment promotion of Daxia's No. 1 College of Supernatural Powers. When he heard the generous terms offered, Wang Miao immediately judged that this was a conspiracy based on his experience. That is to attract the awakened people, perhaps to force them to surrender, or perhaps to make them into rations. But he never expected that this so-called No. 1 Superpower Academy in Daxia was actually real. He smiled slightly and said to himself, "It's interesting. I can go and take a look after the matter is settled." After the scout calmed down for a while, continued, Lord. Yanhai's troops are stationed not far ahead. If we don't want to conflict with them, we can enter the city from another direction. Wang Miao nodded after hearing this. He was not afraid of Yanhai. But this matter had to be resolved quickly and could not be delayed. Otherwise, when people from other bases arrived, he might not even be able to drink the soup in this way. Wang Miao quietly entered Jiangtang City from another direction with an elite force of 50 people. Taoyuan Basi, no matter what secrets you have. Now that I am here in person, the only thing that will greet you is destruction. At this time, Zhu Xiaoming, who was walking on the road, suddenly stopped. A gust of wind blew in front of him and swept a white plastic bag into the sky. He looked at the white plastic bag as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly she was overjoyed, her blood was gushing. Suddenly, he whispered, I wonder how my little brothers are doing now. After the gate opened, people behind quickly followed. And within a short while they all entered the base. Then he waved to the people behind him. And everyone immediately pulled the gun bolts, opened the safety and entered combat readiness. Everyone listen up when you rush in later. Kill them all without leaving anyone behind. In order to prevent his girlfriend's body from being eaten by zombies. Zhu Xiaoming carried Liu Xiaomai's body and walked for a long time until he came to a deep mountain forest, and then buried his girlfriend's body. But looking at the super iron cage in front of her, she was brought back to reality. This super iron cage can trap 8th level zombies. Will she really have the day to get out? The reason was that Lin Zheng had not yet had time to set entry and exit permissions for everyone. So he left a gap at the gate to facilitate other people's entry and exit. Suddenly, a loud noise caught her attention. She looked up and found piles of fresh flesh and blood appearing in front of her eyes. Lin Zheng and others also went to the academy. I saw the leading boy coming to the gate of Taoyuan base, slamming the door lock, and then kicked the door open with a fierce kick. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, in order to allow the steel egg to practice well. Lin Zheng deliberately moved it outside the safe house and under the wall near the southeast corner to breathe fresh air and adjust his mentality. Yes. Academician Li Camping and his assistant Xiao Wang happened to go out to collect other types of mutant rice samples. Paji at this time, the Taoyuan base was shrouded in a super light mask. But there was a gap at the gates. Gang Dan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, bored and dazed, looking east and west, imagining all the time in his mind that when he went out, he would cut Lin Zheng into pieces, ha ha ha. Can I really eat fresh and delicious living human flesh and blood? Wang Miao and others soon arrived at the gate of Taoyuan base. The white plastic bag suddenly fell to the ground, making a crackling noise. Zhu Xiaoming's mind also woke up at this moment. When the younger brother heard this, he immediately understood when Wang Miao heard this. He smiled disdainfully, humph. Are they qualified to negotiate with me? After making the decision, he immediately turned around and headed towards Jiangtang City. Therefore, there is no one in Taoyuan base at this moment. If we insist on saying that there is someone, then there is indeed one. And that is the 5th level zombie queen who is locked in a super iron cage, steel egg. After entering the Basith, he looked around cautiously, thinking that there would be many survivors. But they never thought that it was empty without a single person. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but shed tears of sadness. Why don't we go see our little brothers first? As I thought about it, I couldn't help laughing. Lord, should we attack directly or negotiate with them first? After licking his tongue, he said excitedly, I can finally eat meat, da da da. After a group of them rushed in, they looked at the empty base. They were stunned for a few seconds and then woke up. Wang Miao looked at the subordinate next to him. Are you sure this is the right one? The boy scratched his head, feeling unconfident. He returned to the gate of the base and took a look. It did have the 4 characters Taoyuan base written on it. That's right, Lord, this is Taoyuan base. Where are the people this? I'm not very clear either. After the boy said that, Wang Miao kicked him away and said angrily, damn. You must have made a mistake. This is obviously an abandoned base. The younger brother got up from the ground, covering his stomach with one hand and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other. His eyes were frightened and he kept looking around, trying to find a figure from this place. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a cage in the corner of the base. He looked at it carefully, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Lord, there is someone over there, there is someone over there. He shouted excitedly, pointing to the iron cage in the corner. Wang Miao looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough he saw a person in an iron cage not far away. He could vaguely tell that it was a woman. The smile on his face gradually became abnormal. Come on, brothers, it seems to be a woman, go and have a look. After hearing this, everyone immediately became excited and howled like a group of monkeys. Then under the leadership of Wang Miao, more than 50 young and strong men walked towards a 5th-level zombie that had not eaten flesh and blood for many days. When Gang Dan saw the people walking towards him, he was also startled. He was thinking of ways to attract them, but he didn't expect them to come all by themselves. When Wang Miao and others approached, they saw clearly that there was a female zombie in the cage. F***K, it's actually a zombie, what a bummer. Wang Miao spat into the iron cage. Disappointment first appeared on his face, then disgust. Lord Thai's female zombie seems to have been imprisoned here, which means there are people here. Maybe they just happened to go out to collect supplies. Wang Miao thought for a while and felt that this was very possible. He nodded slightly and looked at Gangdan again. This time his eyes became playful. The people in this base are so perverted. They actually raise zombies, they are only females. Lord, what should we do now? Wang Miao glanced at the steel egg, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and showed a terrifying smile. Crush this female zombie into a sieve for me, and then wait for them to come back. Yes, Lord. Several of his men nodded to Wang Miao, then walked towards the iron cage to surround him, then raised their rifles and pointed them at the steel egg. Gangdan, who was silent at first, slowly showed a smile on his face when he saw so many people surrounding him. Hey. I saw her grinning, looking eerie and terrifying. Fire. Duh, in an instant intensive gunshots rang out, and countless bullets were fired at the steel egg slowly. White smoke filled the air, and they didn't stop until Gang Dan's figure was submerged. Report to the Lord. The female zombie has been beaten into a sieve. Wang Miao nodded, but before he could react, the man in front of him suddenly seemed to be caught by something and quickly backed away. Ah, the subordinate yelled in horror. His face full of fur, the weapon in his hand fell to the ground, and his limbs kept fluttering in the air. Wang Miao's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, staring behind the subordinate with his eyes. Several more screams sounded at the same time. Wang Miao's eyes widened. He looked again and saw several men hanging in the air at the same time, flying fiercely in the same direction. And that place is the iron cage. What's going on? Wang Miao suddenly felt frightened and indescribable panic. Bang, bang, bangs. The men slammed into the iron cage, making a clanging sound. Did you stop? Wang Miao watched this scene from a distance and said to himself in horror. The female zombie in the cage is very strong. Ridiculously strong. I saw the steel egg inside the iron cage, holding 2 human heads in its hands, and a piece of raw meat hanging from the corner of its mouth, chewing continuously. Save us at the same time. Those awakened people also frantically used their powers towards the iron cage, and a strange color suddenly flashed. At the same time, the smoke is slowly dissipating, and the scene inside the iron cage is gradually becoming clearer. There was an explosion, and the corpses were blown into a bloody mist. Wow. His body was soaked in blood and his hair was in clumps, as if he had just stepped out of a sea of blood. Pang. He made a quick decision and shouted to everyone, shoot. Shoot, click, blowing up a puff of dust. Wang Miao looked towards the iron cage, her heart pounding. Is it done? When Wang Miao and others saw the scene clearly, Even though they killed countless people and used ruthless methods, they were really frightened to the point where their hearts beat wildly. Their backs felt cold. The hairs all over their bodies stood up, and they broke out in cold sweat suddenly. Their wailing stopped abruptly, and then their bodies were broken alive and then compressed, and finally sucked into the iron fence that was only 1 centimeter wide. At this time, Gang Dan had a strange smile on his face. His eyes turned fish-white, and he stared at Wang Miao and others closely. She suddenly let out a breath that smelled strongly of blood, opened her big black mouth, and exposed her bloody fangs with pieces of meat hanging on them. All the men clung tightly to the iron cage, with painful expressions on their faces, wailing sounds from their mouths, and their expressions were distorted in front of her. There was a disemboweled corpse lying, and the contents inside were slowly flowing out, exuding a fishy stench. Click soon. The gunfire slowly stopped, and the awakened ones also put away their powers. Save us. I saw that the bodies of those people were slowly twisting and deforming, and they kept stuffing into the iron cage, as if there was a super powerful suction machine inside. Wang Miao and others were so frightened that their legs weakened and they fell to their knees, gasping for air when they tried to get up. They suddenly felt a strong pressure sweeping over them, pressing heavily on themselves. The rest of the people also reacted quickly, raised the guns in their hands, and fired wildly at the female zombie. Lines of fire converged towards the iron cage. Wang Miao slowly looked up at the female zombie again, and then realized that something had happened. The whole body fell to the ground again, and at the same time a gust of wind blew to the ground. There was a sound of fine bone cracking, followed by even more painful wails. They kept calling for help to their companions who were hiding far away. But their companions were indifferent. They just watched quietly and kept moving back. If anything was abnormal, they would run away at any time. Suddenly she opened her mouth and smiled, making a sharp cry like some kind of monster. Hey, hey, hey. Before the smoke and light had dissipated, Wang Miao and others heard a frightening and shrill laughter, which was weird and terrifying, like the sneer of evil spirits from hell. Wang Miao instantly felt his heart pounding, and his back felt like a cold, poisonous snake crawling across his back, giving him a chill. The scene in the iron cage becomes clearer and clearer. I saw Gang Dan grinning with a big mouth full of blood. His eyes widened and a strange smile on his face. Just looking at it can make your bladder tremble and your heart stop. Despair. An endless despair surged from the depths of Wang Miao's heart. The strength of that zombie was far beyond their knowledge. He never expected that there would be such a powerful zombie in a small base in the southwest border. He also gradually understood how Tu Hongwei and the others capsized their boat here, just when he thought he was about to become zombie food. A group of heavily armed men broke in from the gates. Wang Miao took a closer look and his eyes lit up. He knew the person coming. It was Mo Russian from the War Wolf base in Huwu City. Wolf Warrior base ranks 187th among the top 500 bases, which is much higher than Flying Eagle base. So their equipment is obviously much better, and the overall strength of their teammates is also much stronger. Flying Eagle base Wang Miao. Mo Russian frowned when he saw Wang Miao, as if he was not surprised that he appeared here. Wang Miao, since we are here at the Wolf Warriors base, you should stop trying to trick Li Camping and get out of here. Obviously, Mo Russian knew Wang Miao's purpose of coming here. They all came here for Li Camping. Wang Miao looked sad when he heard this. Do you think I don't want to leave? I can't leave, right? But suddenly, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the huge pressure on his body disappeared in an instant. They suddenly stood up from the ground and ran as hard as they could toward the outside of the base. Some of them didn't even need their guns. Seeing the people at the Flying Eagle base fleeing, Mo Russian smoothed his bankscold his men and said, see, this is called strength. Let's just say one word and scare them to pieces. That's it, Lord. The level of our Wolf Warrior base and the level of his Flying Eagle base are worthy of being compared with us. Mo Russian was very impressed by these words, with a proud smile on his face, and patted the shoulder of his subordinate. Stop talking nonsense, you kid. We have received information that Li Camping is researching mutant rice here. Hurry up and lead people around. If we wait for other powerful bases to search, we won't have any share, yes lord. I will take the brothers to search for Li Camping. Mo Russian nodded, remember fight quickly and don't delay. Outside the base, Wang Miao and others narrowly escaped death and ran several kilometers away before they dared to stop and take a breath. Lord, how strong is that zombie? I feel like an ant in front of her with no power to resist. Wang Miao was still frightened, and there was a cold sweat on his forehead. He swallowed. I don't know. I have never encountered such a terrifying zombie since the end of the world. Yes, Lord, I was so scared that my pants were wet. I paid attention at that time. According to the power level of Daxia's No. 1 base, the zombie was at least level 3, third level. Wang Miao was so frightened that he almost screamed. He was too panicked just now and didn't think of feeling the level of the female zombie. Level 3, even Zhu Xiaming, who is at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people, is only at the peak of level 2, isn't he? Wang Miao said with a shocked expression. Fortunately, the people from the Wolf Warrior base are here. Otherwise, we would have become the food of that zombie. At this time, Wang Miao had a puzzled look on his face. We were obviously unable to move under the pressure of that female zombie. Why did the pressure suddenly disappear? After a moment of silence, the subordinate frowned and guessed, Lord, do you think it is the zombie who thinks the people in the Wolf Warrior base are more delicious? After all, the Wolf Warrior base has more supplies than us. And the food is good and the meat is of better quality. Maybe that's okay. Wang Miao twitched his face and turned to his subordinate. Although he was belittling his own Flying Eagle base, he could only hold back his anger and had nothing to say. After all, what he said was quite reasonable. Within the base, the steel egg in the iron cage looked at the new group of people who came, and couldn't help but lick his tongue. His face full of excitement. These people seem to eat better, are healthier, have firmer meat and bigger muscles. Unexpectedly, Wang Miao's younger brother was right. These people at Wolf Warrior base are really better than them. Bang! As Gang Dan thought, the door of the base slammed shut. Mo Russian and others were startled and turned around, thinking that someone else was coming at this time. A younger brother in the distance shouted, Lord, there is a zombie locked in a cage. As soon as Lin Zheng and others returned to the base gate, they smelled a strong smell of blood. Everyone twitched their noses and frowned slightly. Did you smell it? It's such a strong smell of blood. Li Jiang pinched his nose and said. Everyone nodded. Jiang Yitong looked at the base. It seems to be coming from inside the base. Everyone quickly entered the base, and the scene in front of them surprised them. The ground of the base was stained with blood, with broken limbs and pieces of meat everywhere. The strong smell of blood made people feel nauseous. You can also faintly hear the gnawing sounds of rats. Everyone looked at the steel egg in the corner and found that she was holding a corpse and chewing it with relish. Next to the iron cage, a man covered in blood was slumped on the ground shivering, with a dull expression, and kept talking nonsense. That is Mo Russian, the Lord of Wolf Warrior base. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheng's expression changed drastically, and he walked quickly to Gang Dan and said, we are not at home. So you made the base look like this. Let's see how I teach you a lesson. Gang Dan smiled slightly when he heard this, threw away the body in his handant, looked at Lin Zheng. I'm in the cage, what can you do to me? Come on, hit me, hit me. You idiot. At this time, Zhu Xiaming was looking around for the location of Taoyuan base. After being away for so long, his memory was a little blurry. In addition, the place had changed a lot. He searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Suddenly, he met Wang Miao and his group. Seeing them panicking and looking like they had narrowly escaped death, he guessed that they might have encountered a powerful zombie. When they met Zhu Xiaming, Wang Miao and others were also surprised. Master Zhu, why are you back again? Wang Miao asked respectfully. I plan to visit an old friend, but I couldn't find his residence. What's the name of the place where your old friend lives? Taoyuan Base. When Wang Miao and others heard these 4 words, their faces changed drastically. Their legs were shaking like chaff. Seeing the abnormality of Wang Miao and others, Zhu Xiaming frowned and looked at them sharply. Do you know where the Taoyuan base is? No, no. Then please help me lead the way. After hearing this, Wang Miao and others had bitter expressions on their faces. They took a step back unconsciously, trembling slightly and looking very frightened. It seems like every cell is trembling. Why don't want to? Zhu Xiaming's tone changed and he said in a deep voice. It seemed like he was discussing, but in fact he was giving an order. Wang Miao hurriedly explained, No, 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 mister. Zhu, it's not that we are unwilling, it's just. Just what? It's just that there was an extremely ferocious super zombie in the Taoyuan base, and we were almost wiped out by hers. Wang Miao said with lingering fear. Why are you going to Taoyuan base? Zhu Xiaming heard from Wang Miao's words that they were going to Taoyuan base. So he asked why if he passed by accidentally. If he had evil intentions towards Taoyuan base, he would not hesitate to kill these people. Wang Miao is also a smart man. Recalling that Zhu Xiaming said that his old friend was in Taoyuan base, he immediately guessed that Zhu Xiaming had something to do with Taoyuan base. So he said we passed by accidentally. Zhu Xiaming nodded after hearing this, and the expression on his face became more relaxed. What do you have to fear from zombies? I'm here to keep you safe. Wang Miao was still very hesitant. Master Zhu, we don't doubt your strengths. It's just that the zombie is so terrifyingly strong that even you, I'm afraid, may not be able to deal with it. Zhu Xiaming, as the top of the list of ruthless people in Daxia, is still very confident in his own strength. He was also one of the first to awaken, and his advantages in supernatural powers were far superior to those of ordinary people. Not long ago he had just reached the 2nd level. He killed a 3rd level zombie. So he has never been timid when it comes to killing zombies. Wang Miao's words instantly aroused his competitive spirit. He grabbed Wang Miao's collar and said angrily, Take me there. I want to see what kind of zombie it is so powerful. In Taoyuan base, Lin Zheng stood outside the super iron cage, quietly looking at the extremely arrogant Gang Dan. At this time, Gang Dan's mouth was slightly slanted and his eyes were raised, full of mockery and provocation. She just wanted to anger Lin Zheng and let her out. Once she ran out of this iron cage, she would go on a killing spree and kill all the humans within 100 kilometers around. Of course, she wants special treatment for the people in Taoyuan base. She slowly tortures them to death, making them feel that life is worse than death, and makes them regret coming to this world. She could no longer suppress the ecstasy in her heart, and her body trembled violently due to excitement. Lin Zheng, if you can, come in and beat me. Gang Dan was still irritating Lin Zheng. How could Lin Zheng not know what she was thinking? He just smiled and said, You all saw it. She asked me to hit her. I have never seen anything so strange in my life. Requirements. After saying that, he waved his right hand and heard a clang, and the door of the super cage opened suddenly. A black shadow quickly flashed in front of Lin Zheng. When Lin Zheng looked at the super iron cage again, it was already empty. A burst of sharp and menacing laughter sounded over Taoyuan base. Everyone looked up and found that the steel egg was standing out of thin air, hanging in the air. The skirts of his clothes were not moving in the wind, and his long black hair was flying up and down. Plus her covered in blood, she looks like a witch. At this moment she was condescending, as if God was overlooking all living beings, looking at the people below with a smile of success and satisfaction on her face. I'm finally out. Then she glanced across the crowd, shooting out a full murderous look. And you are all going to die, snap. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a heavy hammer on the back of her head. In an instant, her whole body lost balance and fell suddenly from the air. hitting the ground and kicking up a burst of dust. Gangdan looked into the air inexplicably and found that it was the man. His right hand was still holding a fist, hanging in the air. Gangdan was inexplicably panicked. He had already broken through the 5th level. Why was he punched down? I must be unprepared in addition. That kid had no martial ethics and engaged in sneak attacks. So he suffered this trick, think about it. Gangdan kicked her feet and jumped up suddenly. A large amount of black energy spread out from her body. There was also a hissing sound in the black air, like countless venomous snakes spitting messages one after another, which made people's scalp numb the next second. As expected, countless black snakes emerged from the black air. They opened their large black mouths towards Lin Zheng, revealing the scarlet mouth inside, with 2 long and curved fangs shining with cold light. Hiss, but when she came within 10 meters of Lin Zheng, she entered Lin Zheng's absolute space realm. Those black snakes were chopped down one after another by an invisible force. Before they landed, they turned into a ball of black energy and disappeared into the air. At the same time, the black energy around the steel egg was dispersed by an invisible force with a bang. Gangdan suddenly felt a backlash coming from his body. His chest heaved violently, and he spit out a mouthful of black blood. Wow. This is impossible. Gangdan's eyes widened with disbelief on her face. She didn't believe that human beings were already so strong. However, she quickly realized that since she couldn't win, she would just run away. She quickly flew upwards, but Lin Zheng did not pursue her. Instead, she hung in the air and counted silently, 3, 2, 1. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a bang, like someone hitting the glass. Immediately afterwards, Gangdan's body fell from the sky, and the express passed in front of Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng could still vaguely see the helplessness and bitterness on Gangdan's face. Bang! The steel egg hit the ground hard again. She quickly got up from the ground and looked up at the sky. Immediately afterwards, a stream of black energy shot out from her body and shot into the sky above Taoyuan base. Suddenly, the black energy was blocked by something and began to spread around. Slowly, the invisible thing gradually showed its shape under the outline of the black energy. It was a semicircular transparent glass cover. But it was not an ordinary cover, but a super light cover that could trap 8th-level zombies and resist nuclear bombs. What the hell is this? Gangdan looked at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng said calmly, the enlarged version of the super iron cage. Steel egg. Mud, who on earth created these immoral things? I thought I had escaped from the prison, but I didn't expect that there was a bigger prison outside. Gangdan felt extremely speechless at this moment. But don't be speechless first. Lin Zheng looked at Gangdan with serious eyes and said, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't clean up the base, I'll beat you to death. Gangdan was stunned for a while, and then shouted in panic, Broom, where is the broom? Well, because at this moment, Lin was activating his special ability, Leap Level, and the aura exuding from his body suddenly reached the 6th level. Although it is only 1 level higher, the gap between the two is worlds apart, and this difference will gradually increase as the power level increases. Gangdan could clearly feel the chilling aura and the murderous aura hidden in it. That's why she was frightened and reacted so violently. If she were slower, she was absolutely sure that she would be blasted by Lin Zheng's punch and turned into a puddle of minced meat. This fear even made her dare not threaten Lin Zheng with other people from Taoyuanji, because she knew that if she did so, she would be in danger. Therefore, a 5th-level zombie king could only act as a cleaner in front of Lin Zheng. At this time, under the leadership of Wang Miao, Zhu Xiaoming has arrived at the gate of Taoyuan base. Master Zhu, this is it. This is Taoyuan base. You can go in by yourself, we won't go in. Wang Miao said tremblingly. Zhu Xiaoming ignored them and came to Taoyuan base to knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Gangdan, there is someone knocking on the door. Go open the door and see who it is. Li Jiang shouted to Gangdan, who was cleaning. As soon as Lin Zheng returned to the base, he fully activated the super mask. The gap at the door was naturally filled, and the permissions of Li Jiang and others were also set. At the current Taoyuan base, except for Li Zheng and others who have authority. Even if the King of Heaven comes, they can't even think of entering or exiting. So Li Zheng is not worried about Gang Dan running away at all. But Gang Dan didn't know that when she heard that she was asked to open the door. She was ecstatic. Didn't this give herself a chance to escape? She teleported and arrived at the base gate in an instant. Opened the door, suddenly gathered enough strength, and ran out of the base, not surprisingly. Bang. A figure flew back and then hit the ground hard, landing just in front of Li Zheng. Li Zheng said condescendingly to Gang Dan, "Gang Dan, just stay here and work as a cleaner. If you leave, won't it be me who does all this work again?" After hearing this, Gang Dan was so angry that her back molars were almost broken. She really wanted to crush the man's head in front of her. But she couldn't. The consequence of doing so would be that she would also have her head crushed by that man. She can't die yet, she wants to get out alive. And she still wants revenge, therefore. No matter how angry she was, she could only break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. At this time, Lin Zheng just walked out of the safe house. When Gang Dan saw Ith, immediately got up from the ground, picked up the broom and swept the floor obediently. When Zhu Xiaming saw Lin Zheng outside the door, he waved and shouted excitedly, "Little brother." Lin Zheng and Li Zheng looked over at the same time and were a little surprised to find that it was Zhu Xiaming, who they had not seen for many days. Lin Zheng immediately thought and closed the super light mask at the door. After Zhu Xiaming walked in, he closed it again. "Little brothers, how are you doing?" Zhu Xiaming was very excited when he saw his benefactor. Lin Zheng also immediately checked Zhu Xiaming's power level. It was at the second level peak and there was no threat. So Lin Zheng felt free to let him in, not bad. Lin Zheng replied calmly. Li Zheng asked excitedly from the side, "Long time no see. Where have you been wandering around?" Zhu Xiaming's eyes flashed with emotion, as if he was recalling the difficult time in the past. Then, Li Zheng patted Zhu Xiaming on the shoulder and asked somewhat mysteriously, "By the way, I heard recently that someone made a ranking list of the top 100 ruthless people in Daxia. The person at the top of the list is also named Zhu Xiaming. That person doesn't know how to it's you." After Zhu Xiaming heard, Thish smiled and said, "The person who did the ranking is short-sighted. If I knew about your existence, little brothers, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be on the list. It's really you. I didn't expect you to get along so well. Ah Zheng is indeed right, you have your own way to go." Li Zheng said in surprise, "It's just a false name." Zhu Xiaming smiled and waved his hands. "Then you must be very powerful now. Do you want to pass 2 moves?" Li Zheng said with some expectation. Zhu Xiaming was about to agree and stopped talking when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting not far away. "I saw a man and a woman, with supernatural powers surging all over their bodies. And every move carried terrifying power and energy. A pair of huge black wings stretches out behind the woman. The black color looks mysterious and terrifying, giving people a feeling of keeping away. Countless ice spikes condensed around her body and shot towards the boy in front of her. And that man was no ordinary person. He was wrapped in thunder and lightning, holding a thunder spear in his hand. He danced with a crackling sound whistling in the wind, and caught all the ice spikes that came from him. A thunder fist. I heard the man yelling and punching the woman. The punch was wrapped with a terrifying power of thunder and lightning and struck towards the woman. The woman did not dodge, but gently waved her palm and said, "Li Moi. I will show you how big the gap is between the early stage of the 4th level and the peak of the 3rd level." Snap, a punch and palm collided together, and the terrifying thunder and lightning was shattered with a snap, turned into tiny pieces of light and electricity, and finally disappeared into the air. And the man was knocked back again and again by that palm strike. He took a dozen steps back before he could barely stand still. Oh, the fight started again. "Don't you two really feel tired?" Li Zheng shook his head and said helplessly. What he didn't know was that Zhu Xiaming on the side had already been stunned. His eyes were blank and he was swallowing frantically, because the fight between the two was too strong. He had never seen such a powerful human being at this time. Jiang Yidong saw Li Jiang and said to him, Jiang, you are here too, come you and Li Moi come up together. Sister Yidong, how dare I take action against you? Although Li Jiang said this, a giant black demon suddenly appeared behind him and rushed towards Jiang Yidong quickly. He was often ordered around by Jiang Yidong. Although he had no resentment, he was definitely dissatisfied and couldn't beat her. Now he and Li Moi were beating her together. Dark Demon Explosion. A huge black blast shot towards Jiang Yidong, carrying terrifying energy and making a roaring sound. Seeing this, Li Moi used Thunder Fist again, and a bolt of thunder and lightning also struck Jiang Yidong. When Zhu Xiaming saw the scene in front of him, he swallowed wildly. Cold sweat broke out on his face. His legs trembled and his heart felt weak just now. I almost agreed to compete with others, and compete with a strong person of this level. Isn't that just looking for death at this time? Li Jiang's supernatural power has also reached the early stage of the 3rd level. Li Moi is at the peak of the 3rd level, and Jiang Yidong is at the early stage of the 4th level. Each of them is invincible to Zhu Xiaming, and he can even be defeated by just waving his hand casually. Bang bang, 2 loud noises. Jiang Yidong opened both palms at the same time and faced off with Li Moi's Thunder Fist and Li Jiang's Black Demon Explosion. 2 rays of light flashed through, creating a ripple of energy at the same time. The 3 of them stepped back at the same time, but Jiang Yidong only stepped back a few steps before stopping, while Li Moi and Li Jiang took more than 10 steps back before stopping. Make a decision, no more fights, no more fights. Sister Yitong, we have guests here. It would be rude to hit us again. Seeing that there was still no chance of winning 2 against 1, Li Jiang suddenly changed the topic. A guest is here. Who is it? Jiang Yidong asked curiously. Zhu Xiaming, who has dealt with the zombie king larvae with us, is now very powerful. It is said that he is at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people in Daxia. His strength is extraordinary. I just want to compete with him. Li Jiang looked at Jiang Yidong and said seriously. When Jiang Yidong and Li Moi heard that the other party was very strong and ranked at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people, they immediately became interested. Their eyes widened and they looked at Zhu Xiaming, who was not far away. Then he quickly came to his side, and the 2 of them said almost at the same time, "Are you very strong? Why don't you come and compete?" Wow. When Zhu Xiaming heard this, he broke into a cold sweat on his back with his own strength. It was really dangerous to compete with monsters like them. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm not strong. I'm not strong, not at all. But Jiang said that you are at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people. You don't have to be humble if you don't have any strength. How can you be at the top of the list? Li Moi said impatiently, already gearing up and ready to fight at any time. Zhu Xiaming hurriedly replied, not a false name. False name. These are all titles given to him randomly by others. At this time, Lin Zheng, who was on the side, also spoke. He was looking at Zhu Xiaming's awakened powers and wanted to see what his current strength was. So he said to him, stop being humble and compete with them. Well, it just so happens that I also want to see your strength. You can pick any of the people here. Lin Zheng spoke and Zhu Xiaming couldn't refuse. He looked at Li Jiang and others with a troubled expression. They were all excited, looking at him eagerly, hoping that he could choose them. When Zhu Xiaming saw their faces, he just kept swallowing his saliva, recalling the scene of their previous battle. His scalp became numb. No matter who you choose, you will die. What to do? Just as Zhu Xiaming's brain was spinning rapidly, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a woman not far away who was bending over to clean. She looked very weak. Zhu Xiaming suddenly felt as if he had found a ray of fire in the cold winter, a ray of light in the darkness, and a drop of nectar in the desert. He was filled with ecstasy. He pointed at the woman cleaning the house and shouted excitedly, I choose her. Are you sure? I'm sure I'll choose her. I wish you peace and hope you are not dead. Li Jiang's expression suddenly changed, and he comforted and said goodbye to Zhu Xiaming. Zhu Xiaming touched his head a little confused. Suddenly there was a burst of hearty laughter. Zhu Xiaming was confused and looked around. He saw the woman cleaning the house suddenly throwing away the broom. He only heard a bang and a wave of air swayed away from her body. Blowing her away, the long hair that covers the face blows. Only then did Zhu Xiaming see clearly that the graceful woman had a piece of rotten flesh on her face, and her pupils were red. It's a zombie, he reacted suddenly. Snap. Suddenly a thunder exploded in his mind. He remembered that Wang Miao had said before that there was a ridiculously strong zombie in Taoyuan base. Could it be her? I didn't expect that besides Lin Zheng. You are the second human being who dares to challenge me. I admire your courage very much, Gandon said with excitement. Zhu Xiaming looked helplessly at Li Jiang. Li Jiang patted him on the shoulder and said, "She is the second strongest person in our base. Except for Zheng, no one can be her opponent." Before Zhu Xiaming could be surprised, Gandon had already rushed over with a roar, then slapped him directly on the head with a palm of 5th-level coercion. Go! A gust of wind from his palm blew onto Zhu Xiaming's face, and his eyes were closed tightly by the wind. Snap. There was another muffled sound, and Zhu Xiaming opened his eyes with lingering fear, and was surprised to find that the female zombie flew out a full dozen meters away and hit the ground heavily. When he tilted his head slightly and looked to the side, he saw Lin Zheng slightly closing his palms. Zhu Xiaming instantly understood that the little brother knocked the female zombie dozens of meters away with just a casual palm. He was stunned in place for a long time, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Lin Zheng patted him on the shoulder and spoke first to break the awkwardness. "By the way, are you back suddenly? So." Zhu Xiaming didn't react for a moment, shook his head a few times, then looked at Lin Zheng blankly, and hurriedly replied, "I came back to say goodbye to my little sister, and stopped by to see you. And then I plan to build my own base somewhere else." "Build a base?" "Yes, little brother. I gradually realized that as the end of the world continues to advance, fighting alone will not go far. You must establish your own power, which is the right way." Zhu Xiaming calmed down a little. "Then where do you plan to build a base?" Lin Zheng asked again. "Shangjing City. It is the place with the most people and materials in the whole of Daxia. And it is also the place where the defense system is well established. Almost the top 50 bases in Daxia are there. Of course, it is not an absolutely safe place. Although zombie attacks are relatively rare, it is not uncommon for humans to fight openly and secretly and kill each other." "Shangjing City." Lin Zheng said softly, "I have to go to Shangjing City too." After hearing this, Zhu Xiaming was extremely excited. "Real little brother, maybe we can be together." Lin Zheng thought for a moment and nodded. "That's okay." When other people in Taoyuan base heard this, they immediately gathered around and spoke one after another. "Zheng, do you really want to go to Shangjing City?" "Can I go with you, brother Lin Zheng? Can I come with you?" Before departure, Lin Zheng left them enough crystal cores and supplies, and the base was protected by a super mask. Lin Zheng could feel relieved. Jiang Yidong was so excited when he saw it that he immediately rushed towards Lin Zheng and threw himself into his arms with a look of enjoyment on his face. He let go after a long time after that. She slowly walked up to Lin Zheng, opened her arms, and seeing that Lin Zheng didn't back away, she slowly hugged him, rested her head on Lin Zheng's shoulder, slowly closed her eyes, and whispered. He said to Lin Zheng, "Boss Lin, you must come back safely. If anything happens to you, I will go with you." Lin Zheng said to them, "Have you forgotten that you are teachers of the Superpower Academy? You have to stay here and teach those students well. I hope that when I come back, all of your students will be able to fight." Gang Dan is still a 5th-level zombie after all, and is still very useful at critical moments. If she is unwilling to help, then Lin Zheng has no choice but to beat her until she is willing to help. In short, there are ways to make her obedient, Lin Zheng. As soon as these words came out, Everyone lowered their heads and stopped talking. They could only nod silently at this time. Xiao Lin slowly stepped forward, opened his palm, revealing a jade Buddha pendant, and handed it to Lin Zheng. Senior, this jade Buddha was my mother's request from an eminent monk when I was young. Yes, it's safe. I don't know if it works or not, anyway. I've never been sick in my life, not even a small cold. I don't know if it's because I'm born with a good constitution. But this jade Buddha is really efficacious. Now I give it to you. I hope you have a safe journey. After saying, Thatch opened her eyes and let go of Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng frowned and looked at her. Others. Zheng, you must come back soon, after letting go. Li Jiang also opened his arms and said, Zheng, I want to hug you too. Brother Lin Zheng, we are waiting for you. Li Moi was not to be outdone. Senior, I want it too. The reason why I brought her with me is because I will definitely encounter a lot of zombies along the way. Although there is no danger, it is troublesome now. If you bring a 5th level zombie king with you, those zombies on the road must smell it and hid far away. Sena pointed to the steel egg. Not far away, you go with me. Jiang Yitong immediately stepped forward and said, Brother Lin Zheng, I also want to hug you. Thank you. Lin Zheng did not refuse, but took the jade Buddha and nodded to Xiao Lin. Lin Zheng glanced at Zhu Xiaming and said, Let's leave quickly also. You must protect Academician Li Camping with all your strength. I don't want anything to happen to Academician Li Camping when I come back. Can you do that? Everyone immediately cheered up, straightened their backs, and replied in unison, It can be done. Li Xiaoru also stepped forward and said to Lin Zheng, Boss Lin, I don't have anything to give you. My life is yours. I can only give you a hug. I hope you can come back safely this time. Senior, have a good trip. One by one they were scrambling, fearing that Lin Zheng would not take them there. After getting along for such a long time, Lin Zheng was not only the boss, but also the spiritual support in their hearts. When Lin Zheng left, they immediately felt that they had lost their backbone. They were all dejected and unable to lift their spirits. At this time, Lin Zheng immediately changed his expression, smiled, opened his arms and said, Come on. Senior, take me out for a while. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. This scene made Jiang Yitong and others jealous. They also wanted to hug him. Can you do it? Answer me. Seeing that none of them spoke, Lin Zheng directly raised his volume by an octave and said loudly again. Before departure, everyone at the base came to the door to say goodbye, and they were all reluctant to leave Gangdans. The steel egg was tied up with a gold wire by Lin Zheng and pulled away. Lin Zhengxian followed Zhu Xiaming to the place where Liu Xiaomai was buried on the outskirts of Jiangtong City. Zhu Xiaming chose to bury Liu Xiaomai in the suburbs to prevent her bones from being eaten by zombies. Such a long time has passed, and now it is different from before the end. A place may not change for a long time. Now maybe the next day a place will change drastically. It may be the influence of fog, the bombardment of human thermal weapons, or the showdown between superpower sec, which can quickly change the appearance of a place. Zhu Xiaming searched here for a long time but could not find Liu Xiaomai's grave. He remembered that in order to find the location of the tomb in the future, he placed a big stone that looked like rice dumplings in front of the tomb. However, looked around and couldn't find it. Not to mention the big stone. Evan the stone. Have you come to the wrong place? It shouldn't be. At this moment when Zhu Xiaming was looking around, a colorful butterfly flew in front of him. The color of the butterfly was too bright, as if it had a rainbow painted on its body. Obviously, it was a post-apocalyptic mutation. Butterfly. Zhu Xiaming's eyes were attracted by the colorful butterfly. As it slowly turned in circles, the colorful butterfly did not fly away, but slowly flew around Zhu Xiaming. Zhu Xiaming was about to reach out and touch the colorful butterfly, but Lin Zheng stopped him. Don't touch it. It may be poisonous. The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is. Zhu Xiaming woke up instantly and immediately retracted his hand. It was this action that caused the colorful butterfly to fly away. But it did not fly far instead. It stopped on the ground not far away and flapped its wings slowly, as if waving to Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming walked over by mistake, slowly squatted down, and found a colorful butterfly resting on a small sharp stone. At this time, the colorful butterfly flapped its wings twice and flew away. Zhu Xiaoming was stunned and wanted to reach out to pick up the small stone, but found that he couldn't pick it up at all. He pulled it twice with his hands and found that the small sharp stone was not a small stone, but a part of a huge stone. Could it be? Zhu Xiaoming took a step back, stretched out his palm, and pointed it at the side of the stone. An orange-yellow halo gradually gathered in the palm of his hand. Boom! Blast blasted out, creating a large crater in the ground, and most of the boulder was finally revealed. Zhu Xiaoming recognized it at a glance. It was the Zhongzi stone. Little sister, are you guiding me? Zhu Xiaoming looked back for the colorful butterfly, only to find that it had disappeared. I am even more convinced that it was the transformation of my lover. Then Zhu Xiaoming took out a ring from his backpack. The diamonds on the ring were sparkling and were as big as pigeon eggs. This kind of ring before the end of the world would have sold for hundreds of thousands or millions. But now it is like garbage. But for Zhu Xiaoming, this is a promise, a late promise. He gently buried the ring in the soil in front of him, then looked forward with hazy eyes and took a long breath. His originally solemn expression now looked relieved. Little sister, forgive me for this late promise. He paused for a while and then continued, but you don't have to worry anymore. I will take you away right away. Then he dug up the soil in front of him, which was several meters deep, and a pile of white bones suddenly appeared in front of him. Affected by the erosion of fog, people will quickly decay and turn into a pile of bones after death. Zhu Xiaoming was not surprised. During these days of wandering around, he had seen that those exposed corpses turned into piles of bones in just 10 days. Immediately afterwards, he took out a brown square cloth from his backpack, spread it on the ground, carefully picked up the bones, and placed them on the square cloths. After picking up the last bone, he wrapped it in a square cloth, and finally tied it tightly with a long rope and carried it behind his back. After doing all this, he turned around and said to Lin Zheng, who was waiting aside, "Little brother, let's go." Lin Zheng nodded. The two were about to leave when suddenly, two behemoths fell from the sky. The two quickly ducked aside. Boom! A huge sound resounded throughout the sky. After the two of them stood firm, they realized that the two behemoths were actually two humanoid mechas. At the heart of the mechas, there is a transparent operating room, and the operator inside can be clearly seen. Directly below the operating room are printed two large blood-red characters, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Zhu Xiaoming frowned and said, "It's actually a mecha from the God base, Celestial base. The Tiantian base is located in Shangjing City. It is said that it ranks 25th among the entire Huxia bases. Not only are there many powerful people in it, but there are also various weapons and high technologies, among which mechas are the most famous." Zhu Xiaoming's eyes kept staring at the two mechas. Mecha. Lin Zheng was a little shocked. Yes. It is said that their latest mecha can easily kill third-level awakeners. Zhu Xiaoming frowned and became extremely serious. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that the two mechas in front of him were not the latest models. Zhu Xiaoming was absolutely confident in dealing with zombies at the early stage of the third level, but he was very unsure about dealing with mechas with the strength in the early stage of the third level. After Alit is Steeland, I am made of flesh and blood after all, and the hardware facilities are not at the same level at all. How to fight like this? But why do people from Tiantian base appear here? Zhu Xiaoming was a little confused. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. It must be coming towards academician Li camping. Hearing what Lin Zheng said, Zhu Xiaoming instantly remembered that he had not long ago heard that academician Li camping, the most authoritative rice research expert in Daxia, was studying mutant rice in a southwest city and may have made breakthrough progress. This news may have been learned by various bases in Daxia. Obtaining the planting methods and seeds of mutant rice will determine the status of a certain base in the future. So countless bases are watching with eager eyes. But until now, there have been few bases competing for mutant rice research results. In addition to Wang Miao at the Flying Eagle base, Mo Russian at the Wolf Warrior base, and the current Tianshan base, there are only 3 bases in total. This is very unreasonable. This made Zhu Xiaming a little confused. Lin Zheng had already guessed 1 or 2 things. First, the mutant rice research results were a hot potato. Whoever took it would have to bear endless risks, therefore. Bases without strength generally did not dare to participate. Second, those powerful bases know very well that the research results must be sent back to the Huaxia base in Shangjing City. So they are not in a hurry and only need to intercept them halfway. Even if other bases get there first, they can still snatch it over again. But there are always those who are impatient, for example. This time at the Tianshan base, they directly sent 2 newly developed mechas to the southwest to snatch the research results of mutant rice. The 2 people who control the mecha are called Zhao Quan and Ma Feng. They are both at the early stage of the 2nd level and can be considered strong. At the same time, the 2 are also extremely excellent mecha operators. They serve as the mecha head coach and deputy head coach respectively at Tianshan base. Zhao Quan is the head coach. The 2 were sent by the Lord of Tianshan base to snatch the mutant rice research results. Or they could just kidnap Li Camping back. The 2 controlled the mecha to fly in the air, and suddenly heard an explosion from below. The explosion was made by Zhu Xiaming when he used explosives. The 2 people who were passing by happened to meet each other. After many days of traveling, they were a little bored and decided to come down to have some fun. It's also a good time to test the power of this newly developed mecha. At the same time, the 2 only knew that Li Camping was in a small place in the southwest called Jiangtang City. But they didn't know where exactly. Just ask some locals, maybe they will know. Are you 2 survivors from around here? Zhao Quan spoke into the microphone in the control room, and the mecha's big steel mouth opened and closed accordingly, making a dull and thick sound. Zhu Xiaming and others did not reply, on the contrary. Zhu Xiaming looked at Lin Zheng and said, "Little brother, the people in this Tianshan base are not good people. They are all extremely vicious people. There may be a fight later, so you should be mentally prepared in advance." Lin Zheng frowned and looked at the 2 mechas again. He closed his eyes slightly and checked with his mental power. He could feel that there was an ultra-high-intensity energy source in the center of the mechas. What is that? Lin Zheng was deep in thought. Suddenly remembered something, and said slightly, "It's a miniature nuclear reactor. No wonder it has such strong power. But it doesn't seem to be perfect. The full power state may be able to defeat late 3rd-level superpowers." Lin Zheng had seen this technology in the Summary of Doomsday Development and Encyclopedia of Doomsday given by the system. This technology was not very mature before the apocalypse. But as the apocalypse approached, there was no need to worry about so much. So it was hurriedly applied in practice, especially in weapons. This actually accelerated the research process of this technology. By the middle and late end of the world, micronuclear reactors were used in mechas, heavy fortress vehicles aircraft, and power generation in various bases. What kind of base is Tianjin base? Lin Zheng suddenly asked. Zhu Xiaming was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing, and said, "The God base also has another one called the Devil's base, which is full of criminals or villains. But they are not ordinary criminals or villains, but the kind with very high IQs. Some of them are scientists. Some are upper-class elites, some have been officials. Some are ruthless gangsters who dare to rob banks with just 4 or 5 people. And some are perverts like serial murderers. It is said that they formed a base because of their hatred of human society. These people have all been in prison or been severely punished before, so they have a grudge against human society." Just as the end of the world was approaching, this group of highly intelligent and dangerously jealous people got together and formed an extremely powerful base. The official base has been busy dealing with zombies and managing survivors, and has no time to eliminate them. So they have grown stronger day by day. It is said that all bases captured by them will implement the three lights policy, burn them all. Kill them and rob them all, it is horrific and inhumane. She slowly approached the mecha's gun barrel, as if she was looking at a novel object. 10 rounds, that is, there will be no residue left. Zhao Quan didn't reply to the three people in front of him for a long time, just thinking that they were frightened by his mecha. After that, he activated the heavy machine gun on the arm of the mecha. The moment he pressed the start button, the roaring gunshot did not sound. After listening to Zhu Xiaoming's narration, Lin Zheng nodded slowly. It turns out that they are a group of self-righteous, self-centered and somewhat brainy villains. It would be a pity to kill them. Hillbillies, you know me. I have something to ask you now, answer me honestly. Otherwise, I will beat you into a pile of rotten meat. At this time, Lin Zheng looked at Gangdan and said, "How about some activities?" Zhao Kuanyang said angrily. "Untie me, I'm warning you if you dare to run away. You'll be caught with 10 blasts." Lin Zheng said seriously to the steel egg. Gangdan swallowed her saliva after hearing this. She couldn't understand the power of Lin Zheng's blast. With her current power levels, it would take half her life to resist one of his blasts. Gangdan said to Lin Zheng while giving him a roll of eyes. He jumped up and then fired several blasts at Ma Feng's mecha. However, those blasts were like light shining on a mirror. They were instantly bounced and hit the ground, making holes one after another. Just when his face was full of bitterness, there was suddenly a loud noise nearby, and another mecha was hit by a huge force and flew dozens of meters away, dragging a long trace on the ground. Immediately afterwards, she sounded her signature shrill laughter again, which made people tremble all over and make their scalp numb. Then, he directly controlled the arm of the mecha and raised it slightly. Then there was a sound of gears biting and rotating. Gandon licked his Tonghai's face full of excitement, and said, "These two humans smell good and suit my taste. Damn it, there's not a single normal person in this shitty place. So go to hell." The steel egg without restraints was like a demon that had been unsealed. A faint black energy lingered around her. Zhao Quan stretched his head and looked forward, and was stunned. He saw that the mecha's gun barrel was completely pulled out by the woman who didn't know whether to live or die. Zhu Xiaoming turned his face aside and shouted, "It can't be so unlucky. It's really the latest mecha from Tianjin base, boom. After all, if such a high-tech thing suddenly appeared in such a small place, how could these local natives not be shocked?" Several thick gun barrels were instantly aimed at Lin Zheng and the others. And he bent them violently and threw them to the ground. Lin Zheng knew that she did not dare to escape, so he took back the gold thread trapped on her body. She didn't dare to bet after so many days. She knew very well that this human being was decisive and ruthless. If she still escaped, he would definitely kill her without hesitation. Zhao Quan's expression became slightly more serious. "I didn't expect that he is still an awakener." "That's just right. I'll use you to test the power of my new mecha." Her whole body, seen from a distance, was slightly twisted and extremely weird on the other side. Zhu Xiaoming also moved instantly and rushed towards Ma Feng's mecha. "Do you know Lei Camping? He is the farmer, the one you often saw on TV before the end of the world." Gang Dan's fearless behavior aroused Zhao Quan's jealousy and displeasure. The steel egg suddenly made a dent in Zhao Quan's mecha with a sudden palm strike, and then the entire huge steel body flew backwards. Zhu Xiaoming swallowed and his face twitched. This palm must be so powerful that it can knock away a mecha weighing several tons with one palm. What's more, that mecha also has the strength of a third-level superpower. He actually wanted to challenge her before. Zhu Xiaoming recalled his previous behavior and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before he could be surprised, Ma Feng's mecha was already rushing towards him at full speed. The 4 turbine launchers on the back of the mecha suddenly spurted out a burst of violent sparks. followed by a burst of orange almost transparent flames. Woo! As the internal speed device of the mecha rotated rapidly, first emitting a burst of noisy noise. As the speed increased, the frequency of the sound became higher at the last moment. The frequency was so high that it was almost inaudible. At this time, Ma Feng's mecha was already close to his eyes. From the mecha's palms, two machetes flashing with cold light suddenly appeared and struck Zhu Xiaoming head-on. Oh shit, Zhu Xiaoming spat, then moved his figure and ran towards the mecha's crotch. Generally, that is the blind spot of the mecha's vision and the blind spot of the mecha's action. Mechas are always different from humans and cannot bend 180 degrees. Zhu Xiaoming has fought against mechas from Tianqian base before, so he has a good understanding of the basic characteristics and shortcomings of mechas. But when he came to the crotch of the mecha, he suddenly felt a strange sound on his head. He looked up suddenly. I was surprised to find a huge black flamethrower grass. Zhu Xiaoming's scalp suddenly became numb and he quickly turned over. At the same time, a strong flame erupted from the flamethrower, directly burning the soil on the ground into scorched earth with white smoke. After standing still, Zhu Xiaoming was completely confused by this operation. What kind of look is this, fire bird? It seems that this latest mecha has solved the problem of the blind spot under the crotch. Boom 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 on the other side. Zhao Quan became extremely angry after being slapped away by the steel egg. He directly showed the barrel of the gun and bombarded the steel egg indiscriminately. Zhao Quan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful superpower in this southwest borderland. But no matter how powerful it is impossible to defeat my Buddha no one mecha. Bang bang bang. After some indiscriminate bombing, Zhao Quan fired several cluster bombs again. Suddenly, shells fell like rain in the area where the steel egg was located. Bang 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 bangs. The shells exploded one after another. Like giant firecrackers, and the earth trembled slightly. Hadohasa, you are really brave to challenge my title of Buddha slaughter. Zhao Quan smiled slightly at the smoke in front of him and said with disdain on his face. Brush the next second. A black figure rushed out of the smoke and headed towards the mecha's operation room. Snap sound. The steel egg was like a gecko, lying on the glass outer wall of the mecha operating room, looking at Zhao Quan greedily with his eyes, and licked his tongue twice, as if he was looking at a very delicious dish. Wow. This human being is full of resentment and hatred in his heart. And it smells very delicious. Gang Dan stared at Zhao Quan and said excitedly, zombies are a combination of viruses decay blood and darkness, so the darker and badder the heart, the more delicious they are in their eyes, therefore. Last time Gang Dan thought Mo Russian and others were more delicious than Wang Miao. It was because Mo Russian and others were worse. At this time, Zhao Quan also saw Gang Dan's face clearly. His pupils were dilated and his face was shocked, because he really saw a piece of rotten flesh on her face that represented the identity of a zombie. It's actually a female zombie. After reacting, Zhao Quan directly controlled the mecha and punched it. It doesn't matter if you are a human or a zombie. I will still crush you. Their lord has also been trying to win over Zhu Xiaoming, saying that as long as he is willing to join, he will directly make him the third in command of the base. Zhao Quan was so frightened that he quickly called Ma Feng. Just when Zhao Quan was surprised, the screen suddenly flashed red. He looked at the screen suddenly and found that the other two dots also turned red and were flashing. Ma Feng still rushed towards Zhu Xiaoming. In fact, he was very puzzled that the man in front of him had not been able to win after fighting for so long. This made him very angry at this time. Ma Fengzheng and Zhu Xiaoming were fighting back and forth, when he suddenly heard Zhao Quan's words. He was a little confused. What? It's actually the second-level peak. There is actually a second-level peak power user in this poor place. Zhao Quan is very surprised. The frequency of flickering became faster and faster, and finally the screen exploded with a bang. But there is one point that actually shows the second-level peak. The one fighting you is Zhu Xiaoming. The other two are 100 times more terrifying than Zhu Xiaming. Quick, activate the self-destruction and escape with the backup machine. After Zhao Quan finished speaking in horror, his voice fell silent. Gangdan did not hide, but raised his hand and lightly blocked the punch. Could it be that this person is Zhu Xiaming, who tops the list of the top 100 ruthless people? Then Zhu Xiaming is also the second-level peak before. He felt that these people were nothing to test. But now that they were fighting, he had to take them seriously. No, I don't think they are very strong. I am about to finish the battle here, snap. Here I come, delicious human. Run, they are very strong, we can't defeat them. Two of them are Zhao Quan and Ma Feng. Both at the early stage of the second level. She must have surpassed the fourth level. Seeing the frightened Zhao Quan, Gang Dan became even more excited. Zhao Quan immediately started the self-destruction program of the mecha, then piloted the backup machine and flew into the air to escape. Suddenly another idea popped into his head. Zhao Quan looked at the female zombie outside the glass with horror on his face. But Zhao Quan just said that he is Zhu Xiaming, top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people. And he will feel better. But he was directly rejected by Zhu Xiaming. He quickly pressed the detection button, and 5 red dots representing people with superpowers instantly appeared on the screen. He suddenly remembered that the mecha was equipped with a power detection device, which could detect the powers of up to 4th-level power users. He suddenly remembered that he had heard that Zhu Xiaming, the top one on the list of the top 100 ruthless people, went to the southwest for some reason. Suddenly he thought of a terrible thing. Zhao Quan is dumbfounded now. Bombs can't kill him and hammers can't kill him. How strong is this zombie? How cool would it be if I could kill the top one on the list of the top 100 ruthless people? Suddenly his scalp went numb and he thought of something. He looked at Lin Zheng, who was standing leisurely not far away. He's he too, coward, Ma Feng cursed. Although the Tianqian base is very powerful, I don't want to provoke a ruthless person like Zhu Xiaming. Diddy. But the mecha's screen showed that another mecha not far away had activated the self-destruct mode. Damn it, Zhao Quan. You're going to kill me if you step on the horse. Having said that, he was forced to activate the backup machine and ejected. At the same time, he also activated the self-destruction mode of the mecha. But as soon as I flew out, I felt like I hit something hard. When he took a closer look, he found that in front of him was a man with wings. Angel wings, this kind of superpower is very rare. There happens to be one in Tianqian base. So Ma Feng recognizes it. I want to run away. Lin Zheng stared at Ma Feng and said in a deep voice. The backup plane was very small, just big enough for one person to sit on it. Lin Zheng grabbed the wing of the backup plane with one hand and let Ma Feng increase the power. But the backup plane didn't move at all, and white smoke poured out from the tail. Ma Feng is very anxious now, because the two mechas are about to explode. They use micro-nuclear reactors as the source of the explosion. The power of the explosion is comparable to that of a micro-nuclear bomb. There will be no vegetation for several kilometers around. Even a 4th-level superpower user would die on the spot. There are only 2 such terrifying weapons in the Tianqian base. Now they are forced to activate the self-destruction program. Even if the 2 return to the base, they will probably be severely punished or even killed directly. Lin Zheng noticed something strange about Ma Feng. There was something different about the fear in his eyes. He seemed to be anxious to escape from here. It's too late if you don't run. The backup machine had only 1 shell, and Ma Feng aimed at Lin Zheng without hesitation and fired it. Boom, damn it, go to hells. The shell hit Lin Zheng and exploded into flames. The backup aircraft was also shaken violently and suffered a certain degree of damage. He started the backup machine again, but was horrified to find that it still couldn't move. The fire slowly dissipated, and Lin Zheng's figure appeared in front of him. At this time, he finally became frightened. A cannonball fired at such a close range still left the opponent unscathed. Could it be that, as Zhao Quan said, He is 100 times more terrifying than Zhu Xiaming. At this time, Lin Zheng noticed that the two mechas below were motionless. Looking at Ma Feng, who was eager to escape, he suddenly remembered that he had read in the Encyclopedia of Doomsday that in order to prevent the mechas from being owned by others, the Tianjin base specially installed a self-destruct program on each mecha. If the mecha is lost or snatched away by others, or in some life-or-death situation, they will activate the self-destruction program. Not good, Lin Zheng suddenly looked down at Zhu Xiaming. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a huge mushroom cloud exploded 10 seconds later. There was another explosion, and another mushroom cloud exploded this time. The shock wave of the explosion directly dispersed the previous mushroom cloud. The violent explosion flames immediately vaporized hundreds of meters of dead wood around them. And at the same time, a strong shock wave like a huge ocean wave rushed around. Wherever you go, there is no grass growing. This effect does not gradually decrease until you are several kilometers away. Lin Zheng immediately started steel strengthening. Soon, the flames of the explosion rushed to Lin Zheng. Ma Feng in the backup machine opened his mouth wide. His eyes were horrified and he began to shout, "Ah!" The next second, his voice and body were drowned by the fierce flames. Lin Zheng's face also turned red. Li Bai can kill people with his poems. Every time he recites a poem, it is a sonic attack, which can kill people invisible at the same time. Li Bai is also a master of swordsmanship, killing people at every 10 steps, and leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Because in his story there are not only good people, but also many bad people. It sounds incredible that zombies protect humans, just like a cat protecting a mouse. In fact, Lin Zheng could have asked Zhai Xingguo for a special plane to fly directly to Shangjing City. The explosion flames dissipated after more than 10 seconds, and Lin Zheng could see the scene in front of him clearly again. This shows how powerful this explosion was. Therefore, Lin Zheng had to quickly collect mutated items or animals and plants, or complete system tasks, obtain rewards, and improve his strength in order to survive in the ever-changing situation in the future. Lin Zheng approached the pothole and took a look. Sure enough, Gang Dan and Zhu Xiaming were inside. Zhu Xiaming was listening to their conversation and was very shocked. He couldn't help but said to Lin Zheng, "Little brother, where did you find such a powerful zombie and still listen to you so much?" Gandan answered very straightforwardly. A large crater with a diameter of tens of meters and a depth of tens of meters was blasted out on the ground. The scorched earth inside was still emitting white smoke. It was shocking and made people's hair stand on end. After hearing this, Lin Zheng tilted his head slightly. He thought it was very interesting after thinking about it. He said, "Okay, I won't need to tie you up with gold wire from now on. I saved your friend. Can you please stop tying me up with gold threads in the future? I promise I won't run away. Besides, I won't dare to run away until my absolute strength exceeds yours. The reason why I do this is just to make a deal with you." Even though his whole body was reinforced with steel, Lin Zheng could still feel a dull burning sensation in every part of his body. Lin Zheng suddenly became interested. "Trade. What do you want to trade?" Lin Zheng flew to the bottom of the pit and looked at the steel egg in disbelief. Xiang Yu is so powerful that he can directly move mountains and reclaim seas in the later period, which can be said to be comparable to that of an immortal. Qin Shi Huang can summon the terracotta warriors and horses to fight for him at any time. He can summon up to 100 terracotta warriors and horses at one time. At the same time, he is also a martial arts master. Lin Zheng smiled. Zombies are captured. As for being obedient, as long as you have absolute strength, isn't it natural to be obedient? Lin Zheng threw away the backup machine and quickly flew back to the ground. As a 5th-level zombie, Gangdan should not be melted. Could it be that he took the opportunity to escape? Lin Zheng couldn't help but think that Zhu Xiaming was most likely to be melted directly. Gangdan said hurriedly, "I know you humans are emotional. Don't think that I saved him out of your so-called kindness. We zombies don't have such a thing. The backup phone in his hand had been burned to the point of being distorted and turned black, while Ma Feng inside had long since melted and turned into a puddle of unknown gelatinous matter. For example, Zhu Liang can summon wind and rain, thunder and lightnings, and he is so wise that he is almost like a demon. He also has a particularly awesome skill. With a wave of his fan, he can create 100,000 arrows out of thin air and shoot at his opponent. Lin Zheng knew that once these people arrived, the world would become extremely dangerous. But he did not do this first. He wanted to familiarize himself with the current situation in Daxia and prepare for the future expansion of the base. Second, he wanted to collect more mutant items, animals and plants and trigger system rewards. Suddenly, two coughs broke Lin Zheng's suspicion. They seemed to come from the bottom of the explosion crater. Lin Zheng knew from the overview of Doomsday development that in the near future, various dead ancients will be resurrected under the influence of the mist. Not only will they be resurrected, but they will also have an exclusive skill based on their identity or reputation. Lin Zheng looked around, trying to find Zhu Xiaoming and Gang Dan. He turned around but didn't find them, only when they were melted by the high temperature of the explosion. Then isn't Zhu Xiaoming. What Lin Zheng never expected was that Gang Dan actually used a ball of black energy to protect Zhu Xiaoming. Zhao Quan flew the backup aircraft at full power and fled quickly, keeping his eyes fixed on the front and not daring to look back. It wasn't until the backup machine ran out of energy that he looked back, his face full of horror and fear. Seeing that those scary people were not chasing him, he slowly landed after it stopped. He stumbled out of the backup machine, his head covered with sweat and his face turned pale. If it were any later, I might have to tell you where it is. After Zhao Quan took a breath, he said to himself, "That zombie and that person." Zhao Quan felt his scalp numb when he thought of the two red dots on the screen. Is it a machine failure? Or is it that the two of them have abilities that exceed the machine's upper limit level 4? Judging from the fighting level of the female zombie, the latter is more likely thinking of this. Zhao Quan felt a chill on his back again and his mind exploded. It was incredible. It has been almost half a year since the end of the world. Human beings have slowly adapted, build a base, understand the Fogkill zombies, obtain crystal cores, and practice superpowers according to the calculations of their god base. If a person started practicing at the maximum intensity of human beings from the beginning of the mist, his superpower would still not exceed level 3. It is said that Zhu Xiaoming, who tops the list of the top 100 ruthless people, is at the peak of the 2nd level and is infinitely close to the early stage of the 3rd level. He can be regarded as one of the ceilings of human superpowers. Now, existences of the 4th level or even higher than the 4th level have appeared. Zhao Quan's worldview has been directly shattered. How the hell is this done? Even if you practice desperately every day, you can't practice to such an outrageous level. Zhao Quan is confused now. Is it possible that they all have plugins? However, he now has to consider his own consequences. During this mission, he directly damaged 2 newly developed super mechas. Even if he is the head coach of mechas, he will probably be severely punished or just run away. Diddy, just as Zhao Quan was thinking. The communication device on the backup machine suddenly rang. He took a look and saw that it was Qin Tong, the Lord of Tianshan Base. Just when he was hesitating whether to answer the call, the communication device automatically connected, and Qin Tong's voice immediately sounded from inside. Zhao Quan, we already know that 2 mechas have been destroyed and Ma Feng is dead. I don't blame you this time. Your opponents are too powerful. It is understandable that the mechas were destroyed. You go back to the base first. Every month, reduce the supplies by half and complete 10 more B-level tasks to make up for your mistakes. Zhao Quan was very surprised when he heard this. He originally thought he would bear Qin Tong's endless anger, but he didn't expect that he would just have his monthly supplies halved and do 10 more B-level tasks. Maybe Qin Tong also knows that his opponent this time is very powerful. Zhao Quan could only explain to himself this way. In this case, Zhao Quan still plans to return to Tianjin base, after all. In these troubled times, it is difficult to survive without the organization. Okay, I'll be back right away. It turned out that the two mechas were equipped with remote monitoring systems. So the previous battle scenes of Zhao Quan and others were clearly seen by Qin Tong, who was thousands of miles away here. After turning off the communication equipment, Qin Tong said to the people around him, immediately spread the news to the outside world, saying that Zhao Quan has obtained the mutant rice research results and is now rushing to Shangjing City. What? A middle-aged man next to him frowned slightly and said with confusion, Lord. Zhao Quan didn't get it, and doing so will make Zhao Quan a target of public criticism. It's not certain whether he can return to the base alive. Through the pictures sent back by the two mechas, they only saw roughly the picture of Gang Dan taking action alone. But they only saw a rough picture and could not determine her strength. Qin Tong did not answer but smiled slightly. Obviously, the middle-aged man was right. The middle-aged man looked at Zhu Xiaming and said with some doubts, there seems to be no record of these two people. We searched through the database and found no information about them. But this is normal. Our database only includes people with powers above the mid-first level. These two people are probably muggles. The only possibility is that the man and the woman are very strong. Qin Tong said, it is said that Zhu Xiaming is originally from the southwest. It's nothing to go back to the southwest. It's just the other two people. Qin Tong did not answer him but moved the mouse, operated the keyboard and kept zooming in on the screen. In the end, almost the entire screen was covered with Gangdan's face. But the screen also became very blurry. She's a zombie. The middle-aged man paused for a while, lowered his head and thought for a moment, and seemed to understand something. He also showed a sinister smile. Lord, you are building a plank road openly and crossing Chengkang secretly. It's high, really high. Qin Tong and the middle-aged man took a breath almost simultaneously, then looked at each other and said in shocked tone, because of Zhu Xiaming. The middle-aged man said it as soon as he said it, but felt something was wrong. Now is no different than before the apocalypse. The number of satellites in the sky and base stations on the ground has been greatly reduced, and the communication signals are far inferior to before. So the picture they see is relatively blurry. In addition to the abnormality of the detection device itself, this situation will also occur if the ability of the person being detected exceeds the detection limit. Qin Tong said in a very serious tone, even so, the rotten flesh on the steel egg's face is still very obvious. Moreover, Zhao Quan and Ma Feng were directly equipped with the latest mechas, this time in order to convince people in other bases that they were the main force in the Tianjin base to snatch the mutant rice research results. At this time on the screen in front of Qin Tong, photos of three people appeared, namely Zhu Xiaming, Gang Dan and Lin Zheng. At this time, Qin Tong was still watching the video sent back by the mecha over and over again. The images on the screen kept flashing on his lenses, and he stood there motionless, trying to get some clues from it. After hearing this, Qin Tong shook his head and frowned slightly, as if he did not agree with the middle-aged man's words. At this time, Zhao Quan was still congratulating himself on escaping, completely unaware that in the days to come, he would be plunged into endless pursuit and fear. In this way, the attention of other bases will be attracted to Zhao Quan, and we can easily bring back the mutant rice research results. Why is Zhu Xiaming going to the southwest? This is impossible. The upper limit of the detection device is level 4. Now there can be no level 4 superpowers in this world. The detection device must be faulty, the middle-aged man said with great certainty. Qin Tong shook his head and said, I don't know. In short, these two people are more difficult to mess with than Zhu Xiaming. If you can win them over, it's best. If you can't, you should keep them at a distance and don't make enemies of them. The two of them don't seem to be simple. Do you still remember that the abnormality detection device on Zhao Quan's mecha has been abnormal for a period of time? Suddenly, He tapped his fingers quickly on the keyboard and pressed the pause button. The picture just happened to freeze on the steel egg lying on the glass outer wall of the Buddha. One operation room, the middle-aged man nodded. Then why don't you repair and print out the pictures of these two people and warn other people in the base? Qin Tong's mouth tilted, revealing a strange smile. I know. What you want is to make him the target of public criticism. The middle-aged man tilted his head slightly and recalled. Yes, but that doesn't mean anything. The middle-aged man looked at the frozen picture. Then looked at Qin Tong. Qin Tong pushed up his glasses, looked at the middle-aged man's, and asked like a question, then why did Zhao Quan and Ma Feng activate the self-destruction device of the mecha? They are very strong, 3rd level, 4th level. The middle-aged man had a surprised expression on his face. Seeming to agree with Qin Tong's inference, what's wrong? Zhu Xiaming is indeed powerful, but he is only at the peak of the 2nd level. Even if he breaks through to the early stage of the 3rd level, it is impossible to defeat 2 of our latest mechas, let alone force them to activate the self-destruction program. Lin Zheng had roughly guessed that the people from Tianqian base came to Jiangtang City for the research results of mutated rice. Now, even though one of them has escaped, he is not worried. After all, the research results are in his hands. Taoyuan base has Jiang Yidong and others and the super mask. So Li Camping will not be in any danger. Besides, there are Zhai Xingguo and the Ability Academy there. Who dares to touch Li Camping? So, after experiencing this small storm, they continued to move forward. Lin Zheng took out an off-road vehicle from the system space and planned to drive forward. After all, there is a distance of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers from Jiangtang City to Shangjing City. If you rely on walkings, you will not have to walk for several months. When Lin Zheng conjured an off-road vehicle out of thin air, Zhu Xiaming and Gang Dan showed the same surprised expressions. His mouth opened wide in an O shape, his eyes widened. His face full of shock. Little brother, are you magic? Lin Zheng just replied, just think that this is my awakened power. Traveling off-road with bare hands. This power is so incredible. Gandon also looked at Lin Zheng with a look of disbelief on his face. This bare-handed cross-country rubbing was already comparable to the means of creation. Generally speaking, superpowers are of the energy type. Even superpowers such as water type and metal type can only produce substances of a single element. A substance like Lin Zheng can not only conjure a variety of elements, but also have precise combinations between components, which is comparable to magic. Suddenly, the way Gang Dan looked at Lin Zheng became more and more strained, and there seemed to be a slight hint of respect in his resentment. Naturally, Zhu Xiaming was driving. Gang Dan was in the back seat, and Lin was in the passenger seat. This is the first time Lin Zheng has seen the doomsday scene except Jiangtang City. There are abandoned vehicles everywhere on the road, and their paint has begun to peel and rust. The originally crisp trees on both sides of the road were all bare, replaced by some particularly conspicuous mutant plants, as well as some strangely shaped mutant animals. These are extremely common mutated animals and plants that have no special powers and do not meet the requirements for inclusion in the system. Therefore, Lin Zheng did not copy them or include them in the system space. Of course, zombies are inevitable. All kinds of zombies can be seen everywhere on the road. When no one is around, they wander around aimlessly with their arms drooped and their eyes dull. Once he sees a living person, he becomes excited instantly and rushes towards the living person like a mad dog. Fortunately, there was a 5th-level zombie king sitting in Lin Zheng's car. Although the wandering zombies heard the noise and were ready to rush over, but when he turned up his nose and smelled it, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He was so frightened that he backed away and did not dare to come closer. Little brother, the zombies you raised are so useful. The zombies stayed far away along the way, which saved us a lot of trouble. Zhu Xiaming controlled the steering wheel with both hands and said to Lin Zheng while turning. Before Lin Zheng could speak, Gandon, who was sitting in the back seat, said angrily to Zhu Xiaming, human. Pay attention to your language. What does it mean to raise? I am imprisoned, I have never succumbed to him. How can I be here and keep it? As Gang Dan spoke, he glanced at Lin Zheng bang. At this moment, there was a burst of gunfire not far away. The car window next to Lin Zheng was shattered by bullets, and a small hole appeared. Numerous cracks appeared next to the small hole. Zhu Xiaoming was shocked, braked quickly and looked at Lin Zheng, little brother. He thought the bullet had hit Lin Zheng's, so he looked panicked and looked at Lin Zheng eagerly. Only Gang Dan sat firmly in the back seat, as if nothing was wrong, because she knew that the bullet was like a drop of water hitting Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng slowly looked at Zhu Xiaoming. In the building 200 meters to my right, on the penultimate floors, there is someone attacking us in the first room on the right. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming was even more shocked. How did you know? Little brother, how do you know so clearly, and are you okay? Zhu Xiaoming asked with doubts and concerns. Lin Zheng slowly opened his palm towards Zhu Xiaoming, and a deformed shrapnel suddenly appeared in his palm. But his hand was unscathed, it told me. Lin Zheng said calmly, you caught that bullet. Zhu Xiaoming was so shocked that he began to speak. Lin Zheng nodded and continued, from the angle at which the shrapnel was shot and the force it reached. We can deduce the location of the shooter. After Zhu Xiaoming heard this, he swallowed hard. Even if he caught the bullet with his bare hands, he could also use the angle and strength of the bullet to deduce the starting point of the shooting. Are you going to be so outrageous? This is actually the change that occurred after Lin Zheng broke through to the 5th level. The various senses of the body were amplified dozens of times. That's why it's so sensitive to the angle and force of bullets. Little brother, should we deal with them? If it were Zhu Xiaoming in the past, he would have taken action long ago, but this time he did not. Instead, immediately asked Lin Zheng for his opinion, and unconsciously regarded him as the boss. Lin Zheng did not speak, but raised the shrapnel in his hand to look at it, then closed his eyes slightly and deduced the trajectory of the shrapnel in his mind. After a while, suddenly opened his eyes, turned his head to look out the window, and then fiercely shot out the shrapnel in his hand. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that it made a roaring sound. Zhu Xiaoming was dumbfounded again. He actually threw the bullet with his bare hands with the power of a sniper rifle. The sniper in the building changed his expression and hurriedly rolled aside. Snap! There was only a crisp sound, and the sniper rifle scope on the ground exploded instantly. And the sniper rifle was also bounced away. The sniper immediately looked at a man wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses next to him and said, "There are snipers on the other side too. How many people are there across the way?" The man in sunglasses asked. The sniper replied, 3. But one of them has been sniped by me. Now there are only 2 people left. The sniper rifle used by the sniper among the 2 should be a Barrett. Otherwise, it would be impossible to shoot such a fierce shot. Power unexpectedly after hearing this. The man in sunglasses actually smiled. Looks like they are some fat sheep. Anyone who can use Barrett must be a super fat sheep. And the off-road vehicle they drive is quite new. If I can get it to be your mount, it will be extremely majestic. Ha ha ha, I'm sure to eat these fat sheep. The man in sunglasses laughed and said. Then he looked at the sniper and said, "Are you sure you can take down the sniper on the opposite side?" The sniper said with confidence, "Boss, I was negligent just no so I let the opponent win a move. I am the sniper of the Wild Wolf mercenary team. Even if they have a good sniper rifle, it is just a weapon in their hands. It's just a pile of scrap metal, boss. Just take care of it and watch me kill them one by one." The sniper immediately turned over and retrieved the sniper rifle from the ground. Then he stood up and leaned against a wall. Then he took out a new magnifying glass from his backpack, removed the broken one very skillfully, and installed the new magnifying glass. He raised the corner of his mouth and looked very excited, as if he was congratulating himself for meeting an evenly matched opponent. Clicks, he pulled the bolt of the gun, and then quickly ran to another window. He did not blindly poke his head, but put the gun on a hat and slowly poked up from the bottom of the window. As soon as the edge of the hat was exposed, a snap was heard. The hat was blown away and a big hole suddenly appeared on it. At the same time, the sniper felt a violent shaking from the barrel of the gun, a numbness in the tiger's mouth, and something like fine sand hitting his face. He looked at the head of the sniper rifle strangely and found that there was a layer of sand powder stuck to the barrel. What kind of bullet is this? Is it made of stone? In his many years of sniper career, he has seen all kinds of bullets, such as bullets made of ice. After being injected into the human body, they will slowly melt and make no sound. There are even bullets wrapped with a layer of reactive metal. When the bullet is fired into the human body and is stained with moisture in the blood, a violent chemical reaction will occur, bursting open, and a large bloody hole will appear on the surface of the human body. So he was not surprised to see bullets made of stone. And that so-called bullet was actually a pebble casually thrown by Lin Zheng. The sniper smiled confidently and said softly to himself, "My marksmanship is pretty good, but I have no experience. I just used random tricks and took the bait. I thought I met an evenly matched opponent. It seems that I have one more target to shoot, the dead soul." On the off-road vehicle, Lin Zheng held a handful of gravel in his hand and rubbed it back and forth. He looked at the building 100 meters away and smiled slightly. "Then let's play with you." Zhu Xiaoming was dumbfounded the whole time and looked at Lin Zheng with shock on his face. What kind of operations are these? Throwing bullets and pebbles with bare hands can actually produce the power of a sniper rifle. This hand must be a master of sniper rifles. He had already put his hand on the pistol at his waist. After seeing this, he silently took his hand back and covered it with his clothes. Many superpowers will prepare a gun because most superpowers have a limited attack range. For example, Zhu Xiaoming's blasting has a range of only a few dozen meters. It is reasonable to prepare a gun. Of course, Lin Zheng is different. One blast can easily reach a range of thousands of meters. "Gangzi, what do you think? Are you sure that we must eat these fat sheep?" The man in sunglasses took off his sunglasses, looked at the sniper Wang Gang and said. Wang Gang smiled sideways, full of confidence. "Boss, I have figured out the opponent's strength. How about it?" "Something, but not much. Everything is under my control." Wang Gang touched the sniper rifle with a look of pride on his face. He looked at the man with glasses. "Boss, lend me someone to use." The man with glasses nodded. Then he randomly picked up a man who was tied up and threw it in front of Wang Gang. There are more than a dozen people tied up like this. They were all captured by the man with glasses from other bases and used as slaves in his own base. Most of them were men, with only a few women. And everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Nowadays, women have become very valuable and have become a resource that various bases compete for. Because they can give birth after the end of the world. Humankind has dropped by more than 90% now. A large population is needed to restore the basic structure of human society. At the same time, they have also become a kind of plaything for others to humiliate and have fun with. Women with supernatural powers have a slightly higher status. However, due to their natural weak constitution, they are in a low status as a whole. It was not until later periods that, with the continuous improvement of human abilities, physical differences were gradually smoothed out, and men and women were truly equal. Therefore, where there is strength, there is equality. And equality is not just something you shout out. Wang Gang grabbed the man and threatened, "If you don't want to die, just do as I say." The man was so frightened that he nodded repeatedly. Then, Wang Gang pointed to a section of steel bars on the ground and said, "Now, pick up the section of steel bars on the ground and stand in front of the window on the right." "Okay, I'll do it. Please don't kill me." The man kept bending down and bowing to Wang Gang. F***K, hurry up. Wang Gang kicked the man in the butt. Then cut the rope around him with a knife. The man hurriedly ran to pick up the steel bars on the ground, and tremblingly came to the window on the right. At this time, Wang Gang had already arrived at the window on the left, ready to attack once the man was killed. Wang Gang would quickly poke his head, aim, shoot, and kill with one blow. He had already imagined in his mind what it would be like when he shot the opponent's head off. At this time, Lin Zheng had already seen the situation in the house clearly through the global monitor. I saw him grinning if you were an ordinary sniper. You might really be fooled by him. He is really a vicious and insidious old fox. It's a pity that you met me this time. In the face of the absolute God's perspective, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are all decorations suddenly. He turned his perspective and found a little girl in the corner. Her face was dirty and she was shivering. Her clothes were in tatters and there were faint traces of blood. Lin Zheng always felt that there was something different about her. He looked at her carefully and suddenly realized it. He stopped at her right eye. The pupil of her right eye is surprisingly small, like a small black dot. With the white of the eye taking up the majority, this is characteristics of zombies. But the girl was obviously not a zombie. The frightened expression on her face showed that she was a human being with feelings. Because low-level zombies have no emotions and high-level zombies cannot be caught by them, could it be? At this time, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations to the host. The human being who discovered the half-corpse body has triggered the mission and accepted him as his disciple. The object copy range has been increased to 1,500 cubic meters. Half-corpse Lin Zheng was a little surprised. The half-corpse physique is a very special physique. Unique in 10,000. This physique is half human and half zombie. The cultivation speed is extremely fast, several times that of ordinary people. At the same time, zombies will not attack such people. Lin Zheng nodded. Although zombies won't attack such people will. In this case, Lin Zheng decided to accept the little girl. He had unlimited resources, and her cultivation speed was extremely fast. She might become a super powerful force in Taoyuan base in the future. Recovering his thoughts, Lin Zheng looked at the man holding a steel bar by the window and the sniper leaning against the wall, and said in a deep voice, "Since you are so confident, then I will strangle you when you are at your most swollen." Snap! There was a crisp sound, the glass shattered, and a sharp sound broke through the air the next second. The man holding the steel bar seemed to be hit by an invisible force. His whole body flew backwards and hit the ground heavily. He was not dead. Lin Zheng controlled the intensity of throwing the stones. This intensity was just enough to knock him out. Wang Gang had quick eyes and quick hands. Seeing that the opponent had been fooled, he immediately raised his gun, turned sideways, and aimed out the window. Soon he locked the target. When he saw Lin Zheng's face through the magnifying glass, his scalp suddenly felt numb and cold sweat broke out on his back. As if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't he killed by me? Although he was very confused, he still instinctively pulled the trigger. After a spark was emitted from the muzzle, the bullet shot out and flew through the air. After firing a shot, he quickly retreated behind the wall and calmed down. That face kept popping up in his mind. Damn it, I saw a ghost. Lin Zheng threw a stone almost at the same time as he fired. The stone accurately hit the bullet. After all, steel is much harder than the stone. The stone instantly turned into powder, and the trajectory of the bullet was also changed. On the window glass of an abandoned car, dozens of meters. Gangzi, why did you fire the gun? The bullets went to your grandma's house and hit the glass of the car next to you. The man in sunglasses stood by the window, raised his head, and looked through the binoculars. Wang Gang was shocked. He turned sideways, raised the magnifying glass and looked outside. Sure enough, as the man in sunglasses said, he missed the target. What a weird thing. Gangzi, are you really good? You're so crooked, you're not as good as me. The man in sunglasses was still sarcastic. Wang Gang was still in shock and confusion at this time, and did not hear the words of the man in sunglasses at all. After thinking for a while, he said to the man in sunglasses, "Boss, lend me another person. Moreover, the slaves we use this time will not meet the standard. When the Lord takes the blame, we can't live without it." The man in sunglasses was slightly unhappy. "Boss, we may have encountered a master this time. If we don't deal with him, We may not be able to get out of this building. Wang Gang finally realized that they were in trouble. After hearing this and Wang Gang's serious face, the man in sunglasses immediately turned serious, grabbed a slave and threw it in front of Wang Gang. Gangzi, if you're honest, are you sure you can solve them? It may be a little tricky, but there is no problem in solving them. Wang Gang is still very confident. The man in sunglasses nodded. Wang Gang grabbed the man who was thrown away, pointed a gun at him, made him stand in front of the window next to him, and then cut the rope on his body with a knife. Although the man was terrified, he had no choice but to do as he was told. He stood tremblingly in front of the window, raised his hand slightly and kept chanting, "Please. Don't kill me, please don't kill me." Wang Gang plans to repeat his old trick and do it again. Lin Zheng saw a horrified figure behind the window and couldn't help but smile. "I've used this trick again, is there nothing I can do? Let's end it." As he spoke, he took out a few steel balls from the system space and threw them towards the building in the distance. The steel balls hit the wall and splashed a burst of cement powder. The violent sound made Wang Gang tremble all over. What's going on? What's the sound? However, he felt that he was absolutely safe hiding behind the wall. Although he was a little frightened, he didn't care. Even Barrett can't penetrate this kind of reinforced concrete wall. Even if he can penetrate it, the opponent can't see it. And it's impossible to hit the target behind the wall. This strange sound also aroused the doubts of the man in sunglasses. "Gangzi, what the hell is this sound? Boss, I guess the other party can't do anything about it. Now they are so angry that they are shooting at us randomly. But don't worry, we just need to hide behind the wall. When they have almost lost their bullets, it will be our turn to perform." After hearing this, the man in sunglasses nodded slowly and stopped asking. But the next second, he saw with his own eyes a steel ball penetrated from behind the wall and hit Wang Gang's temple. Bang! Half of Wang Gang's head exploded, exploding into a flower of flesh and blood. His body instantly stiffened, and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. After another half-second, his eyes instantly lost color, and his whole body fell straight back, slamming to the ground. The man in sunglasses was so frightened that he remained motionless, staring blankly at the terrifying scene in front of him. Only then did he realize that a rather large hole had suddenly appeared in the wall. He also realized that the sound just now should be the same point on the wall where the opponent kept shooting. Although this type of reinforced concrete wall cannot be penetrated by a single shot, if you keep shooting at the same point, it will only be a matter of time before you are shot through. At this time, Lin Zheng and others had already entered the building. Soon they arrived at the room they were in. The door to the room was a security-grade steel door. Wang Gang seemed to hear some movement outside the door, and his first reaction was that they were coming. "Quick, quick, lock the door." When the boys heard this, they quickly locked the door and blocked the door with tables, sofas, and other furniture. After doing all this, they felt a little more relieved. Wang Gang's death convinced them that this time they encountered a tough situation and kicked against the iron plate. "Boss, what should we do now?" the man in sunglasses said loudly. But actually he was also panicking inside. Pan Kun Mao. Even if he has a sniper rifle, he can still penetrate the steel door that is tens of millimeters thick. As long as we hide inside and don't go out, when the zombies come out at night, they will naturally leave. Maybe they will also be eaten directly by zombies. The younger brother nodded. "You're right, you are right. As long as we don't." He hasn't spoken yet. Only a loud bang was heard, and the iron door and the furniture flew out suddenly and hit the wall behind. Everyone looked at the door in horror. "Mom, I'm afraid." One of the boys was so scared that he hugged the man in sunglasses next to him and screamed. The man in sunglasses became angry, grabbed his brain, and instantly used his 5 fingers to crush his head. Then he also stared at the door. How can it be so sacred and so terrifying? Finally appeared 2 men and 1 woman. Looks extremely ordinary, but it was them who killed an experienced mercenary sniper and kicked open a steel door dozens of millimeters thick. The man in sunglasses reacted immediately and ordered to his men, "Go ahead. Kill them." The subordinates were all timid and did not dare to step forward. The man in sunglasses pointed directly at the chest of one of them, swung his claws and actually took out his waist. The boy spit out a mouthful of blood and spit it on the man in sunglasses. The man in sunglasses was furious and used his claw again to take out his heart and lungs. The younger brother widened his eyes, stared at the man in sunglasses, and said with his last breath, "Boss, is this what you said to us with all your heart and soul? It seems like there's nothing wrong with it." Seeing that the man in sunglasses had killed him, the younger brothers did not dare to retreat any longer and rushed towards Lin Zheng and others like crazy. One by one howled and shouted to strengthen their courage. Lin Zheng was about to take action, but was immediately stopped by Zhu Xiaming. "Little brother, I won't bother you to do this little karami." After saying that, Zhu Xiaming relaxed his muscles and bones and faced him expressionlessly. Gang Dan was also looking at Lin Zheng eagerly, as if expecting something eatable. Lin Zheng nodded slightly to the steel egg. After hearing this, Gang Dan grinned and his expression became extremely terrifying. Immediately afterwards was surrounded by black clothes, and a powerful pressure overflowed, making people breathless at this time. The steel egg is like the god of death, evil and terrifying. Boom! Zhu Xiaming fired 2 blasts at the 2 people rushing in front of him. Their heads were instantly submerged in the high-temperature blasts. The next second, a strong smell of barbecue came. Zhu Xiaming withdrew the blast. Most of their heads and chests had evaporated, and white smoke was still rising from the wounds. Seeing this scene, Gang Dan frowned and showed a dissatisfied expression. "Hey, human boy, if you do thisho, can I eat it?" Zhu Xiaming. Then Gang Dan's right hand was clawed, and suddenly, a huge suction force was generated in the palm of his hand, which directly sucked a person over, and then bit his neck in one bite. The man in sunglasses was shocked when he saw this scene, exploding with both hands. The leader of the top 100 ruthless people, Zhu Xiaming. This place is called Changhu City. It is at the junction of the Southwest and the Central Plains. I know a lot about the Central Plains, Zhu Xiaming, who is ranked among the top 100 ruthless people. Kills the world with explosives with both hands. How could he not recognize him? He never expected that he would offend this murderous god. There is also that woman. Although her methods are not as terrifying as Zhu Xiaming's, but for some reason, just looking at her makes people feel frightened soon. All the younger brothers were killed by the 2 of them. Only the man in sunglasses was left. He kept retreating and retreated to the window. He looked at Zhu Xiaming and said quickly, "Master Zhu. Master Zhu, please don't kill me, our lord knows you." "Oh, you know me?" "I know, of course I know. The most ruthless person, Zhu Xiaming, who kills the world with explosives with both hands. Who wouldn't know him? The lord of our spirit snake base in Changhu City is named Yang Zheng. He also fought against other bases with you at that time. Do you still remember?" Seeing Zhu Xiaming stop what he was doing, the man in sunglasses was overjoyed, thinking that he might have escaped this disaster. Even in the last days, it is indispensable to talk about human nature and sophistication. No moving out acquaintances will make things easier. Yang Zheng, hearing this name, Zhu Xiaming was stunned. He recalled that this person had recruited many awakened people in order to attack a human-eating base. Among them, there was indeed one named Yang Zheng. This person has good strength but is not a good person. Every time he attacks, he hides at the end, after the attack. He rushes to the front and shouts slogans to attract attention and show how hard he works and how hard he works. When distributing supplies, we don't fight for them. Instead, we secretly note down those who are weak. After the supplies are distributed, we go to snatch those people's supplies. Zhu Xiaming was a little surprised. He didn't expect this person to actually go to Changhu City and establish a base. However, looking at the people he has, it seems that the base he established is also a gathering of rabble-rousers. It's a pity that if you only met me today, you might be able to survive, Zhu Xiaming said coldly. The man in sunglasses was stunned and looked at Zhu Xiaming blankly. Then at the woman beside him and the boy behind him. What? You mean these two are more difficult to mess with than you? At this time the man in sunglasses glanced downstairs, with a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes call out. Suddenly, he raised his arm towards the building opposite and fired a crossbow arrow from his sleeve. There was a steel wire tied to the crossbow arrow. He immediately jumped up to the window. The fearful expression on his face turned into pride, HMPH. What's so great about being number 1 on the list of the top 100 ruthless people? You're not alone and have no powers. How long do you think you can last? Goodbye, everyone. When you are killing people, I have used the sonic zombie attractor developed by our base to attract the nearby zombies. You can just enjoy the love the zombies have for you. After that, the man in sunglasses dropped a cylindrical object from his hand, which should be the sonic corpse inducer. Then he would grab the wire and jump to another building. Seeing this, Gang Dan used his palm to suck him in, forcefully sucked him in and grabbed his neck. Then he stretched out his other hand, sucked up the sonic corpse attractor on the ground, held it in his hand and looked at it. Then I put it to my ear and listened. I immediately felt that I was enjoying it. I even closed my eyes slightly and started listening. I thought there were fresh zombies nearby calling me. But it turned out to be this thing. Damn it, you lied to me. She was scolded, but she still collected it honestly and put it in her pocket. Click on. Gangdan did not hesitate to break the arm of the man in sunglasses with a sleeve arrow. Then threw it aside and then threw him into the corner. Also leave some fresh ones for my corpse and grandchildren. The man in sunglasses squeezed his arm tightly and looked at them with evil eyes. The worst we can do is die together. Now zombies have completely surrounded this building. If I die, none of you can survive, then. He looked at those who were captured and said viciously, and you bugs. You will all have to be buried with mehahaha, I won't lose. As soon as he finished speaking, zombies began to pour in outside the door. Those who were captured immediately got into a mess when they saw the zombies. Screamadan began to run away, completely ignoring the people around them. Only the little girl glared at the zombies without any fearful expression on her face. It turned out that she was shaking all over before. Not because of fear but because she was extremely angry. Seeing the little girl's performance, Lin Zheng nodded slightly. Not bad. This woman has a strong mind, and if she is nurtured well, she will definitely become a great person in the future. Hahaha, let's all die together. Just when the man in sunglasses laughed wildly, Gangdan suddenly looked at the zombies and let out a low roar. After hearing this, the zombies turned their heads to look at the steel egg. Suddenly, they became extremely frightened and opened their mouths slightly. Ho ho ho, Gangdan roared at them a few more times. And the zombies seemed to understand something. They all looked at the man in sunglasses, stretched out their claws and opened their bloody mouths. The man in sunglasses felt numb all over. His face looked frightened and confused. Alas, why are you just staring at me? There are so many people over there, go bite them too, soon. The man in sunglasses was submerged in the crowd of zombies. First he let out bursts of screams, and then the sound gradually faded away finally. Only the sound of zombies gnawing flesh and blood was left. The group of people who were captured were all in danger and wanted to protect themselves at the critical moment of life and death. They pushed each other, trying to push others forward, praying that the zombies would eat enough and then leave. Only the little girl glared at the zombies as if she were an adult. Hey hey, suddenly a strange scream sounded and then a third-order bat zombie broke the window and flew into the house. It suddenly stood on the ground, its legs slightly bent. The friction between muscles and bones creaked. Its wings folded, and a glistening bone spur emerged from the fold. Little sister zombie, where are you? My brother is here. This bat zombie had a lewd smile on its face and an extremely sultry tone. Apparently, it was also attracted by the sonic zombie attractor. It looked around and found that it was surrounded by humans. Suddenly, its eyes stopped on the steel egg at this time. The steel egg had already restrained its aura and only retained a little zombie smell on its body. So the bat zombie did not realize that it was a zombie king. Oh, the cute zombie sister is here, with that said. It stretched out its hands and walked towards the steel egg. When it was about to hug the steel egg turned its face slightly, revealing the rotten flesh on its face. And then its pupils turned into black gold. And a terrifying aura rushed to its face instantly. Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Gangdan's anger level was maxed out and he said in a deep voice. The bat zombie instantly felt a chill down his back. His heart felt numb and his palms became sweaty. Yao yao yu. Obviously. It has felt the aura of the zombie king in the steel egg. Gangdan said with a majestic look, "You're a loser. You were easily deceived by human means. This is what attracted you," as he said that. Gangdan took out the sonic corpse inducer and held it in his hand. The bat zombie glanced at Ithai's face suddenly changed. And he hurriedly confessed, "Yes, I'm sorry, roll, yes." The bat zombie was already scared out of its wits, turned around and was about to fly away. But then I thought about Ithai couldn't go back empty-handed. So I planned to randomly capture a human and go back to eat it slowly. It took a fancy to the little girl at a glance, flew in front of her, picked her up, spread its huge wings and was about to take off. Hey, human children are very delicious. I'm in for a treat today. Let me go, stinky zombies, dead zombies. My mother will never let you go. She will lead our Meow Goo base to kill you all, Zio Zio. Several women in the crowd shouted at the same time. They wanted to squeeze out of the crowd. But the crowd kept pushing into the corner and they couldn't squeeze out at all. The little girl struggled desperately and kept shouting, "Be honest or I'll break your neck right now." The bat zombie threatened, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." The bat zombie ignored the little girl, but when it looked up, it found a figure blocking it. He is a human boy. Here comes a man who is not afraid of death. It just happens to be a man and a woman with balanced nutrition. Let's capture you together after that. It grabbed Lin Zheng's shoulders, flapped its wings violently and was about to take off. But he found that the young man seemed to have taken root. No matter how hard he tried, just couldn't fly into the air. Let that girl go. Lin Zheng remained motionless and said in a deep voice. The bat zombie was stunned and thought he heard wrongly. Human boy, you can see clearly who you are following. Before it could finish speaking, Lin Zheng grabbed its arm and pulled it down suddenly. Suddenly, a huge force hit it. The bat zombie is like a piece of iron smashing to the ground. Lin Zheng, don't kill it. As soon as Gangdan finished speaking, Lin Zheng stepped on the head of the bat zombie. Its head suddenly exploded like a watermelon, and its juice flowed all over the floor. The little girl stood there completely stunned, with her mouth slightly open and her eyes shocked, staring at Lin Zheng as if she saw a god descending. There was a rush of excitement in my heart. I was already overwhelmed with excitement. So powerful, even more powerful than Mom. The little girl was secretly shocked. Then Lin Zheng slowly turned to look at Gangdan, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "You didn't tell me earlier." After Gangdan heard this, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He knew that Lin Zheng definitely did it on purpose. Not only that, he also pretended to disgust himself. The little girl looked at Lin Zheng with adoring eyes, blinking from time to time. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Lin Zheng nodded. "Okay." Hearing this, Li Ziaxiao jumped up with joy. "Okay." The group of kidnapped people were initially terrified. After seeing the zombies slowly leaving, they became confused. The little girl was stunned for a moment, feeling a little incredible with a face full of disbelief. Good ding, the mission is completed. The disciple has been successfully recruited, and the object copy range has been increased to 1,500 cubic meters. Ziaxiao asked with concern. The plump woman knelt down and touched Li Ziaxiao's head. "Ziaxiao, are you okay?" "Okay, Ziaxiao is fine." Let's go and untie the other sisters together. Li Zixiao quickly ran over and untied the rope from one of the plumpest women. Suddenly someone shouted in the crowd and there was a chaos. And most of the people ran away in an instant. Okay, get up. Since you worship me as your teacher, you can follow me from now on. But the strange thing is that no one came to thank Lin Zheng. Instead, they looked at Lin Zheng and Zhu Xiaming with disgust. Even with a hint of hatred, Sister Ru, are you okay? After a while he replied hesitantly, really, really. Of course, what's your name? Lin Zheng nodded. What the hell, just run away. The little girl showed excitement on her face and said hurriedly, my name is Zixiao. Li Zixiao, master, please accept Zixiao's bow. Brother, you are so awesome. Is it because you're full? But what can I do? Who can say that I can't beat others? If Lin Zheng hadn't saved them, they would have probably hacked them with a knife by now. There were only 4 or 5 women left. Standing still and not leaving should. The 4 or 5 women's ropes were all untied. And they all went up to ask Li Zixiao with concern. They looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Zombie, why did you leave? Well, Zixiao is fine. At this time under the control of Gang Dan. The zombies slowly left the building when hearing this. The little girl's expression showed a trace of hesitation. As if she had some scruples, then. The little girl imitated the apprenticeship in the TV series and knelt down before Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng only felt that this girl was real and fun. After bowing her head in silence for a while, she raised her head and said to Lin Zheng, Master, can I go and say goodbye to my mother first? Let's go, Zixiao, we're going back. With that said, the plump woman picked up Li Zixiao and prepared to leave. She did not intend to thank Lin Zheng and others for their life-saving grace. Li Zixiao said to the plump woman, Sister Ru, it was Master and the others who saved us. Should we say thank you to them and invite them to the base again? Zixiao, have you forgotten your mother's teachings? There is no good man in this world. They just saved us on the surface. Who knows if they have other motives? When the plump woman said this, she glanced at Lin Zheng and Zhu Xiaming. Obviously these words were meant for them, nah sister. Master Thi are good people. They are different from other men's. Li Zixiao tried his best to argue, trying to convince the plump woman Zio. This man is the best at using sweet words and deception. They all pretend to be good people in order to gain our trust and get close to us to achieve their ulterior motives. The plump woman said it categorically, as if she had cut open Lin Zheng and others and found out that they were completely bad guys. Zhu Xiaming couldn't stand listening anymore. So he walked up to the plump woman and said with great dissatisfaction, You woman, do you know how to be polite? We saved you. But you not only don't thank us, but you also keep acting weird. I wonder if you haven't had it since you were young. Educated, Lin Zheng didn't stop him. He also looked at who are these women. They were so patronizing and ungrateful, one thing to say. Zhu Xiaming is quite energetic when he criticizes people. Lin Zheng originally thought that after hearing Zhu Xiaming's words, these women would become angry and even fight against them. But what they didn't expect was that they were extremely calm. Especially the plump woman, who hurriedly told Li Zixiao, look, their true nature has been exposed. Now you believe that men are all bad men, after saying that. She glanced at Zhu Xiaming and Lin Zheng with disgust, hugged Li Zixiao and was about to leave. But Li Zixiao struggled and jumped out of the plump woman's arms and retorted, but sister, my mother also said that if we want to repay our kindness, we must not forget the basics of being a human being. Besides, if all the people in the world men are all bad people, so are my sister's father and grandfather both bad people. The plump woman was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. People are divided into good people and bad people, as well as men and women. That means that men are not necessarily bad people. Master, they are good people. Li Zixiao said righteously. The plump woman hesitated for a while. With a tangled look on her face, finally, She knelt down and touched Li Xiaoxiao's head, and said softly, Xiaoxiao, your mouth is getting worse and worse. I can't help you, but you have to think about it. Well, if you take them to the base, your mother will probably kill them. Hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao smiled happily and said, Sister Ru, you don't have to worry about this, I have my own way. The plump woman also smiled softly, you little clever devil. Then, Li Xiaoxiao quickly ran to Lin Zheng and said happily, Master, I will take you to our base. I will let my mother entertain you well, and then convince her to let me go out to practice with you. Good, in this wailed by the plump woman and her group. They set out on the road to the Miaogu base. Along the way, Lin Zheng ordered Gang Dan to release the aura of the zombie king. So they traveled smoothly without even a shadow of a zombie. The plump woman and others were very vigilant and had been guarding against the appearance of zombies. But the further we walked, the more something was wrong. Normally, there would be zombies on this road. Why didn't we see even a ghost today? Weird, abnormal, bizarre. Sister Ru, what's going on today? Why didn't you encounter a single zombie? On weekdays, there are often zombies on this road. A tall woman asked the plump woman doubtfully. The plump woman's name is Mo Ru. She is a late-level, first-level superpower and the third in command of the Miaogu base. They were going out to look for supplies this time, and the base lord's daughter Li Xiaoxiao insisted on following them out. The lord of the Miaogu base is named Lei Manyang. She only has one daughter. She originally disagreed with Li Xiaoxiao's coming out and even locked her up. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoxiao was born with intelligence. He learned how to open the lock with the wire he saw on TV before. Opened the lock, ran out secretly, and caught up with Mo Ru and others. Mo Ruben planned to send Li Xiaoxiao back to the base immediately, but he was ambushed by people from the Spirit Snake base on the way. That is the group headed by the man in sunglasses. Mo Ru and others could have escaped unscathed, but Li Xiaoxiao was caught and threatened by the other party, so they had no choice but to surrender. Mo Ru also looked confused and looked around. It's indeed abnormal, but we still can't take it lightly. We must stay alert until we return to the base. Yes, like sister. Mo Ru looked back at Lin Zheng and others and found that they were very leisurely, as if they were on vacation. Aren't they worried about zombie attacks at all? Mo Ru has always been interested in Gang Dan. She can feel that Gang Dan is very strong. If he can join their Miaogu base, then another general will be added to the base. This man was a bit strange. He kept covering half of his face with his hair and hardly spoke. He obeyed the young man's words and was even a little afraid of him. Mo Ru guessed that the woman must have had some reason to be caught by the young man, so she was so obedient to the young man. She knew that the two men were very strong and she was not sure how to deal with them. So she secretly made up her mind that when she got to the base, she would tell the Lord about the matter and rescue the poor woman from the dire straits. Ah sneeze, Gang Dan sneezed suddenly, rubbed her nose. A little confused. Why is there anyone still thinking about me? Lin Zheng looked around as he walked. Changhu City was also in a dilapidated state, with broken wallstead trees and yellow grass everywhere. Of course, there are also many strange mutant plants, and two mutant animals appear from time to time suddenly. Flying insects with blue flames burning all over their bodies flew towards everyone. It is extremely fast and moves like a snake. It seems to be a mutated animal with special powers. Lin Zheng felt slightly that it was just a mid-first-order mutated animal. At this moment, Mo Ru suddenly shouted, "Everyone careful. This is a blue fire bug once touched. It will be ignited by the blue fire and cannot be extinguished until its body is burned out." Everyone who heard this suddenly panicked and tried to avoid the blue fire insect. Mo Ru picked up Li Xiaoxiao and dodged around. Quickly took off his coat, grabbed it in his hand, and kept waving itching to drive away the blue fire bug. But the blue fire bug was angered by Mo Ru's behavior and kept circling around her, trying to find an opportunity to rush towards her. Go away, go away. It's better to shout and wave your clothes. The other women also took off their coats one after another. stepped forward to help surrounded Mo Ru and Lei Xiao, and attacked the blue fireworm frantically. Wow. Suddenly, there was a beautiful scenery in front of me. And White's bigs play again. It's really dazzling and a feast for the eyes. Only Gangdan lowered his head slightly, looked at it, and then curled his lips. What's so great? Even after being attacked so crazily by others, the blue firebug still stared at Mo Ru and Li Xiao. It seems that he has identified the two of them and will not stop until he attacks them. Lin Zheng noticed the abnormality of the blue firebug. He frowned and looked at the blue firebug in an instant. His whole body became steel, and he came to the group of women who were throwing them down crazily. Get out of the way, his voice was low and powerful. With an irresistible majesty, after hearing this, the women unconsciously made room for him and backed away obediently. When Li Xiao saw Lin Zheng coming, he hurriedly said to him, "Master, hurry up. This blue firebug is very powerful. If you touch it, it will be burned into a pile of ashes." Even though he couldn't protect himself, he was still concerned about the safety of others. Lin Zheng took another high look at the girl Li Xiao. Lin Zheng glanced at Li Xiao tenderly and said softly, "I forgot who I am. I am your master. Is it possible that I will be scared by a little insect? Master, this is not an ordinary little bug. Once it touches its body, it will ignite blue flames. This blue flame cannot be extinguished. You must not risk yourself." Li Xiao looked worried, very afraid that his master would fight the blue fireworm for him. Lin Zheng did not speak, but his eyes were as bright as a torch. Staring at the blue fireworm suddenly, he quickly took action like lightning and grabbed the blue fireworms. The fireworm immediately made a painful squeaking sound. "Master," Li Xiao shouted in fear and worry. Lin Zheng held the firebug in his hand and looked at it over and over as if nothing had happened. The firebug was about the same size as a cicada, similar to a ladybug with a shell on its back when not flying. Its wings, like dead leaves, were folded and hidden inside the shell. On the left and right sides of the shell, there is an eye-like pattern on each side, which is extremely lifelike and exquisite, as if it is not made naturally but artificially painted. Hiss! Suddenly, the firebug made a sound similar to that of a poisonous snake. Only then did Lin Zheng notice that the firebug's body looked like a small snake, coiled inside the black shell. When the firebug saw that it was caught, it suddenly opened its big mouth, ejected suddenly, stretched out its slender body of nearly half a meter from the shell, and bit Lin Zheng's arm. Click. A bite was made on Lin Zheng's steel arm, and there was a fine cracking sound. The two rows of jagged-like fangs in the fire insect's mouth were all broken. He was so frightened that he hurriedly retracted his body and hid in the shell. Lin Zheng couldn't help but smile slightly. This mutated firebug is really strange. It combines the characteristics of a ladybug snake and a turtle. I really don't know if the ladybug cheated on the turtle, or if the snake cuckolded the ladybug, or if the snake and the turtle were cheating on each other. The turtle has one leg. Master, are you okay? Li Xiao was surprised when he saw that his master had caught the firebug but was safe. Fine Mo Ru and the others were also full of surprise. They all knew how terrifying the firebug was. They had seen people being burned alive by the firebug. But now, why has it failed to work on this young man? Weird things, really weird thing. Is this fire really inextinguishable with water? Lin Zheng asked easily and doubtfully then. He grabbed the firebug's finger and sprayed out water, pouring it on the firebug. The blue flame was actually not affected at all, and was still burning faintly. Mo Ru was pleasantly surprised when he saw water spurting out from Lin Zheng's fingers. Unexpectedly, the opponent turned out to be a water-based superpower. This superpower would be a hot commodity in the end of the world. It was equivalent to a mobile reservoir, which was almost a standard feature of every base. As a backup water source, the Miaogu base has recently begun to be stretched thin. Lacking water and food, so Shed, third in command, will personally lead the team and go out to search for supplies. If we can bring back a water awakener, The water shortage in the base can be solved. Even if he is a Manu, just need to tie him up. Provide him with a certain amount of food every day. And then make him drain water until the water is gone and everyone dies. This can be regarded as a form of torture to punish a man. But Lin Zheng was surprised to find that the glass's pattern on the fire insect shell had faded. After he took a closer look, he realized that the glass's pattern was not the natural pattern on the fire insect shell at all, but was thought to have been painted on it. If it was painted by someone, then the person who painted it is not afraid of this blue flame. Either he is very powerful or he has a special constitution, and has awakened some strange powers. Another question. Why did he draw these lines on the fire bugs? It can't be boring. Lin Zheng fell into deep thought for a moment to call out. Regardless, he first put the blue firefly into the system space. At this time, the system voice sounded in his head, "Congratulations to the host. A mutated animal blue firefly has been included. Please keep up the host's efforts. When the number reaches a certain number, you will receive generous rewards." After resolving this crisis, Lin Zheng clearly felt that the plump woman's attitude towards him had changed. Before his face was cold like frost, but now his face is full of smiles like the rising sun. This made Lin Zheng feel very uncomfortable. An idea was once again confirmed in my mind. This woman turned her face around faster than turning over a book. But what Mo-Ru was thinking was that he couldn't let him escape in this mobile reservoir. Halfway through, they also passed by a temple on the top of a small hillside. Looking from a distance, it seemed as if the light of the Buddha suddenly appeared, and a faint yellow halo was visible. Could it be that there is an eminent monk here who has cultivated and gained the blessing of Buddha's light? Lin Zheng secretly thought that he must pay a visit later to see if there are any special powers that can be copied. Humph, a bunch of stinky monks when passing by here. Maru looked at the temple on the top of the slope with contempt in his eyes and snorted coldly. It seems that even a monk who has given up his emotions and desires cannot escape their resentment. It is estimated that only the eunuchs who have lost their skills will be able to look at people seriously. When they passed by this place, he quickened their pace, wanting to quickly leave this place full of men's filth. Lin Zheng glanced back, as if he could faintly see a little green on the top of the mountain. It was the color before the end, the color of life for a time. Lin Zheng became even more curious about the temple on the top of the mountain. At this time in the Miao Gu base, the Lord Li Mainyang threw away the teacup in her hand and became furious. What? You said Mo-Ru and Zio were captured by people from the Spirit Snake base. Li Mainyang is wearing a red dress, with long hair like a waterfall, delicate and distinct facial feature, fair skin, tall figurine, a pair of long legs that are like jade walls. Lumingsh is a complete beauty, extremely charming. At this moment their brows were furrowed. Her face was full of anger, and her eyes seemed to be spitting out fire. Standing in front of her was a young woman, facing such an angry lord. She trembled slightly and was a little scared. Then he took out a yellow-covered letter from his arms and handed it to Li Mainyang. Lord, this was sent from the Spirit Snake base. Our people also found out that the third master and Zio were indeed kidnapped by the people from the Spirit Snake base. They are probably at the Spirit Snake base by now. Li Mainyang took the letter and took a look at it. It said, "My dear beautiful Li Mainyang, shameless." Li Mainyang cursed angrily and threw the letter on the ground. But when she thought of Xiaoxiao and Mo-Ru's comfort, she calmed down her anger, opened the letters, took out the letter paper and started reading. But the more she read, the uglier her face became. And her face turned red with anger. Damn it, damn it. You shameless b*******, d, how dare you say such arrogant words? I will uproot your Spirit Snake base and leave no one behind. Zio Shanshan, the second in command at the base, saw Li Mainyang was so angry. So she also stepped forward and took a look at the contents of the letter. Suddenly his face turned red and he became angry. Damn it. This Yang Xing actually wants his sister to marry him. Otherwise he will kill Xiaoxiao and Mo-Ru. He is really wishful thinking. He wants to eat swan meat and daydreams. He is really a shameless despicable. Despicable and sinister B asterisk 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 D-bad ruffian old man glass. Zhao Shanshan used all the dirty words she knew on Yang Xing. All I have to say is bog yalu and fake, sister. I will take people to secure the spirit snake base and rescue Xiao and sister Moru. Zhao Shanshan said emotionally. At this time, Li Menyang had calmed down a little. If she attacked rashly, that B asterisk asterisk ch, Yang Xing might really kill Xiao and Moru. The only way now is to take advantage of the situation first. Stabilize the other party, and save the lives of Xiao and Moru. Then we will find a chance to rescue the two of them. Therefore, Li Menyang had to pretend to marry Yang Xing. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sick and wanted to vomit. Zhao Shanshan, get ready. I want to go deep into the spirit snake base and rescue Xiao and Moru. Zhao Shanshan was shocked, sister. You are not going to marry that stinky man Yang Xinger, you. Of course not, men make me sick when I think about them. How could I marry a man's? I'm going to take advantage of the situation and get in touch with Xiao and Moru first. You should be prepared when the time comes. We will cooperate inside and outside and kill from the spirit snake base. Come out after hearing this. Zhao Shanshan smiled slightly and nodded. My sister still has a way. I will prepare it right now, this way. Inside the spirit snake base, Yang Xing was waiting anxiously. What's going on? Ma Dapo and Wang Gang should be arriving at the base already. Why haven't they been seen yet, Liu Hua? The second in command at the spirit snake base said, brother. Is there any accident if there is an accident? If there is an accident, I will kill them and finally catch Li Menyang. I must get her this time and play with her, Yang Xing frowned, with a lewd look on his face. And his mind was already racing with thoughts at that time. After controlling Li Menyang, the entire Miaogu base is not yet in our possession, and we can choose the women in it at will. Liu Hua also said with a smile at the side. This spirit snake base has long coveted the Miaogu base. After the end of the worlds, most of the women died or turned into zombies. The rest were hidden by some powerful bases and could not be seen at all. But I didn't expect that a base full of women would be established. In an instant, it became the target of all nearby bases. But there is no choice. The lord of the Miaogu base, Li Menyang, is very powerful. She is at the beginning of the second level. The average awakened person is no match for her. Coupled with the second in command of the Miaogu base, Zhao Shanshan is an awakener who can control poisons. She can summon mutant poisonous snakes, mutant poisonous scorpions, mutant toads, and other poisons, making people afraid to approach them. Yang Xing of the spirit snake base is also in the early stage of the second level, similar to Li Menyang. So he has never given up the idea of capturing the Miaogu base. Because in the last days, the charm of women is too great. Not only that, if a base is to be strong, it also needs a population. And women are a necessary condition for increasing the population. What? I'm really afraid of what will happen. No, Ma Dapo and Wang Gang haven't come back yet. It's not like what you said, there was an accident. The younger brother replied hesitantly, back to the Lord. Those three people are strangers to each other. They seem to be from other places. Menyang wife, your husband and I are here to pick you up. Come and greet me quickly, don't keep me waiting. Yang Xing did not dodge but grabbed the arrow that was shot. He was not angry, but looked at the woman who was shooting the arrow, and said in a frivolous manner, hey, my little sister is very strong, but her accuracy is not so good, come on, come down. Let's brother taught you how to shoot an arrow step by step. Unexpectedly, Li Menyang hadn't come out yet, but she had angered the guards on the wall. After the city guards at the Miaogu base found out, they immediately ran to report and started to be on alert. At this moment, a younger brother hurriedly ran forward and said angrily, report to the Lord. It's not good. Our people found out that Captain Ma and the others were killed by 3 mysterious people. Even the people in the Miaogu base were also killed by them. Robbed, made, a group of foreigners actually bullied me. If I don't teach them how to behave today, they think the spirit snake base is a children's paradise. Then, he suddenly threw the arrow in his hand and shot it directly between the woman's eyebrows. He finally caught Li Manyang's, but he didn't expect to be cut off like this. How could he not be angry? He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Hurry up and bring me some people to capture those foreigners. Remember, Mo Ru and Li Zixiao must live. If anyone else resists, I will kill them." Suddenly, a stone flew out. Soon, Yang Xing and Liu Hua led people to the gate of the Miao Gu base. Seeing that the arrow was about to hit her head, pooh. At this time, Liu Hua came forward and said, "Brother, the hostages are lost now. But Li Manyang and the others probably don't know it yet. In my opinion, we should divide our troops into 2 groups now. And one person should chase those people who don't know whether to live or die." Outsiders. Another group of people went to the Miao Gu base to put pressure on Li Manyang to make a decision as soon as possible. Who is it who is so G bold? Even daring to kill people in my spirit snake base? Are you G impatient, damn it, at this time? Yang Xing was really angry. And he went so far as to talk about the quintessence of the Huxia nation. Whoosh, after hearing this, Yang Xing became furious and smashed the table next to him with his palm. "I don't know how to praise, okay, big brother. Because the 2 bases have always been enemies. The enemies are extremely jealous when they meet." The woman spat at Yang Xing below, her face full of disgust. "Shameless dog man, you dare to insult our lord, go to hell." Yang Xing suddenly changed his face. He was originally smiling, but now he looked at the woman with dark eyes. After saying that, she raised the compound crossbow in her hand and fired an arrow at Yang Xing. "Yes, lord," after the younger brother left. Yang Xing said to Liu Hua's second brother, "Let's go to the Miao Gu base to put pressure on that **ch Li Manyang." The woman was so frightened that she froze immediately. Seeing that Ma Dapohu was leading the team hadn't come back yet, Yang Xing couldn't help but think about the best situation. Yang Xing's tone was deliberately frivolous. The purpose was to quickly lure Li Manyang out. After hearing Liu Hua's words, Yang Xing calmed down a bit and felt that what he said was reasonable. The stone that was shot hit the arrow. The 2 collided and turned into powder instantly. "Yang Xing, don't bully others too much." A majestic female voice sounded, and then a beautiful figure in a red dress appeared on the wall. It was Li Manyang, the lord of the Miao Gu base. Next to him was Xiao Shanshan, the second in command of the Miao Gu base. Seeing Li Manyang appear, Yang Xing changed his face again and became playful and smiling. "Lord Lei, please don't misunderstand me. I am not bullying you. It's just that she spoke rudely and had no rules. I will teach her a lesson for you. No matter what my people have done, it's not your turn to teach them a lesson." Li Manyang glanced sideways and said in a cold tone, "Haha. Lord Louis, should we hurt our friendship for a servant?" Yang Xing changed the topic and continued, "It just so happens that the 3rd in command of your base, Mo Ru, and your daughter Li Zixiao are visiting our base. I wonder when Lord Li will pick them back. You." Li Manyang frowned and looked angry, and looked at Yang Xing coldly. "Presumably Lord Li has also received my letter. I wonder how Lord Li is thinking about it." Yang Xing tilted his mouth and said in a strange way. After hearing this, Mei Niang was trembling with anger. Her eyes looked like they could kill someone. She looked at Yang Xing without saying a word. Yang Xing was also a little anxious at the moment. If Li Manyang knew that Mo Ru and Li Zixiao were kidnapped, then he would have no negotiating capital. So he wanted to make a quick decision, therefore. He deliberately fabricated the situation of Mo Ru and Li Zixiao at the Spirit Snake base, hoping to force Li Manyang to make a decision quickly. "Lord Lei, you have to make a decision quickly. My brothers in the Spirit Snake base are all rough guys. Since the end of the world, I haven't met a woman in I don't know how many days. I can't guarantee that your daughter and your 3 will be together. How long can the master stay safe and sound at the Spirit Snake base? How dare you, Yang Xing, I'm warning you. If Zia Xiao and Mo Ru make any mistakes, I swear. Even if all the people in our Miao Gu base die, we will destroy everyone in your spirit snake base. Li Mainyang said with anger on her face, yo yo yo. Lord Li's angry look is so beautiful. Naturally, I don't dare to touch them, I said, me brother. I can't guarantee it, but if you agree quickly, I can still rush back, stop them. Yang Xing continued to urge. Li Mainyang took a long breath, slowly closed her eyes and her expression relaxed slightly. Yang Xing, I can marry you. In addition to letting Mo Ru and Zia Xiao, I have one more request. As long as you can satisfy it, everything will be fine. Easy to say, oh Lord Li, please tell me, as long as I, Yang Xing, can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Seeing Li Mainyang wavering, Yang Xing smiled and said, how about you give me 10 tons of water and 2 tons of rice for the Miao Gu base? After Li Mainyang said that, she looked at Yang Xing hard. The recipe for mutated rice has not yet been announced. Human beings are living on the food before the apocalypse. Now that the apocalypse has passed for more than half a year, everything to eat and drink has basically been exhausted. The world is about to fall into an era of resource crisis. The food and water sources in the Miao Gu base and the Spirit Snake base are basically stretched to the point of being stretched. 10 tons of water and 2 tons of rice are also a huge expense for the Spirit Snake base, and may even affect the survival of the base. But as long as they control Li Mainyang, they can gradually control the Miao Gu base, and then they can take over all the Miao Gu things. Although they may not have much supplies left, it is better than nothing besides. Aren't those thousands of people just like dried meat walking in strips? Therefore pretended to agree, okay. Just think of it as my betrothal gift to Lord Li. Of course there will be no problems. There is no proof for what you say. Then please first send Mo Ru Zia Xiao water and rice to the Miao Gu basin, then I will follow you. Li Mainyang said, Yang Xing is not stupid. Sending this thing is like beating a dog with a meat bun. He will never come back in the end. He will definitely lose both his life and money. And he will get nothing, so he said with a smile, Lord Li, please go to our Spirit Snake base to pick up people in person. I'm afraid that my brothers with their rough hands and feet will hurt your daughter and your third boss. After a pause, he continued, Lord Li, you have to make a decision quickly. Time waits for no one, my brothers are all impatient. Li Mainyang was so angry that her teeth itched. But she had no choice but to hold the opponent's hand. And it was difficult to get angry. So she had to swallow her anger into her stomach. And said calmly, I'll go with you, Yang Xing. I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise our Miao Gu base will definitely destroy your Spirit Snake base, and we will fight to the death. After saying that, she flew up and jumped down from the base wall. Lords don't go. Everyone else in the Miao Gu base looked at Li Mainyang, who jumped off the wall and shouted. After jumping off the wall, Li Mainyang looked back at the people on the wall and said, remember, if your third boss and Zia Xiao, as well as food and water, are not delivered, you will grab all the weapons and kill the Spirit Snake. Obeys, I will cooperate with you inside and outside to kill these stinky men. Yes, Lord. The women on the wall spoke in unison and said with great momentum. Seeing this scene, Yang Xing couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Looking at the battles, they might really fight him. If the two bases really fight, they won't get much benefit. Suddenly Yang Xing seemed to have thought of something, and his frown slowly relaxed. And he said softly to himself, it doesn't matter. As long as that adult takes action, let alone a small Miao Gu base. Even 10 Miao Gu the base is not easy to handle. At this time, Yang Xing had already walked to Li Mainyang, put his hand on Li Mainyang's shoulder, and said frivolously, Li Mei, let's go. I will be your husband from now on. We must work harder in the future and have many lovely children. Little baby, get your stinky hands away. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Li Mainyang shook off Yang Xing's hand and said with great disgust, Yo, as your husband, I won't even put a hand on your shoulder. Could it be that Lord Lei just pretended to agree and didn't really want to marry me? If you marry me, Xiaoxiao will be my daughter. Why? They are considered half of my relatives. So my brothers naturally dare not do anything to them. But if Lord Lei is unwilling to marry me, that means they have nothing to do with me than my brothers. Before he finished speaking, Li Mainyang took the initiative to pick up Yang Xing's hand and put it on her shoulder. Then suppressed her anger and said, "That's okay. That's right, my great beauty." At this moment, Li Mainyang felt sick and almost vomited. She looked sideways at the man next to her, wishing she could cut him into pieces, peel off his muscles, crush his bones and spread ashes. Yang Xing saw the beauty in his arms and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, go back to the base, you drink, I will marry you." Yang Xing was just about to take Li Mainyang in the pickup truck to leave, when suddenly a brand new Land Rover stopped in front. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were attracted to this uninvited guest. Who will come at this time? And he also drove a brand new Land Rover. Since the end of the world, things like cars have become extremely scarce. Because at the beginning of the apocalypse, countless people drove away. But the scene was so chaotic that most of the vehicles were destroyed. Moreover, after the end of the world, there will be no gasoline supply, and vehicles will be useless. Therefore, there are only a few vehicles in the general base, and most of them have been modified. Weapons and armor are installed on the vehicles, turning them into a low-profile tank. Nowadays, a brand new Land Rover appears. How can everyone not be surprised? Everyone is guessing who it is. Mother. A little girl got out of the Land Rover and shouted to Li Mainyang. Xiao, seeing Li Xiaoxiao get out of the car. Li Mainyang was surprised and happy. She threw away Yang Xing's hand and ran towards Xiaoxiao quickly. At this time, Moru also got out of the car. "Lord." Li Mainyang looked at Moru. "Are you okay? What's going on? Weren't you kidnapped by people from the Spirit Snake base?" Just as it happened, Lin Zheng and others also got out of the car at this time. Moru pointed at Lin Zheng and replied, "Lord, they saved us." Man, after seeing Lin Zheng and Zhu Xiaming, Li Mainyang's expression changed instantly. With disdain and disgust on her face, she looked at Moru with great dissatisfaction. "Moru, what's the matter with you? You actually want two men to save you. Do you think that what I usually say falls on deaf ears?" Moru did not immediately defend himself, but leaned into Li Mainyang's ear and whispered softly, "Lord, that boy is a water power user." When Li Mainyang heard this, she raised her brows, looked at Lin Zheng. Her eyes became meaningful, and then nodded slowly, changed from the previous disdain and disgust. "Mom, this is the master that Xiaoxiao just worshipped. He is very powerful." Li Xiaoxiao pulled the corner of Li Mainyang's clothes and pointed at Lin Zhengdao. After hearing Xiao's words, Li Mainyang looked at Moru. Moru nodded, indicating that Xiao's words were true. This young man was very powerful, since it was you who saved Xiaoxiao and Moru. And you are Xiaoxiao's master of Miaogu base. We'll treat you well. Please wait for a moment, three of you. And then I will entertain you three after I finish handling some troubles. After Li Mainyang said that, she walked towards Yang Xing. At this time, Yang Xing's face was very ugly. Now that Moru and Li Xiaoxiao are back, his daydream has been shattered. Not only that, Li Mainyang's hatred for him has also deepened. "Lord Li, since the third master and Xiaoxiao are back, I will stay soon. Goodbye." Yang Xing turned around and was about to run away. Li Mainyang immediately whipped out a long sword from her sleeve and stabbed Yang Xing's Mingmen. Yang Xing also took out his own weapon from his waist, an iron claw, and swung it to block the sword that was stabbed at him, causing little bits of fire to splash out. "You want to leave? Do you think you can live? You'll die," Li Mainyang said angrily, turning the sword in her hand again and thrusting it towards Yang Xing's throat. Yang Xing stopped pretending, raised the corners of his mouth hand, said coldly, "Smelly B asterisk asterisk, if you think I'm afraid of you, I'll beat you. If I don't beat you to a disability today, I'm your grandson." Both of them are in the early stage of the second level of superpowers. They are equally powerful and neither of them will admit defeat. Come on, let's fight to the death today. After the two said this, they rushed towards each other at full speed. Looking like a fight to the death, Yang Zing. Suddenly, a voice not far away sounded. Yang Zing suddenly felt that the voice was very familiar, and a slight feeling of fear surged deep in his heart. He quickly searched for the owner of this voice in his mind. It's him. His expression changed. He stopped. Quickly dodged to the side, dodged Li Mainyang's full blow, and then looked at the man not far away, Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming looked at Yang Zing and smiled slightly. Why? You don't recognize me anymore? Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Are these two acquaintances? Li Mainyang's dislike for them is even deeper. She has something to do with the spirit snake base. And she is a man, so she can have good things. Zhu, Mr. Zhu, how could I not know you, Mr. Zhu Xiaoming? Who is ranked among the top 100 ruthless people? How could I forget that it was only thanks to Mr. Zhu's care that I am where I am today? After all, he is one of the strongest men on the planet. Therefore, they do not hate men, but they hate weak and incompetent men. But she also took a quick look at Xiao Shanshan, who nodded slightly. Yang Zing swallowed. He had seen Zhu Xiaoming's cruelty with his own eyes. Lin Zheng and others were taken into the Miao Gu base. A base full of women, Zhu Xiaoming said in a cold tone. The implication of which was obvious: if you don't live, then I will beat you until you live. When Yang Zing thought of that brutal and bloody scene, he felt a chill on his neck. What he is Zhu Xiaoming, who is ranked among the top 100 ruthless people. Li Mainyang also looked shocked. How about this meal? I'll treat you to it. Li Mainyang made an inviting gesture to the three of them. Li Mainyang's eyes also had the same change. Lin Zheng frowned. Entering the room, there is a round table in the middle. The round table is filled with food, but it is not delicacies such as abalone, but compressed by skewed scans and the like. Since you still remember me, give me face today and leave with your people. They have also heard of Zhu Xiaoming's reputation. He can kill the world with a pair of explosives. His strength is at the peak of the 2nd level. It is said that he is only one step away from the 3rd level. He is almost one of the ceilings among human awakeners. He said hurriedly, of course. Since you have spoken, Mr. Zhu, I will definitely comply. When Lin Zheng finished speaking, he put it back, took out the bags they carried with them, and poured out the contents. The woman who can build this base is even more amazing. You three, please come inside. We have prepared food for you and are specially treating you. Even the Miao Gu base, which hates men, is quite fond of him. When Yang Zing faced Zhu Xiaoming, he looked like he was afraid of the tough. With a playful smile on his face, their convoy started quickly and fled away, raising a cloud of dust. From a distance, they looked extremely embarrassed. After saying that, Yang Zing immediately jumped on the pickup truck and hurriedly directed his men to leave. Boom, boom, boom. You call this a simple meal, but it's not even a meal. He is a role model for countless people and an object of learning and imitation. One person can fight against hundreds of people without losing any of them. And those who disobey him will basically suffer the same fate. They will be evaporated by the high temperature of his blast. Li Mainyang looked apologetic and said, there is a shortage of supplies recently. Please don't dislike our meager food. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh in such troubled times. It is really not easy for this group of women to gain a foothold. At this time, Mo Ru's eyes when looking at Zhu Xiaoming also changed subtly. They were no longer as cold as before, but had a touch of long-lost tenderness after taking a seat. After Li Mainyang and others saw the food on the table, they were instantly dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, their faces full of shock, as if they had never seen the world before. There are canned abalone, packaged and ready-to-eat tomahawk steak jinhua ham, and even heated and ready-to-eat eel rice on the table. The drinking is even more outrageous. There are millions of bottles of Romanée Conti 1982 Lafite, and even mineral waters. Where have they been and why do they have such luxurious supplies? Could it be that those wealthy areas have been attacked? And only those places can have these luxuries. Eat your welcome, I'll treat you to this meal. Lin Zheng, Li Mainyang, and others said. They seemed to have not yet woken up from the shock. They looked at each other a little at a loss, however. Li Xiaoxiao picked up a Jinhua ham on the table and started to chew on it. Thank you, Master. This ham is so delicious, Master. Hearing Li Xiaoxiao calling the young master, Li Mainyang was stunned and looked at Mo Ru. Although Li Xiaoxiao had told Li Mainyang about this matter before, when the matter was urgent, she didn't think much about it and just forgot about it. Now, Li Xiaoxiao mentioned it again, and she wanted to ask clearly. It would be better to explain the whole process of the whole matter to Li Mainyang in a hurry. Li Xiaoxiao took the opportunity and said, Mom, can I go out to practice with Master in the future? Li Mainyang's expression changed instantly when she heard this. But she quickly suppressed it. What's the matter? If a girl doesn't get admitted to college, then neither does a girl get admitted to junior high school. Sure enough, men are all smooth-talking bastards. If you want to deceive such a young girl, are you still a human being? Li Mainyang had already begun to curse Lin Zheng viciously in her heart. However, when I thought about how useful this person was to the base, I still didn't show any signs of attack. But in order not to make the other party suspicious, Li Mainyang said to Li Xiaoxiao, you are still young, the outside world is so dangerous. It is very dangerous for you to go out now. Let's wait until you grow up, okay? Li Xiaoxiao pouted, Mom, Master is very powerful. With Master Hiravan, if Xiaoxiao is in danger, Master will protect me, little. Li Mainyang's tone dropped and she glared at Li Xiaoxiao. Okay, Lord Li, let's eat first. We'll talk about these things later. After all, eating is the most important thing now. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Zhu Xiaoming interjected. Li Mainyang and others then turned their attention back to the food on the table. They picked up the luxury food with some disbelief and started eating. Their faces filled with satisfaction. In the first month or two of the apocalypse, they ate and drank quite abundantly. But as the apocalypse progressed, the variety and taste of the food continued to decrease. In the end, the most common ones are compressed biscuits and cans that can be stored for a long time, such as canned herring. Mo Ru noticed that Gang Dan next to Lin Zheng was sitting quietly without making any move, and felt a little strange. Sister, don't you want to eat? Gang Dan just glanced at her and didn't reply. Lin Zheng said she doesn't like eating these. If she doesn't like to eat any of these, what does she like to eat? I love eating you. Mo Ru frowned after hearing this, and couldn't help but think in his heart, it must be you who refused to let her eat and abused her. Damn man, wait until we catch you and see how I torture you. In this way, the meal ended in everyone's own minds. Originally, it was better to arrange a room for each of the three of them. But Gang Dan took the initiative to ask to be in the same room as Lin Zheng. Mo Ru once again thought that Gang Dan was threatened by Lin Zheng, and couldn't help but hate Lin Zheng even more. Wouldn't it be easier for you to live in a room by yourself and escape? Lin Zheng asked Gang Dan interestingly. Gang Dan just smiled contemptuously. Human. Do you think we zombies are such a dishonest race? Before my strength exceeds yours, I will not run away unless I say so. I live in the same room with you because I am afraid I can't control myself and want to eat people. When the time comes, I will be beaten by you. You are the only one who can control me now. Oh. Lin Zheng smiled and nodded without saying a word. At night, the Miaogu base became quiet, with only lights on the outer walls of the base, and someone vaguely visible patrolling above. Zio Shanshan Mo Ru. I need you two to deal with that boy tonight. Is there any problem? Li Mainyang looked at the two people in front of her and said seriously. The two of them nodded at the same time. Lord, don't worry. We will definitely surrender that kid tonight. Li Mainyang also nodded, then took a bottle of something similar to spray from the side. This is a drug. To be sure, you can spray it before entering the room. Then she took out another small green bottle and said, This is the antidote. You can smell it in advance so that you will not be affected by the drug. I will give you these 2 bottles. Why don't you more stable than Xiao Shanshan? Mo Ru took the poison and antidote, nodded solemnly to Li Manyang, and then gritted his teeth and said, Lord, don't worry. I will tie the kid in front of you and torture him. Although we hate men's, I feel like that boy killed your whole family. Li Manyang looked at Mo Ru and said. Mo Ru replied, Lord, you don't know that the girl next to that boy was taken by him forcibly. She was abused and tortured by his side. She was not allowed to eat during the day and was not allowed to leave his sight at night. It's so abominable to have complete control over her. I must rescue that girl and then torture that kid with all possible means to relieve the hatred in my heart. Li Manyang was stunned. She didn't expect Mo Ru to have such deep hatred for that boy. Okay, I understand, you go ahead. If you can save the girl, try to save her. If you can't save her, just don't get yourself involved. Mo Ru and Xiao Shanshan nodded to Li Manyang at the same time. Oh yes. Then he left the room and walked towards Lin Zheng's room. On the road, Xiao Shanshan asked Mo Ru, Sister Ru, how do you plan to deal with that boys? Mo Ru thought for a while and said, when he is about to die. How about we throw him into a pit and then Xiao Shanshan? You summon those poisons and let him be poisoned to death. Okay, it's fun. Xiao Shanshan clapped her hands happily after hearing Mo Ru's plan. Sudden Mo Ru made a shushing gesture to Xiao Shanshan. Keep your voice down. Let's get out of that kid's room quickly before he finds out. Okay, sister, I will do it quietly. Xiao Shanshan lowered her tone and said softly. Gang Dan and Lin Zheng in the room opened their eyes almost at the same time, and then slowly closed them. But both sides noticed that the other had opened their eyes. Gandon couldn't help but spoke first. The 2 people outside seem to be coming for you. Why don't you take precautions? Lin Zheng just replied calmly, 2 brats are coming to beat you. Will you take precautions, Steel Egg? I have absolutely no room to refute. Then Mo Ru and Xiao Shanshan quietly came outside the room, looked at each other and then put their ears against the door, trying to hear some movement. The room was quiet, there was no sound however. Just to be sure, it was better to take out the poison given by Li Manyang and spray it into the crack of the door a few times. Then he took out the antidote, put it under his nose and smelled it, then handed it to Xiao Shanshan. This is the antidote for the drug. Put it under your nose and inhale a few times, suck. Xiao Shanshan took a deep breath and immediately felt a coolness penetrate into her nasal cavity, and then along the nasal cavity, all the way to the internal organs. She instantly felt that her whole body was cold, and she suddenly woke up. Mo Ru estimated the time in his mind. Almost a minute had passed. The effect of the drug should have completely taken effect. Even if there were 2 elephants in the room, they would almost fall at this time. Lin Zheng and Gang Dan inside the room smelled a scent at the same time, and then they both felt slightly confused. But it only took a moment and I woke up immediately. You also use such a strong drug. It seems they still think highly of you. Gandon said to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and replied softly. They didn't kill me directly. It seems that I am still useful to them, after a pause. Lin Zheng said again, I wonder what's going on with Zhu Xiaming. With his strength, I'm afraid he can't withstand this kind of drug. Gandon smiled and said, if you are worried about him, you might as well worry about yourself. It's not like you haven't seen it. After those women found out that Zhu Xiaming was at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people, their eyes were glued to him. Something was going to happen to him, it's also a good thing. Aren't they very hostile to men? Lin Zheng asked with some confusion, after all. He is only a teenager, and he still doesn't know enough about this kind of thing. Although Gang Dan is a zombie, is still a female after all. And he is relatively familiar with female thinking. She grinned and said, why? I thought you Lin Zheng really knew everything and was invincible in everything. There are still things you don't know, say it quickly. You don't understand this. Although these women hate men, they are still women. Deep down they want someone to rely on, they hate men. They must have been hurt by men before, so they hate weakness. An incompetent scumbag, not a powerful and powerful man. Gangdan said with a victor's attitude. I never thought that you, Lin Zheng, would beg me one day. Lin Zheng nodded, with an expression that seemed to understand something. Suddenly his brain felt mushy and a little painful. Don't think about it anymore. This kind of thing is really a headache. Just as Mo Ru was about to push the door open, he suddenly thought of something and stopped again. She turned to Xiao Shanshan and said, Xiao Shanshan, you wait outside the door, summon all your precious poisons. And be ready at any time if that kid wakes up and dares to run. You will let your precious poisons bite him to death. Xiao Shanshan is not very old. Only 15 or 16 years old. The reason why she is the second in command of the Miao Gu base is because she ranks second in strength. The Miao Gu base only cares about strength, not age. Just like Mo Rule, though, he is older than Xiao Shanshan. His strength is slightly weaker than hers. So he is the third in command of the Miao Gu base. Although Xiao Shanshan is the second in command, she basically listens to Mo Ru and regards Li Menyang and Mo Ru as her eldest and second sisters. At first, she was quite angry when Xiao Shanshan was not allowed to go in. But as soon as she was asked to guard here to prevent the kid from escaping, she immediately felt that the task was arduous, and she suddenly became energetic. So she nodded to Mo Ru extremely seriously and said, Sister Mo Ru, don't worry if that kid dares to run away. I will let Dabai strangle him to death. Mo Ru touched Xiao Shanshan's head and said, okay. Xiao Shanshan, then I'll leave this place to you. Okay, you go ahead, Sister Maru. Mo Ru breathed out softly, fortunately. Little Shanshan was obedient and stayed outside obediently. In fact, Mo Ru was not afraid that Lin Zheng would run away. So he asked Xiao Shanshan to guard the door. But I am afraid that when I go in, I will see scenes that are not suitable for children. Little Shanshan is still young, so it is not appropriate for her to be exposed to these things too early. It can be said that it is well-intentioned, creak. The door was slowly opened and Mo Ru walked in. Xiao Shanshan wanted to poke her head in to take a look. But Mo Ru pushed her out and then closed the door. The room was dark and eerily quiet. So quiet that you could hear your own breathing and heartbeat. At this time, Lin was lying on the bed. He raised the corner of his mouth and turned his head slightly to look at Mo Ru, who was tiptoeing. He couldn't help but feel funny. Gang Dan is a zombie. She does not lie down when resting but stands at this time. She stood in the corner watching this scene quietly. I was wondering how Lin Zheng would deal with this woman. And I was very curious. The moon is full tonight. And the zombie energy in Gangdan's body is strong. Large areas of rotten flesh have appeared on his face. And his hair can no longer cover it. In order to prevent Mo Ru from discovering his identity as a zombie, Gang Dan slowly lay down on the ground, then quietly slipped under the bed and hid. It is better to take out an illuminator from your pocket and turn it on. The illuminator does not light up but emits a weak light, just enough to see clearly what is in front of you. Relying on the light, it is better to slowly walk to Lin Zheng's bed and shine the illuminator on the bed. Unexpectedly, he found that Lin Zheng was the only one on the bed. And the girl was not there. What about the girl? It's better to whisper to yourself in doubt. Did you go to the toilet? She guessed to herself anyway. She is not the target this time. So let's forget about it for now. Mo Ru looked at Lin Zheng lying on the bed. And his face instantly turned gloomy. Damnable man. If you fall into our hands today, you will definitely be unable to survive or die after that. She took out the rope she had prepared in advance and tied up Lin Zheng on the bed. For safety reasons, she also tied it with a chain. The reason why Lin Zheng didn't resist was because he wanted to see what tricks they were going to play. Moreover, the ropes and chains tied to Lin Zheng's body were as if they were made of mud and could be broken with just a little force. So you don't have to worry about safety issues at all. To put it bluntly, the current strength of the Miao Gu base is no different from a children's paradise to Lin Zheng. After tying up Lin Zheng, Mo Ru looked at him pitifully, suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist and held it in his hand. Hugh, if I don't stab you, it's hard to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Lin Zheng frowned and cursed in his heart. This woman is really cruel after all he had saved her. But she didn't care about kindness at all. He was going to kill her now. It seems that I have to teach her a lesson and let her know the dangers of society. Know what it means to be grateful, Mo Ru leaned out, raised the dagger in his hand, and aimed it at Lin Zheng's thigh. Inserting a knife into the thigh will neither cause death nor affect the use of supernatural powers. It can be said to be an excellent position. If you think that thing is dirty, you might as well try to make Lin Zheng become the first eunuch in the apocalypse. Lin Zhengxian had his whole body reinforced with steel just in case. Then look at the right moment and increase the gravity dozens of times in an instant. Superpower gravity control, wow, in an instant. Dozens of times of gravity came crashing down like a steel plate tens of centimeters thick. Mo Ru noticed this sudden and strange change. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his face was full of surprise and bewilderment. Snap. Because she was bent over and leaning out, the gravity increased, and her upper body suddenly pressed against Lin Zheng, just between her abdomen and thighs. Because Lin Zheng's whole body was made of steel, the moment Mo Ru hit him there was a muffled sound. Similar to the roar of metal, and the bed shook violently. However, fortunately, the quality of this bed is very good. If it collapses on the spot, the steel egg underneath will suffer. That picture is too beautiful, I can't even imagine it. So fierce, what are you doing, Gandon? Who was at the bottom of the bed, was frightened by the violent movement. He trembled all over and glanced at the bedboard in front of him with wide eyes. Ah, so hard. Mo Ru's face was hurt by Lin Zheng's still strengthened body, and he said with his teeth at this time. Lin Zheng also opened his eyes, looked at Mo Ru lying on top of him, and said with a smile, "This plump sister just broke into my room in the middle of the night. And now she is lying on me so unscrupulously. What on earth do you want?" What? Mo Ru was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party was not stunned. You weren't knocked out, why you drugged me. I didn't expect it. This sister looks gentle and quiet on the surface, but I didn't expect her to be so perverted in private. It's really eye-opening. Lin Zheng continued to tease Mo Ru. As soon as Mo Ru heard this, his fair face instantly turned red and became very hot. His eyes flashed and his body became extremely restless, twisting wildly trying to get away from Lin Zheng. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move an inch. What's going on? Mo Ru was so frightened that his face instantly turned white. He was frightened and frightened. He looked panicked and didn't know what to do. What the hell is going on? Why can't I move? Lin Zheng looked innocent and said, I didn't know. I can't move. Mo Ru stared at Lin Zheng with his eyes. His face was crimson and he looked ashamed. Shameless gangster, don't look at me, close your eyes. Otherwise, I will dig out your eyeballs when I can move. Mo Ru threatened Lin Zheng in a fierce tone. Lin Zheng's expression suddenly changed and he frowned, becoming extremely gloomy. He didn't like being threatened no matter who it was. Snap. Lin Zheng raised his hand and slapped Mo Ru on the face, making a crisp sound. The right half of Mo Ru's face also quickly became red and swollen. His right eye narrowed slightly and he looked at Lin Zheng with shock on his face. You can move, but you still dare to hit me. What? Lin Zheng glared at Mo Ru and said, You made a sneak attack in the middle of the night with evil intentions and made threats. If it were anyone else, you would be dead. I only spared your life for the sake of my face. If you dare to do it again, you must die. When he said the last three words, Lin Zheng's tone was serious. Extremely serious and terrifying. With an irresistible majesty. Mo Ru was extremely angry at first, but as soon as he saw the look in Lin Zheng's eyes, he instantly became intimidated. When the words came to his lips, he just didn't dare to say them out. She was fully confident that if she tried to speak quickly and retaliate, she would definitely die. Her cheeks were red from holding in her throat, and her face was full of grievances. She just didn't dare to say the next words, and tears flowed out in a sudden burst. She sobbed softly with a look of aggrieved face. Xiao Shanshan, who was outside the door, vaguely heard Moru Kringant, then heard a man yelling. He was so frightened that he shut up his voice instantly, not daring to make any more noise, and kept his mouth tightly closed, just like a child who made mistakes, who dares to be angry but dare not speak in the face of the majesty of his parents. Superpower materialization. Xiao Shanshan continued to use the sound of the flute to control the movements of these poisonous insects, crawling towards Lin Zheng quickly after that. She ignored Moru's previous instructions and rushed in directly. Sister Moru, don't be afraid. These poisonous insects won't bite you. The poisonous insects that came up turned into marbles the moment they came into contact with Lin Zheng, and rolled to the ground. It seems to be Sister Moru's crying. No, Sister Moru is being bullied. What kind of superpower is this, little Shanshan? Xiao Shanshan was a little confused about the situation for a moment and froze on the spot, staring blankly, seeing those marbles rolling towards her. Xiao Shanshan kept dodging. Lin Zhengli roared, his expression extremely terrifying. Seeing Xiao Shanshan come in, Moru let out a big breath, as if grasping a life-saving straw, and shouted to her, Xiao Shanshan, save me. Sister, it's better to be careful. Then Xiao Shanshan said to Lin Zheng, you stinky man. How dare you bully Sister Moru? See if I don't let my babies poison you to death. Wow. Lin Zheng, are all girls nowadays so proactive? They are vying to come to my beds. Moru nodded with tears in his eyes. Lin Zheng smiled slightly, oh. But what she didn't notice was that the poisonous insects avoided the bottom of the bed and chose to take a detour. Sister Moru, what are you doing? Hold it back. His eyes, his tone, his aura, everything frightened her. It was the first time she was so afraid of a man. The first time she was conquered by a man. When Xiao Shanshan heard this, she immediately reacted. Took out a small piccolo and played it quickly. Wow, suddenly I accidentally stepped on the marbles, and my center of gravity immediately became unstable. I swayed left and right and fell towards the bed. Moru looked at Lin Zheng and saw that he was not afraid at all when facing the swarms of poisonous insects. Instead, he looked relaxed, as if he had a complete countermeasure. After a while, countless poisonous insects such as scorpions, poisonous snakes, centipedes, and the like came from all directions in the room. Moru couldn't help but become curious. Does this man have some trump card? What? Moru and Xiao Shanshan showed the same shocked expressions, looking at Lin Zheng as if they were looking at monsters. Gandon, who was lying at the bottom of the bed, couldn't help but smile when he heard the movement outside. Okay, here comes another victim. As soon as she entered, she saw a scene that left her speechless. She found that Sister Moru was lying on the bed with the man, and Sister Moru was still lying on top of him. Sudden, Xiao Shanshan felt as if a high mountain was pressing down on her instantly. The whole body becomes heavy and unsupportable. Boom. She could no longer control her center of gravity and threw herself at Lin Zheng and Moru. Click, boom. The small bed under them could no longer hold up and collapsed, and the three of them fell to the ground together. What's wrong? What's going on? Before the steel egg under the bed could react, he felt several mountains pressing on him, and he almost lost his shit and poof. Lin Zheng, what are you doing? The bed collapsed. Gandon shouted loudly. Just at this moment, Zhu Xiaming appeared at the door. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, so he came to Lin Zheng to discuss the next trip. He didn't expect to see such an exciting scene when he arrived. Little brother, it has to be you three of us together. Your waist is good enough. Lin Zheng saw Zhu Xiaming at the door and immediately withdrew his powers. Gravity lifted. Dozens of times the gravity disappeared instantly. Xiao Shanshan and Moru suddenly felt their bodies light and airy, as if the invisible shackles had disappeared. The two of them quickly climbed up from Lin Zheng's body. Looking ashamed, especially half of Moru's face was swollen, looking aggrieved and funny. The two of them stared at Lin Zheng with complicated expressions. At this time, Gangdan also got up and looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in his eyes. Zhu Xiaming also noticed the awkward atmosphere and instantly understood that this was not the place for him to stay. I'm sorry to bother you, I'm sorry to bother you. After saying that, Zhu Xiaming turned around and left. Well, Lin Zhenggeng wanted to stop him and explain clearly that it was not what he thought. Just then Lei Maniang, who heard the news, also came and brought a large number of people with them, all with weapons in their hands. The people who came were evil. She glanced at Zhu Xiaming, then quickly rushed into the room with someone. As soon as they entered, they saw Mo Ru and Xiao Shanshan standing together, with their faces full of grievances and tears streaming down their faces. Especially Mo Ru, half of his face was swollen. Opposite the two of them were Lin Zheng and Gang Dan. They stood leisurely. Next to them is a tattered bed. Looking at this situation, Li Menyang was not clear about the situation for a while. She suddenly looked at Mo Ru and Xiao Shanshan, Lord. The two of them immediately ran towards Li Menyang, as if they had grasped a life-saving straw. It would be better to quickly explain what happened in Li Menyang's ear. After hearing this, Li Menyang's eyes widened with disbelief on her face. Even she couldn't resist the drug. Unexpectedly, the boy didn't do anything. It doesn't matter if he's fine. Why is the girl next to him fine too? There must be some secret between the two of them, Lord Li. What do you mean you sent two men, such beautiful men, to my room in the middle of the night? Lin Zheng was the first to ask. Li Menyang looked at Mo Ru and Xiao Shanshan behind her, and then at Lin Zheng. Now that she has reached this point, she is not going to pretend anymore. Direct Shodan, HMPH. Do you think I will really thank you for saving Mo Ru and Xiao? Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You are just taking the opportunity to get close to us with evil intentions. Li Menyang broke her face and said bluntly. What about him? Gangdan pointed at Zhu Xiaming and said, he is different. The top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people is something that ordinary men can compare to. Li Menyang glanced at Zhu Xiaming and said. Lin Zheng frowned, looking at Zhu Xiaming with confusion on his face. Zhu Xiaming spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, with an expression that said, I am also confused. When Gang Dan heard this, he couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Then he shook his head twice and looked at Li Menyang and others as if he were looking at a frog at the bottom of a well. Li Menyang noticed Gang Dan's eyes and immediately became angry, asking Gang Dan, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm laughing at you for having a pair of glasses in vain. But you can't see clearly. The top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people is in front of him. It's nothing. Gang Dan folded his hands in front of his chest, pointed at Lin Zheng and said, I thought you were being coerced by that kid. But it turns out that you and he are the same as each other. He weighs only a few pounds. But you dare to compare him with Zhu Xiaming, the top one on the list of the top 100 ruthless people. Li Menyang was very angry and said, No, shut up. Hearing Li Menyang's words, Zhu Xiaming was so frightened that he stopped him again and again. He was very willing to admit that he was nothing in front of his little brothers. You must not give me a high hat. I still want to live for a few more years. Li Menyang looked at Zhu Xiaming with some surprise. Master Zhu, at this moment, a woman ran in panic from a distance. Lord, it's not good, Lord, she shouted, what's going on? Are you in a panic? Li Menyang said with an unhappy look on her face. There are zombies appearing and attacking our base. The woman looked frightened and spoke hesitantly. The zombies are here when they come. There is nothing to be afraid of. We have fought off so many waves of zombies and we have never been afraid. Li Menyang said angrily with a majestic face. Lord, the zombies this time are different from the past. There is a particularly powerful zombie. Even bombardment has no effect. The woman was still frightened. Li Menyang's face turned aside. Was extremely shocked. What cannon doesn't work? What kind of zombie is it? Quick, take me there at this time. Mo Ru pointed at Lin Zheng and Gang Dan and said, Lord, what should they do? Lock them up first. and then deal with them after I defeat the zombies. After that, Li Mainyang left in a hurry, leaving many people behind for Mo Ru and Xiao Shanshan to dispatch. After Li Mainyang left, Mo Ru began to direct his troops and surrounded Lin Zheng and Gang Dan. Catch them too, Mo Ru ordered, etc. Zhu Xiaming quickly came out to stop him. Master Zhu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please don't interfere, Mo Ru said to Zhu Xiaming in a very respectful tone. No matter what you say, Zhu Xiaming is at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people. Naturally, they don't want to offend him. But Zhu Xiaming stood firmly on Lin Zheng's side. My little brother is my friend. How come you treat him like this, and it has nothing to do with me? Master Zhu, you. It's better not to know what to do for a moment. The atmosphere became awkward for a while, but it was also filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this time, Lin Zheng was the first to speak. Since they don't welcome us, let's go. Zhu Xiaming nodded towards Lin Zheng. Okay. Little brother Gang Dan also nodded coldly and proudly. If you want to leave, my Miaogu base is such a casual place. You can come and leave as you please. Mo Ru led someone to stop in front of Lin Zheng. Get out of the way, Lin Zheng's tone was low. His eyes were terrifying like the anger of the god of death. But after receiving orders from Li Mainyang, it was impossible to let him go. If you want to leave, leave your life behind before leaving. Hearing the threat to his life, Lin Zheng's eyes suddenly shot out a terrifying light. And he looked at Mo Ru. You are sure, superior. Mo Ru gave an orders, and everyone surrounded Lin Zheng and Gang Dan. Absolute space start, boom. Everyone flew out in an instant and hit the ground heavily. Groaning in pain, Mo Ru's expression changed drastically, and they all flew out without even touching the corners of his clothes. You can't leave, Mo Ru shouted. And then his whole body jumped up. A sharp thorn appeared in his handand. He stabbed Lin Zheng. Angry Lin Zheng was really angry this time. For Li Xiaoxiao's sake, Lin Zheng had been merciful to them many times before but did not kill them. This time, not anymore. After repeated attacks, it's time to repay them. Boom. A blast shot out heading straight towards Mo Ru. Sister Ru, Xiao Shanshan shouted in surprise, seeing the blasting beam of light with the energy to destroy heaven and earth. Mo Ru turned pale with fright and his heartbeat accelerated. At this moment, she realized how strong that boy was and how big the gap was between her and him. Ridiculous, ridiculous, simply ridiculous. It turns out that I am the frog in the well, I am the clown. I actually wanted to catch him before, and now I actually want to kill him. Stab. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing to welcome death. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her right arm, and she could smell a vague smell of meat. She opened her eyes suddenly and looked at her right arm. Only then did he realize that his right hand had been completely vaporized in the explosion, and white smoke was still rising from the fracture. And he could still smell a faint smell of meat. You. Why didn't you kill me? Mo Ru slowly opened her eyes, looked at Lin Zheng and said calmly, with a trace of doubt on her expression. Even though there was severe pain from the wound, she didn't care at all. Lin Zheng turned slightly and said calmly, Xiaoxiao needs Yuan. I don't want Xiaoxiao to hate me. No matter what, I am still her master. After hearing this, Mo Ru was slightly stunned and didn't know what to say. When Xiao Shanshan saw that one of Mo Ru's arms had been lost, she immediately got angry and immediately took out a small piccolo and played a strange flute sound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The next second, there was a hissing sound in the darkness, and the sound of some kind of animal crawling on the ground. At the same time, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. Xiao Shanshan ran to Mo Ru and said with concern, Sister Ru, your hands. Mo Ru's face was pale. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and there was a faint look of pain on his face. I'm fine, I just broke my arm, but I can't die. Xiao Shanshan stared at Lin Zheng fiercely and said in Mo Ru's, Sister Ru, don't worry, I have summoned Dabai, and Dabai will avenge you right away. When Mo Ru heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said to Xiao Shanshan, quickly let Dabai go back and don't anger him again. Otherwise, our Miao Gu base will fall into the abyss. Dabai is very powerful. Sisters like me can definitely defeat him. Xiao Shanshan said confidently. No hurry, let Dabai go back. Moru looked panicked, but it's too late. Only a crash was heard, and a huge white python suddenly rushed out of the darkness. The python was as big as a hugtons of meters long, with dark red eyes. It was standing upright with its upper body, opening its big black mouth looking down at Lin Zheng. Suddenly, the white python swung its tail and swung it towards Lin Zheng with its iron rod-like tail. Lin Zheng stood there motionless. The white python has almost the strength of the early stage of the second level. Lin Zheng, who has the strength of the fifth level, is naturally fearless. Boom. The hardtail hit Lin Zheng heavily with a bang. But Lin Zheng didn't move at all. Instead, the huge body of the white python moved slightly. The strength is not bad, Lin Zheng was a little surprised. As you can see, Xiao Shanshan, the white python can't deal with him. Moru continued to dissuade Xiao Shanshan and told her to stop. But Xiao Shanshan smiled slightly. Sister Ru, please keep an eye on it the next second. The 2 rows of scales on the white python's tail suddenly unfolded, and then 2 rows of black claws stretched out from the inside, strangling Lin Zheng tightly. Then the white python opened its mouth and bit Lin Zheng. At this time, Xiao Shanshan on the side said with a proud face, "You see, Sister Ru, this is the new skill developed by Dabai after he has grown up. He can extend his claws from the body to catch the prey so that it cannot escape. Swallow it in one mouthful, then let's." Lin Zheng looked at the white python rushing towards him and smiled slightly. Yes, this mutated animal actually triggered a system reward. It seems that this trip to the Miao Gu base was not fruitless. Moru thought for a while and then said, maybe they want to find Xiaoxiao. Lin Zheng nodded. The superpower rewarded by the system is really good. With this superpower, he won't be afraid of being injured in battle. Xiao Shanshan clapped her hands and said happily, Sister Ru, look, Dabai ate him. Xiao Shanshan looked blankly in the direction of Lin Zheng with a question mark on her face. Really, where's Dabai? Where's my Dabai? The gate is over there. Why did he come here, Sister Ru? Xiao Shanshan looked at Moru with some confusion and said. Xiao Shanshan immediately became nervous. But before she could finish her words, she heard a rumble not far away. Moru didn't say anything, just looked at Dabai. What? I saw Lin Zheng standing in front of the thick steel plate wall of the base. Standing slightly, exhaling slightly, then slightly arching his steps, clenching his right hand into a fist, and pulling back slightly, and then walked in one direction. What is he going to do? They quickly looked towards the rumbling sound, and their jaws almost dropped when they saw it. Moru still had a serious face and looked at Dabai. Is it really that simple? Boom. Lin Zheng punched the steel wall, and then there was an explosion that resounded throughout the sky. The system's voice sounded in Lin Zheng's mind. The mutated animal centipede jade python has been detected. Collect the mutated animal to gain a new ability's limb regeneration. Devouring others only to engulf yourself. What? The current strength of the host is that it can restore its own mutilated parts at will. And it can restore the mutilated parts of other people's bodies once a day. Well, the white python swallowed Lin Zheng completely in one big mouthful. Sudden, successfully collected the mutated animal, 100-legged jade python. Congratulations to the host for gaining a new power, limb regeneration. What happened the next second? Dabai's whole body was suddenly wrapped in a white light. Then the white light dissipated and Dabai also disappeared, leaving only Lin Zheng standing there. It's better to smile gently. Sure enough, it's not that simple although for Lin Zheng. He will not be injured in the battles. But Lin Zheng will not have too many supernatural powers. Lin Zheng said to Gangdan and Zhu Xiaming. The thick steel plate wall actually opened a gap. Lin Zheng, Gangdan and Zhu Xiaming slowly walked out through the gap. It happened that a large number of zombies gathered behind the wall. Seeing this, they suddenly stopped and all looked this way. But they did not rush forward desperately, suddenly. A zombie covered in red and covered with red hair walked out from the group of corpses. The zombie let out a strange laugh and walked towards Lin Zheng and others. You humans are interesting. You've thrown yourself into a trap. I happen to be hungry. So it would be a good idea to use you as an appetizer. After Thaith opened his big mouth, which was split to the back of his ears, the mouth was filled with rows of densely packed fangs. Countless saliva flowed out of his mouth, looking greedy and terrifying sudden. Just when he was about to walk towards Lin Zheng and others, he noticed a strange aura. That breath made him feel a sense of fear and trembling from deep inside, making him very uncomfortable and feeling like he wanted to kneel down. Damn, what's going on? My knees always feel weak and I want to kneel down. The red-haired zombie said to himself strangely. He looked around and suddenly saw Gang Dan standing behind Lin Zheng, with half of his face vaguely exposed, as if he was still looking at him, startled. He seemed to understand something and suddenly froze. Looking at Gangdan blankly, his whole body began to tremble slightly. His expression was shocked zombie king. Big a man, but at this moment, he was also confused as to why the zombie king was with a human being. And the relationship seemed to be pretty good. He still had another doubt. Why did the zombie king look at him like this? He was a little confused at this moment. Gangdan was staring at the red-haired zombie, shouting madly in his heart, "Get out of here, get out of here. Get out of here, don't mess with him, don't mess with him. Don't mess with him, run, you will die, yes, you will die." The red-haired zombie looked at Gang Dan's serious and slightly ferocious eyes. His eyes suddenly widened and he understood. With a smile on his face, he was convinced in his heart that the zombie king must have been caught by those two humans, or had some weakness which made him act like this. Now he must be told to kill those two humans quickly so that the zombie king can be rescued. Well done, Lord Zombie King, I'm here to save you. Ho ho ho. The red-haired zombie suddenly became extremely excited and full of fighting spirit. He not only killed two humans as appetizers, but also saved a zombie king. It was a double happiness. Moreover, when the time comes, a zombie king joins them and captures the base in front of them, which is a matter of minutes. Seeing the red-haired zombie rushing up with excitement on his face, Gangdan shook his head helplessly with regret on his face, and sighed softly, "Yeah, there's not one again." The red-haired zombie spotted Lin Zheng and jumped up. "Suffer death, absolute space start," Lin Zheng said slightly, and then a field of death instantly formed around him. When the red-haired zombie entered that area, his body seemed to have turned into mechanical parts. It split apart instantly and turned into pieces. The blood condensed into a blood corpuscle, suspended in the middle. Wow. Those body parts in the blood ball instantly fell to the ground and scattered in a pile. Alas, Gangdan sighed helplessly. Zhu Xiaming also swallowed and looked at Lin Zheng with fear on his face. This level of strength is really too terrifying. Even those low-level zombies without brains were stunned by shock when they saw this scene, looking at Lin Zheng with fear in their eyes at the same time. They also noticed the existence of the steel egg. The aura was the suppression of blood, which made them so frightened that they all fled in all directions. At this time, Zhu Xiaming stepped forward and said to Lin Zheng, "Zheng, let's continue walking eastward. The next larger city should be Huwu City. At our current speed, we can get there in about half a day." Lin Zheng waved his hand and said, "No hurry. I want to go somewhere first. Where to go? Come with me." Zhu Xiaming knew Lin Zheng's character, so he didn't ask any more questions but nodded. Then Lin Zheng called Gang Dan and said a few words to her. Gang Dan took a step back and glanced at Lin Zheng. He was stunned for a while and then nodded. The three of them disappeared into the night, Lord. When she heard someone calling her, Li Mainyang turned around and saw that it was Mo Ru and Xia Oshanshan. Killing Dabai. Dabai is a mutated animal close to the early stage of the second level, which shows that this person's strength is at least above the early stage of the second level. Standing in front of the huge cave entrance, Li Mainyang was frightened. She stood blankly in front of the cave entrance, raising her head slightly and looking at the big hole in front of her. Her heart seemed to be struck by a huge thunder. And she was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. Yes, Lord, this is what we saw with our own eyes. But they didn't notice at all that there was a pile of scattered body parts not far from the entrance of the cave. Ugh, have you always been blind? At this time, she recovered from the shock and asked Moru with concern, Moru, your arm? The zombie has most likely developed intelligence and is hiding in the dark at the moment, quietly looking for opportunities to catch us by surprise. Soon, Li Meinyang and her party arrived at the entrance of the big cave. But the strange thing is that there are no zombies near the entrance of this huge cave, which makes Li Meinyang a little confused, however. Her first reaction was that there was a big hole in the base wall, and zombies were very likely to pour in from there. If this was the case, the Miao Gu base would be in danger. Are you sure this was a punch from him? Li Meinyang couldn't imagine that this was a punch that a human could punch. He also punched open the steel wall of their base, which even Zhu Xiaming probably couldn't do. Li Meinyang nodded, this is indeed. She almost roared out this sentence. I actually want to catch him, control him, or even use him. On the other side, Moru hurriedly replied, Lord, I'm fine. I won't die for the time being. I have offended such a terrible existence many times. I only broke one arm, so I'm lucky. Li Meinyang suddenly felt a chill on her back. A chill rising from the bottom of her heart and spreading throughout her body. Then he is really an unattainable boss. A being 100 times more terrifying than Zhu Xiaming, who is at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people. Moru and Xiao Shanshan quickly found Li Meinyang. At this time, Li Meinyang was directing men to attack the zombies outside the city. Moru and Xiao Shanshan nodded, it's the Lord. Xiao Shanshan immediately replied, Lord, it's that man. Not only did he break one of Sister Moru's arms, but he also killed my Dabai. He even punched a big hole in the wall of the base with his fists. She was also surprised to find that Moru had broken an arm. And she immediately became furious, who did this? I'm going to kill her, the clown is actually me, suddenly. She thought of something, and said to Moru and Xiao Shanshan, someone came to report just now that an extremely terrifying zombie had appeared. And even cannons were useless against it. But I haven't seen it yet. You should pay more attention to it, who gave me the courage. Take me to see that hole quickly. Moru and Xiao Shanshan nodded in unison. Could it be that he is the hidden boss? You can still see burnt black marks on the edge of the steel plate, and the shape of water droplets after melting the steel. What? After hearing this, Li Meinyang's face was filled with shock and disbelief. It was a huge hole, almost 3 meters in diameter. The thick steel plates installed on both sides of the wall were not broken, but melted. Lin Zheng and others stood at the entrance of the temple on the top of the mountain, looking at the temple door. The temple door was a double-open gray thick wooden door, simple and heavy with a strong sense of history. Around the temple the trees are withered. The autumn wind is rustling, and there is still a strong gloomy air, which makes people extremely uncomfortable, ho ho ho. From time to time, he could hear the weird cries of various mutated animals. Lin Zheng glanced to the side and saw a mutated black cat as big as a tiger. Its eyes were green and its body was black. It stared at Lin Zheng and the others, as if it would launch an attack at any time. But it also seemed to be calculating something, hiding behind a boulder in the distance, with his eyes slightly exposed. He peeped at Lin Zheng and others. This is clearly a place where Buddha's light flourishes. So why are there so many mutated animals around that are looking at it with eager eyes? Lin Zheng suddenly remembered that in Journey to the West, the closer you get to Lingshan, the stronger the evil spirit, the more powerful and fierce the monsters. This is very confusing. There is no coexistence between good and evil. The two should be incompatible with each other, whoosh. Lin Zheng directly aimed at the boulder and fired a blast. Gangdan and Zhu Xiaming were suddenly stunned and looked at Lin Zheng, wondering what he was going to do the next second. With a whimpering sound, the mutated black cat instantly turned into nothing, and half of the boulder was melted away, Zheng. Have you also noticed that the closer you get to this temple, the more mutated animals there are and the more ferocious they are? Zhu Xiaoming scratched his head and said. Lin Zheng nodded. This temple is obviously full of Buddha's light and is an auspicious place. Evil spirits should be kept away from it. Yeah, I think it's strange too. It seems like this temple is unusual. Lin Zheng frowned slightly. His face was serious. And he was thinking slightly suddenly. A flash of inspiration came to me as if I thought of something. I looked towards the steel egg. Gangdan was stunned for a moment. Why are you looking at me like this? Aren't you a zombie? Do you think there is anything special here? Gangdan rolled his eyes with disdain on his face, but still replied, it's true what you said. The closer you get to the temple, the more you feel an indescribable sense of comfort. But I can't say what it is specifically, comfort. Yes, it seems to be useful for improving strength. It's useful for improving strength. Lin Zheng whispered to himself, lowered his head and began to think. Could it be that this place is a source of mist? But because there is a temple here, and the monks inside probably have powerful awakened people, some mutant animals on the periphery are looking at them with eager eyes. But they never dare to invade. Maybe this is the truth. Dong dong dong. Lin Zheng stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. No one responded. Dong dong dong, knock again. Still no one responded at this time. Zhu Xiaoming stepped forward and said, Zheng, do you think this is an empty temple? All the monks inside have probably escaped long ago. Lin Zheng shook his head. The area around the temple was very clean, indicating that someone was cleaning it regularly. This could not be an empty temple. So he pressed against the door and listened carefully to what was going on inside. Suddenly frowned as if he heard something, and then turned his face. What's going on, Zheng? Zhu Xiaoming asked. This kind of statement is a lie even if you think about it. But after adding a death filter, it becomes particularly believable. The other young monks were also chirping at the side, fearing that the abbot would run away and not save them. An old monk who looked very old and had a long white beard put his hands together, closed his eyes slightly and said slowly, Yes, abbot, please save us. Buddha must also hope that you will sacrifice yourself to save us. The third-level zombie said with disdain. The old monk shook his head, lowered his head slightly and closed his eyes. The third-level zombie raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stood up and said, We zombies are different from you humans. We keep our words. Unlike you humans, we talk nonsense and break promises. We don't bother to do that kind of things. Blood spurted out immediately, dyeing the third-level zombie red. The third-level zombie, stained with blood, became even more excited. He grabbed the little monk's head, squeezed it hard, and exploded it. Let's go in and take a look. The old monk from before said hurriedly to the abbot. The next second, Lin Zheng split open the thick wooden door with one palm. A third-level zombie broke the neck of a young monk, then pulled off his head. Abbot, help us, we don't want to die. You have lived for such a long time, it is enough. We are still young and we haven't lived enough yet. With a bang, the wooden door was directly smashed into pieces, and the broken pieces of wood were scattered on the ground. Behind the third-level zombies, there were dozens of trembling young monks and a few older-looking old monks, ready to be slaughtered after that. The third-level zombie aimed at the neck, took a sip of blood, and then threw the little monk's body into the group of zombies nearby. After Lin Zheng said, they walked into the temple, followed by Zhu Xiaoming and Gang Dan, old monk. Don't you monks say that you are based on compassion? Now that you are exchanging one life for so many lives, it is the time for you to show great compassion. You are reluctant to do so. Could it be that you are a greedy person who is afraid of death and is full of compassion? Benevolence and righteousness are just words. Well, those first-level and second-level zombies swarmed up and quickly devoured the little monk's body, leaving not even a scrap left at this time. An old monk behind the third-level zombie suddenly shouted to the white-bearded monk, Brother Abbot, save us. He said that as long as you commit suicide, he will let us go. Brother Abbot, please warn us. We saved one life and built a 7-level pagoda. Now you have to set an example and don't let your tall image be shattered in our hearts. The abbot said, it's not that I won't save Yao as a zombie. Can his words count? Now because I am still here, he has some scruples. If I die, he will definitely massacre and leave no one alive. Exploding into the sky filled with blood mist. Abbot, did you hear that? He said he would not break his promise. Stab Yesabot. By exchanging your life for dozens of our lives, you are accumulating virtue. You will definitely become a Buddha after your deaths. And the Buddha will definitely praise your achievements. Sure enough, when faced with the threat of death, a person's IQ is zero, just like a girl with a love brain. When the 3rd-level zombies saw this scene, their faces were full of pride. And they looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Old monk, if you don't stop arresting me, I will kill all these young monks in front of you. Then he slowly opened his eyes again, glanced at the headless little monk's body, shook his head. Syed, his eyes full of compassion, there's movement. Oh Amitabha, the abbot shook his head side and closed his eyes slightly, seeming to accept everything calmly. Then he clasped his hands together and said to the 3rd-level zombie, I hope you can really keep your promise. After I die, you can let others live. Ha 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 ha, that's natural, but what else do you want? But I have changed my mind now. I want you to cut off your limbs. The 3rd-level zombie raised the corner of his mouth and showed a weird smile. After hearing this, the abbot didn't seem surprised. He just smiled lightly. He was not afraid of death. What was there to be afraid of? Boom, 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 boom. Several dull explosions sounded, and the abbot's limbs were blown off. A burst of blood mist spattered and the limbs flew around. The abbot's entire body instantly lost its center of gravity and slammed to the ground. Blood gushed out crazily from his wound, and soon formed a small blood puddle. The abbot's body lay in the thick plasma. His breath was like a gossamer, his eyes were dim. But he was still hanging on and did not die immediately. The 3rd-level zombie slowly walked up to the abbot and looked at him jokingly, with an uncontrollable expression of excitement on his face. Suddenly, his expression changed and became extremely strange. The next second, he suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, damn bald donkey, you really believe it? Now that your limbs are broken, no one here can stop me. I can do whatever I want, you are so stupid. After hearing this, the abbot slowly closed his eyes and said softly, I know you won't keep your promise. Then you still cut off your limbs. Because even if there is a 10,000% chance of saving them, I will give it a try. My Buddha is compassionate. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, whoever does. Even if the path of life and death disappears, I will still bet on the 10,000% chance, opportunity. The abbot said slowly, 1 in 10,000 chance, ha ha ha. From the very beginning, the chance for you was 0. The 3rd-level zombie did not forget to mock the abbot. Then he squatted down, approached the abbot's ear and continued, do you know why I didn't kill you? The abbot kept his eyes closed slightly and ignored the 3rd-level zombies. It seemed that he already had the answer in his heart. Or maybe he no longer cared what the answer was. Regardless of whether the abbot responded or not, the 3rd-level zombie continued to say, because I want to treat you to a good show. After saying, Thaith stood up suddenly, turned his hands into claws and grabbed the air. Suddenly, a strong suction force came, sucking the 2 young monks directly. The 3rd-level zombie grabbed the heads of the 2 young monks. Abbot, please watch carefully. It is rare for you to see such a beautiful scene. Abbot, save us. The 2 young monks were full of fear and shouted wildly. At this time, the abbot, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and whispered to the 2 young monks, don't be afraid. Go to the Western paradise, Nano Abbot, we are still young. We have not lived enough, and we do not want to go to the Western paradise. The 3rd-level zombie smiled slightly, and then exerted force with both claws. The heads of the 2 young monks exploded instantly like 2 watermelons. The explosion filled the sky with blood mist. The third-level zombies stood in the blood mist, opened their arms, and greedily breathed in the thick smell of blood. Abbot, how about it? You still like the blood mist fireworks? The abbot closed his eyes again and stopped talking. The other young monks saw the fate of the two young monks whose heads were shot, and immediately kowtowed to the third-level zombies and begged for mercy. Master Zombie, please let us go. The abbot has already cut off his limbs according to your request. If you are still not satisfied, you can continue to ask the abbot. He will definitely satisfy you. Seeing those little monks who were greedy for life and afraid of death, the third-level zombies became extremely superior. Zabbit, look, these people you protect with your life are the same people who continue to push you into the abyss. Is it worth it? I really don't understand what you humans mean by sacrificing yourself for others and being a valuable person. Those worthless, useless human beings. Are they really worth your life in exchange for theirs? After the third-level zombie finished speaking, he looked at the abbot wanting to see what he said. After a while the abbot spoke as expected. I am a compassionate Buddha, human life is human life. There is no distinction between high and low. What I save is human life, not a certain person. Headaches, you humans are really boring. Killing people is the most satisfying thing to do with these headaches. After Thaith sucked in two young monks with his claws again, stabbed their hearts, grabbed out their hearts, and then swallowed them in one gulp. Red blood slowly flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Thenler looked at the abbot with a sinister look in his eyes. You've seen enough of the show, you can die, wow. The third-level zombies kept approaching Lin Zheng, and the temperature of the blasting beam became higher and higher. Yellow sparks kept splashing out as if they were welding. Why are my corpses and grandchildren so stupid? They are so stupid that they open the door for stupid people. They are so stupid, ho ho ho. Another part of them prayed silently in their hearts, hoping that after the third-level zombies killed the abbot, they would be satisfied and would not kill themselves again. They also followed the gaze of the third-level zombies and saw 3 humans. 2 men and 1 woman, ho 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 ho. Gang Dan really didn't want his subjects to go to waste, so he shouted directly at him. Everyone present was shocked. With their hearts in their throats, they all opened their eyes wide and stared at the silver-white iron hand. Instead, he was surprised to find that the legs of the third-level zombie were blown into powder. At this moment was just like a dead dog laying on the ground, looking at the distance not far away in Horriboom. Run, sudden, a blast was ejected from his mouth, and the hot beam of light instantly engulfed Lin Zheng. The third-level zombie looked happy and hid his blast. Even if you are made of steel, it will turn into a puddle of molten iron. When they slowly opened their eyes, they did not see the scene they saw. Let you taste my superpower blast, Abbot. The third-level zombie's legs were blown up, and he was immediately furious. He yelled, used his hands as Legsen came quickly towards Lin Zheng. Damn human beings. You actually launched a sneak attack and broke my legs. I'm going to kill you for a moment. Everyone closed their eyes silently. Some couldn't bear it. Some prayed this one is especially stupid. There was a loud noise and everyone trembled. At the same time, they also accepted the fact in their hearts that the abbot was dead. A hand slowly stretched out from the blasting light pillar and grabbed the head of the third-level zombie. Boy, I want to burn you until there is no residue left. So I'll give you more firepower. Those monks who still had some conscience couldn't bear to see the abbot die, so they shouted one after another, with wet eyes and sad expressions. The third-level zombies are getting more and more proud. It looks extraordinary. The third-level zombie suddenly jumped up and rushed straight into the abbot's chest with both feet. Bang! The power of the blast increased a bit again. What exactly is that? Yes. The third-level zombie was stunned for a moment, then understood instantly with a proud smile on his face. If you want to run away, Nodo, you think it's still too late. You'll die. Who are they, abbots? Superpower materialization, wow. The third-level zombie's eyes suddenly widened with horror, and its expression instantly distorted. as if it felt something terrifying the next second. His whole body was like glass cracking instantly, and the broken fragments turned into glass beads, scattered on the ground clittering rolling around. The blasted beam of light disappeared, and Lin Zheng appeared on the spot intact, with his right hand slightly raised in the shape of a claw, his face expressionless and his eyes staring forward, as if the god of death was judging him, startled. Everyone present, including other first and second level zombies, were all stunned. What kind of superpower is this? How powerful is that young man? Sudden. Lin Zheng suddenly turned his head and looked at the other zombies. Gang Dan noticed the look in Lin Zheng's eyes. This time she couldn't just sit back and watch. She immediately ran to Lin Zheng and hugged him. These are low-level zombies that pose no threat to you. You don't need to. But before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a breeze blowing on her face. The next momently a bang was heard, and all the low-level zombies were pressed into pieces by a strong gravity. Seeing this scene, Gang Dan sighed helplessly. I tried my best. The monks who saw this horrific scene opened their mouths in fright and involuntarily took half a step back. They seemed to be extremely afraid of Lin Zheng and others. Especially Lin Zheng. Let go yet. Lin Zheng looked at Gang Dan and said coldly, the dust has settled and Gang Dan has no way to recover. So he has to let go. It is only because he is too weak to stop this corpse-killing maniac. At this moment, she was a little more worried about her corpse and grandchildren. She also secretly made up her mind to speed up her practice. Youths, who are you? A young monk bravely asked Lin Zheng and others. Lin Zheng pointed at Zhu Xiaming and said, he Zhu Xiaming is at the top of the list of the top 100 ruthless people. Do you know him? If you have anything you want to ask, just ask him. Zhu Xiaming. Oh, what? It's actually Zhu Xiaming. Why did he come to Changhu City? I wonder who is better between him and the abbot. When they mentioned the abbot, they suddenly woke up. The abbot was still lying in a pool of blood with only one breath left. They suddenly looked in the direction of the abbot. Finding that the young man had come to the abbot's side, he slowly squatted down and put his hand on the abbot's body. What are you going to do? Let go of the abbot. Lin Zheng ignored the monks and looked at the abbot on the ground. At this time the abbot suddenly opened his eyes, smiled and nodded slightly towards Lin Zheng. Little benefactors, thank you for your help. I may need to trouble you for a while, thank you. Lin Zheng also nodded towards the abbot and gestured slightly. Then start to perform supernatural powers. Superpower Rebirth of limbs. Suddenly a warm current surged from Lin Zheng's palm to the abbot's body. The abbot suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Zheng in surprise and horror. He originally wanted the other party to give him a good time, but judging from the warm current he felt, the other party did not seem to be doing this, but instead seemed to be healing himself. Little donors, you. Lin Zheng tilted his head slightly and looked at the abbot. The abbot had something he wanted to ask, but when the words came to his lips, couldn't say them out. In the end, he condensed them into two words: thank you. The first thank you is to thank the other person for ending his painful life. The last thank you is to thank the other person for giving me a new life. Lin Zheng continued to increase the output of his supernatural power, and the warm current became more and more abundant. Soon it spread around the abbot's body, stabilizing his energy and blood and keeping his breath constant. They never thought that severed limbs could be regenerated. The next second, the abbot's limbs were truly reborn. The young monks began to discuss. A burst of golden light emerged from the fractures of the abbot's limbs, and the golden light gradually gathered to form the appearance of the limbs. How could he have thought that he wanted to regenerate his severed limbs? At this time, the abbot suddenly felt an unbearable itching at the broken parts of his limbs. He wanted to reach out and scratch it, but he was powerless. He could only grit his teeth and endure it at this time. The abbot tried hard to control his limbs, moved, put his palms in front of his eyes and looked again and again. After a muffled sound, even Gang Dan secretly glanced at Lin Zheng and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lin Zheng, what kind of monster are you? You have awakened a new power. I'm afraid you don't even know how many powers you have now. Come on, it seems that surpassing you is far away. Lin Zheng did not reply to the abbot's words, but concentrated on it and continued to use his powers. Bang, look, the abbot's limbs seem to have grown back. What is he doing? Ah, this. This is so amazing. When they reacted and looked at the abbot again, they were extremely surprised to find that the limbs condensed by golden light had turned into real flesh and blood. Real human limbs. He guessed in his mind that the power of the little donor in front of him should be able to quickly stop bleeding and scab the wound. Which is why he reacted like this, really. Really reborn, Lin Zheng let out a low shout, and turned the output of his supernatural power to the extreme. It seems that this limb regeneration technique consumes extremely powerful powers. After all, it is to reshape the flesh and blood of living beings. It can be regarded as a change of destiny, and it naturally requires sacrifice at great cost. A wave of air suddenly dispersed in all directions. Everyone in the crowd raised their hands to their faces and closed their eyes slightly. Reborn, his eyes shone brightly, and he looked at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng nodded slightly towards him and motioned for him to stand up and take a look. Even the abbot was extremely surprised, because he vaguely felt that his limbs seemed to be reborn. But he could not control them yet. He turned his head and looked to the side. And sure enough, he saw limbs condensed by golden light at the fractures of his limbs. A young monk rubbed his eyes, looked carefully, and then exclaimed loudly, "Drink, what a miracle." The abbot nodded, tried his best to turn over, put his hands on the ground, raised his upper body, then controlled his legs and stood up shakily. The young monks all looked at Lin Zheng with horror on their faces and the miraculous changes that had taken place in the abbot. "Call little donor you," when everyone heard this. They looked carefully at the abbot lying on the ground, and sure enough they saw the limbs condensed by golden light. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise, and their jaws almost dropped. Impossible, impossible, how can severed limbs be reborn? When everyone present saw this scene, they all exclaimed. To them, this is nothing short of magic. Look, the abbot's limbs have been reborn. After the abbot stood firm, he looked at Lin Zheng with a shocked expression. He was surprised and happy, and even his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Since the awakening of supernatural powers, humans have known about the existence of supernatural powers. But things like rebirth of flesh and blood and reshaping of severed limbs are still surprising. Look, the abbot's hands and feet are really reborn. What kind of superpower is this? It's so amazing. Who are those people who have awakened such magical powers? This superpower is amazing. With it, I won't be afraid of getting hurt at all in the future. After seeing this magical scene, the people around them exclaimed, talked a lot, and became more and more curious about the origins of Lin Zheng and others. After calming down for a while, the abbot seemed to accept this shocking fact. He clasped his hands in front of Lin Zheng, bowed slightly and said, "Amitabh, little benefactor. Thank you very much, abbot. There is no need to be polite. The end is coming and people's hearts are in chaos. Human civilization needs people like you. If human civilization loses kindness, it will no longer belong to human civilization." Lin Zheng looked at the abbot and said softly. After hearing Lin Zheng's words, the abbot's originally calm face showed a trace of excitement, and his eyes also showed a hint of surprise. He looked at Lin Zheng and smiled slightly, his expression full of relief. Good. At this time, the other monks all surrounded the abbot. Abbot, are you okay? Are you okay? They said the words very hesitantly. I'm fine. The abbot said softly to them, then looked around at the broken arms, limbs, and pieces of flesh and blood all over the ground, and said again, "Go and pack up those corpses so that they can be buried alive." "Where are the corpses of those zombies, abbot?" The abbot nodded. "It's better to bury him alive." "Yes, abbot." After that, the monks retreated one after another and began to do their own things. Lin Zheng looked at them, nodded, looked at the abbot again, and asked the abbot, "Do you know that there are many zombies and mutated animals around the temple, staring at you with eager eyes?" The abbot nodded, that's good. Although I don't know the reasons. It can also slightly reduce the pressure on other survivors. Lin Zheng nodded after hearing this. It seemed that they didn't know that the reason why zombies and mutated animals are attracted here is because it is most likely a source of fog. Lin Zheng asked the abbot, "Do you know what's weird about your temple, weird place?" The abbot frowned slightly and began to think deeply. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something and said, "When the little benefactor said this, I really remembered a place where. It's in an ancient well in the backyard. Abbot, could you please take me to see it?" Temple backyard. Beside an ancient well covered with moss. Lin Zheng and others gathered around, slightly probing their heads to look at the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, the moss on the edge of the well grew unusually vigorously. The color of the moss was also a bit weird, too green. Somewhat black looking around. This place is extremely quiet. There is not even a sound of wind. Abbot, I wonder what's so weird about this ancient well. Lin Zheng asked the abbot. The abbot did not answer directly, but picked up a piece of gravel on the ground and threw it into the well. Gyudong, the stone hit the water and made a thud sound. In this quiet place, it seemed extremely empty and long. Little Donor listened after saying that. A faint sound of breathing came from the bottom of the well, up and down evenly and regularly like a sleeping beast, with a low and dull sound. It's a bit like a giant who is disturbed while sleeping soundly and makes an unpleasant breathing sound. In short, there is a strange and terrifying atmosphere. That's ridiculous. At this moment, the system sounded. Could it be something like the Loch Ness Monster? But thinking about it carefully, Lin Zheng realized that in today's modern society, even if a monk is recruited in a temple, he still needs a bachelor's degree, and an abbot even needs a graduate degree. Hearing these two professional terms, Lin Zheng was in a daze for a moment. When these words appeared in the temple, there was always a feeling of being unreal and out of place. The reason why the abbot broke through to the third level so quickly was because he was close to the source of the mist. And secondly, because of his own cultivation character. And understanding it's so messy. The sycamore tree attracted a zombie king larvae. System, what kind of fourth level animal is it? Can you give it a name, what? Even Zhu Xiaming on the side was very frightened and shocked. Nowadays, the process of doomsday has gone very deep. A source of fog will definitely attract or give birth to some kind of powerful monster. Fourth level Zhang, are you telling the truth? There are fourth level mutated animals in this small place. Isn't it too outrageous after all? The existence of fourth level strength is a legendary existence throughout Daxia. Even Zhu Xiaming, who is known as one of the ceilings of mankind and tops the list of the top 100 ruthless people, has barely touched the third level unknown creature. That is a terrifying and shocking state. The abbot replied, we don't know the specific reason. We only know that putting a stone at the bottom of the well will make this breathing sound. We guess it may be related to aerodynamics or fluidics. It should be a relatively rare thing. We haven't delved into the physical phenomena. At this time, Gangdan looked at Zhu Xiaming and said, "What's so outrageous about this?" In that extremely remote place in the southwest, there was such an outrageous existence as Lin Zheng. Since there is Lin in the Taoyuan base, naturally no monsters can breathe there. Zhu Xiaming nodded after hearing this. That's right. If you think about it, it doesn't seem strange. It's even comparable to the mist pouring out from the base of Taoyuan and the bottom of the sycamore trees. Moreover, it was in the early days of the apocalypse, and a source of fog attracted a zombie king larvae. But Lin Zheng knew that this was by no means a normal physical phenomenon, because the system detected that ultra-high concentration of mist was continuously pouring out of the well. Aerodynamics, fluid mechanics. It turned out that there was a fourth-level mutated animal at the bottom of the well. But the system did not tell what kind of mutated animal it was, which made Lin Zheng a little curious. Little Donor, what are you talking about, a fourth-level mutated animal? The abbot was a little shocked by Lin Zheng's words. Unknown creatures. Please name them after the host collects them. After confirming that there was a mutated animal underneath, Lin Zheng said to the abbot, this is not a physical phenomenon, but a fourth-order mutated animal sleeping at the bottom of the well. Roll this is, Lin Zheng asked Bite. Trigger the system task and collect the fourth-level mutated animals at the bottom of the well. The abbot seemed to understand something and nodded slowly. So the mutated animals and zombies outside the temple are afraid of the ferocious beasts at the bottom of the well. So they have been wandering outside and dare not come in. It's possible, Lin Zheng nodded. If this vicious beast at the bottom of the well wakes up, wouldn't it cause a bloody storm? The abbot said with a worried look. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. Abbot. This beast will not wake up, little donor, are you sure? The abbot's eyes widened with shock on his face. What happened just now? The abbot has realized how powerful Lin Zheng is. And there is no doubt about his strength. But what's at the bottom of the well is a fourth-level mutated animal after all. And it's not easy to curb its awakening. Before Lin Zheng could reply, Zhu Xiaoming came up and said, Abbot, let me tell you this. The ferocious beast at the bottom of the well is no different from a cat to him. This on the abbot's face twitched. His face full of disbelief, and he looked at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng just nodded in response. After saying that, Lin Zheng jumped into the well. Little donor, be careful. Watching Lin Zheng jump into the well, the abbot walked to the edge of the well, glanced at the bottom of the wells, then clasped his hands together and recited a blessing silently. Lin Zheng jumped into the bottom of the well. There was still water at the bottom of the well. After breaking through the 5th level, Lin Zheng could hold his breath in the water for at least half an hour. He condensed a blast in his palm without emitting it, and used it as a light source to illuminate the dark bottom of the water. When the surrounding vision became clear, Lin Zheng was surprised to find that there were many strange fish swimming around. These should also be mutant fish, but he didn't know what their mutant ability was. Just in case, Lin Zheng's whole body was instantly steeled and turned silvery white. At the same time, a wave of energy swayed from the water, causing waves of ripples. These ripples immediately alarmed the mutated fish. They were swimming slowly, but they immediately trembled and mobilized their bodies to face Lin Zheng. The next second, those mutated fish opened their mouths, revealing the jagged teeth inside, biting up and down, making a rattling sound, and it was quite rhythmic. Wow. Those mutated fish swung their bodies violently. Like arrows, and swam towards Lin Zheng quickly, like cannonballs shooting at Lin Zheng, forming water lines in the water at this time. Countless mutated fish had already swam to Lin Zheng, biting crazily at various parts of his body. Suddenly, there was a sound of metal collision, which should be the sound of the mutant fish's sharp teeth scratching Lin Zheng's steel body. The next second, the sound of cracking and breaking continued to be heard. It turned out that the teeth of the mutated fish were not hard enough after biting Lin Zheng's body, and they broke off one after another. Lin Zheng is not idle either. He will first collect these mutated fish into the system space. Maybe they will come in handy later. After entering the system space, there was no prompt sound from the system. It seemed that it was just an ordinary mutant animal with no special powers. After collecting them, Lin Zheng looked around. There were more and more mutant fish, swimming from the depths of darkness, as if they were endless. Those mutant fish should have swam from the underground river under the ancient well. Otherwise, a small well would not be able to accommodate so many mutant fish. I don't have time to waste any more time with you. After saying that, a burst of orange light suddenly appeared from the bottom of the well, rising into the sky with extremely hot energy, exploding into a splash of water, and rushed straight out of the well. The well water that was blown out of the well carried a large number of mutant fish. The mutant fish seemed to fall from the sky and hit the ground one after another. Some were blown to pieces, some were scorched all over, and some still had half of their lives, struggling desperately, opening their big mouths and biting back and forth. Everyone at the well gave in at the moment of the explosion. Immediately afterwards, countless mutant fish fell from the sky. They couldn't help but be a little shocked for a while. What's going on? Why was there such a violent explosion at the bottom of the well? Could it be that the beast woke up and couldn't come out? No, something happened to the little benefactor. The abbot said with a worried look on his face. Zhu Xiaoming and Gang Dan looked indifferent. The explosion just now was very familiar to them. It was Lin Zheng's explosion, therefore. They knew that Lin Zheng was responsible for the commotion just now. Zhu Xiaoming said to the abbot, "This is his masterpiece." After hearing this, the abbot opened his mouth wide and said, This explosion was caused by the little benefactor." "That's right," the abbot slowly lowered his head. Now he seemed to understand how powerful Lin Zheng was. Then he walked to a mutated fish that was still flapping, took a closer look, then clasped his hands together and bent slightly. This mutated fish has extremely sharp teeth and looks extremely ferocious. I hope the little donor can be safe. Although he knew that Lin Zheng was very strong, the abbot still prayed and wished sincerely. Bottom of the wells. After Lin Zheng blew up the group of mutated fish, he followed the sound of the ferocious beast and moved forward quickly. Sure enough, the area becomes more open as you go down, and you can even feel the surrounding water surging. The flow speed is getting faster and faster. It seems that it has reached an underground river. After swimming almost following the sound for a few more minutes, Lin Zheng suddenly noticed a faint blue light coming from above his head. I was suddenly surprised. Why was there blue light coming out of the water? So he planned to swim over following the blue light first to see what it was. Unexpectedly before he got close to the blue light, his head popped up from the water. Only then did Lin Zheng realize that there was no water in the upper part of the underground river. It was like a long channel, and there was even a river bank. Lin Zheng came to the shore, climbed to the shore, and looked around. Both sides were very long, and they were not in the endless darkness. Standing on the shore, you can faintly hear the sound of gurgling water. It's always strange to hear such a sound underground. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zheng walked towards the blue light source. When he walked in, he realized that it was the light emitted by the blue fireflies. Above the stone wall, there are countless blue fireflies crawling densely, illuminating the entire passage in a faint blue. It seems as if countless blue gems are inlaid on the stone wall, sparkling and extremely dazzling. Lin Zheng suddenly remembered that after rescuing Li Ziaxiao and the others that day, he also encountered this blue fireworm on the way to the Miao Gu base. However, that day, Lin Zheng discovered that those blue fireflies seemed to be raised by someone and released deliberately. This should be caused by natural variation. Just when Lin Zheng was thinking this, a blue firefly suddenly fell from above Lin Zheng's head. Lin Zheng was still in the reinforced state of steel at this time, and was not afraid of the flames of the blue firebug at all. So he caught the falling blue firebug easily. When he picked it up and took a closer look, he frowned and was a little surprised, because there was a pattern of eyes on the back of the blue firebug, which meant that the blue firebug flew out from here. Lin Zheng was startled and instantly felt a chill on his back. In the darkness, it seemed as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. He turned around suddenly and saw only darkness. When he raised his head slightly, there was a faint blue light. Apart from that, there was not even a ghost. He looked at the blue firefly in his hand again. The eye pattern on its back had fine lines in a complex structure. It could never have been formed naturally. Someone must have drawn it deliberately. Lin Zheng suddenly thought of a question. As long as the flames on the blue fire insects ignite something, the thing will burn to ashes, so what do they feed on? Does it have a mouth? Lin Zheng was suddenly a little curious. He turned the head of the blue fire insect towards him, and then took a closer look and found that it did have a mouth. The mouth was full of fine fangs. Sudden, the blue fireworm opened its mouth and screamed, similar to a child's high-pitched scream. It echoed continuously in the empty cave, and the atmosphere of terror filled the air. Then, A stream of blue flame came out of its mouth and shot straight into Lin Zheng's face. This sixth child actually carried out a sneak attack. Fortunately, Lin Zheng activated Steel Strengthening in advance. The blue flames sprayed on Lin Zheng's face and were instantly dispersed. Turning into little sparks made you idiot. You are planning a sneak attack, aren't you? After saying that, Lin Zheng used his fingers hard and squeezed it until the juices flew out and turned into a puddle. Lin Zheng casually threw it into the underground river. The blue blood of the fire worm slowly soaked into the river like fluorescent liquid, dyeing a small area of the river blue. The blue slowly moved with the flow of the river. Floating far away, the flow path of the underground river is outlined. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Zheng looked at the patch of blue fireflies above his head. They were densely packed piece by piece. Millions of them at least. Could it be that someone had painted an eye pattern on each of their backs? How much effort does that take? Or maybe only part of it has an eye pattern. In order to solve this doubt, Lin Zheng opened his angel wings and slowly flew into the constantly approaching the blue fireworms. The flapping of angel wings caused the air to fluctuate slightly, and the blue fireflies seemed to sense it and started to stir. Flapping their wings slightly, they fluctuate up and down extremely regularly. Like a blue ocean flowing overhead, Lin Zheng was shocked. If he woke up all these blue fireflies, even if he had the ability to destroy them, it would still take a lot of effort and trouble. It's best if you don't wake them up. So Lin Zheng slowed down the flapping of angel wings and slowly approached them. When he got close to them, Lin Zheng began to observe them carefully, to his surprise. All the blue fire bugs he saw had eye patterns on their backs. What's going on? Lin Zheng couldn't help but wonder to himself. He flew to another place and observed again. Those blue fireflies also had eye patterns on their backs. These two places were chosen by Lin Zheng immediately. The blue fireflies in both places have eye patterns on their backs. It can almost be concluded that there are millions of blue fireflies in this entire area. And they have artificial drawings on their backs. Eye pattern. Who on earth would spend so much energy doing this? What is his purpose in doing this? A series of questions popped up in Lin Zheng's mind. It seems that a fog invasion and zombie mutation caused too many monsters to emerge. Lin Zheng can no longer imagine what Blue Star will look like in the future if this crisis continues to evolve. What will the world structure be like at that time? Is it restricted by multiple players? Or is it dominated by one company? Or maybe there is no Blue Star at all, everything is destroyed and disappears into the universe forever and without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Or maybe we can break out of the Blue Star, move into the depths of the universe, and explore more secrets of the universe. There will never be an end to it. After verifying his conjecture, Lin Zheng planned to leave first, complete the system's tasks first, and then deal with the unknown mutated animal. At this moment, those blue fireflies suddenly became commotion, making shrill and piercing screams one after another. They were so noisy that Lin Zheng had a headache. Those cries echoed again and again, overlapping with the original crease, becoming distorted. Terrifying and weird, Lin Zheng looked around and suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness, and a chill ran down his spine. Wow. Those blue fireflies all flapped their wings and made a buzzing sound. They woke up from their slumber, broke away from the stone wall and hovered in the air. What's even more frightening is that their heads turned towards Lin Zheng one after another, and they quickly surrounded him, almost impenetrable, without any gaps, with Lin Zheng as the center. It turned into a big ball shining with blue light. The blue fireflies in the distance are still rushing towards the ball, making the blue ball bigger and bigger, and the blue light shining brighter and brighter. Lin Zheng looked around and saw that the number of blue fireflies far exceeded his imagination. It turns out that there are dark holes in those stone walls, and there are many blue fireflies lurking in the holes. So the actual number of them is much more than it seems. At this time, the blue fireworms in the dark cave were lining up one after another, like a long snake shining with blue light. Snaking out and circling in the air it was extremely weird. Lin Zheng frowned slightly. This is the first time he has felt a crisis since the zombie crisis. There are at least millions or tens of millions of blue fireflies here. If they spray blue flames at Lin Zheng at the same time, Lin Zheng is not sure whether his steel strengthening can withstand it. A small flame can be extinguished with just a pinch. But if millions of small flames gather together, can it be extinguished so easily? Not only is it difficult to extinguish, but you are also very likely to be buried in the sea of fire. Lin Zheng looked at these highly purposeful blue fireflies and smiled slightly. It seems that I have been targeted. Although I don't know who you are, I will definitely find you out. As soon as he finished speaking, those blue fire bugs sprayed blue flames towards Lin Zheng almost at the same time. The original small flames, with the superposition of numbers, turned into a blazing fire, almost covering Lin Zheng's entire body in 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The blue flames were still spraying out, but Lin Zheng, who was in the fire, didn't seem to have any reaction. On the outside of the big ball, there were still blue fireflies rushing up and squeezing in. They seemed to be going crazy, eager to want to kill Lin Zheng, and then go to their owner to collect the reward sudden. Lin Zheng in the flames spoke. It should be about the same now. He seemed to be waiting for something. So he never fought back. What was he waiting for? Absolute space started. I only heard a deep voice coming from the blue flames. It was not loud, but it was very penetrating, as if it could be heard anywhere in the cave. Lin Zheng's current absolute space range is 10 meters, which means that he is the master of the space within 10 meters of him. Crash. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue fireflies within 10 meters of him dimmed instantly, stopped commotion, and fell down like a rain of insects all over the sky. It turns out that this is what Lin Zheng was waiting for. When more blue fireflies gather together, he can use the power of absolute space to kill them all at once. Those blue fireflies killed by absolute space did not even have time to let out a cry before death. And the breath of life was instantly drained. And the blue flames on their bodies were like light bulbs that were turned off. Extinguished. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly, truly explaining what it means to harvest life. Just like that, Lin Zheng gently waved his angel wings and moved slowly in the air, constantly getting closer to those blue fireflies. And those blue fireflies were fearless and rushed towards Lin Zheng like crazy. Go. At this time, an extremely unique landscape was formed, with Lin Zheng as the center and 10 meters outward. There seemed to be a glass cover. Once those blue fireflies entered within 10 meters, they would instantly fall down. Due to the large number of blue fireflies, the shape of absolute space was directly outlined. It is perfectly appropriate to describe the current scene as a moth flying into a flame. Superpower air control. Superpower molecular attack. Superpower petal bomb. Lin Zheng kept chanting silently and used his powers one after another. First, the air in the cave began to stir, forming a breeze. Slowly, those breezes gathered together to form sharp air knives. Whoosh whoosh. Those air knives shot into the swarm of insects and strangled them wildly. Blue blood spattered everywhere, and a blue blood rain began in an instant. Next, the gravel on the ground slowly floated up, and then exploded into powder. The powder was still floating in the air, ready to be dispatched at any time. I saw Lin Zheng making a gesture, those gravel powders, like devils in the darkness, quietly moved out. They penetrated the hard shell of the blue fire bug, and frantically cut and stirred inside it until it turned into a puddle of mud inside. Finally, in this deep and dark cave, petals slowly floated all over the sky. They were beautiful and weird, but the more beautiful they were, the more dangerous they were. After touching the blue fireflies, those petals exploded into pieces. Pieces of blue fireworms were blown into pieces, and the remains fell into the underground river. Lin Zheng lowered his head slightly and looked at the underground river below. The river was filled with the remains of blue fireflies. The blue blood almost soaked the entire river, turning the entire underground river into a blue fluorescent ribbon. Slowly floating slowly towards the depths of the cave. After several indiscriminate bombardments by Lin Zheng's superpowers, all the blue fireflies in the entire underground cave had been killed and injured. And there were still some lingering ones on the ground. The blue light on their bodies flickered off and on, and they couldn't live much longer at this time. The entire underground cave was clearly visible under the blue light. The riverbank was filled with corpses of blue fireflies. Layer by layer, there was almost nowhere to step down. So Lin Zheng kept hovering in midair without falling. Looking at the scene in front of him, he slowly said, "I didn't expect these monsters to create such a fantastic scene." He looked at the blue fluorescent underground river below and couldn't help but sigh. However, he was also more curious about who was controlling these blue fireflies. With such a huge number, this person must have a high level of superpowers, and he might be a powerful opponent at this time. Zhu Xiaming and others beside the ancient well heard muffled sounds coming from the ground. And the ground trembled slightly. They all stretched their heads into the ancient well, trying to see what was happening underground. The abbot was still a little worried and said, "I don't know what the little benefactor's situation is at the moment. This movement must be due to encountering that ferocious beast. I saw that the river water turned blue, and even in the daytime I could see the faint blue light. There was something strange in the beauty." The young monk hurriedly replied, "It was picked up from the river behind the backyard." Abbot. They all knew how terrifying these blue fire bugs were. As long as they touched them even slightly, they would be burned to ashes. When they saw this mutant animal, they all avoided it and never thought of killing them. What? Everyone present was stunned. They all knew how powerful this fire bug was. But now he was killed so much that his blood dyed the river blue and his corpses were piled up. Who was this person and how powerful he must be? He placed the basin in his hand in front of the abbot. "Glorious in that river." The abbot muttered silently, as if he was thinking about something. Now who actually killed these strange insects? Zhu Xiaming quickly saw the clues. Look. The blood of the blue fireworm seems to be blue. The abbot looked down and saw that the water in the basin was the same as in the ancient well, glowing with a faint blue light, which was really weird. Under the leadership of the young monk, they came to the river. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by the scene in front of them. "Where does this water come from?" the abbot asked hurriedly. Several people's noses twitched and they all smelled a faint smell of blood. As the little monk said, the water surface was filled with the corpses of blue fireflies. I saw that the water in the ancient well turned into a faint blue, like fluorescence, and the entire ancient well was illuminated brightly. Just at this time, Gang Dan's voice sounded, and she was seen staring at the ancient well, which was surprising. The abbot and Zhu Xiaming also quickly approached and lowered their heads to look at the bottom of the well. The river is filled with the corpses of blue fireflies. It seems that they must have died not long ago. The young monk said with a frightened face, "I hope so." The abbot clasped his hands together and prayed silently. "What's going on?" The abbot looked puzzled. Only Zhu Xiaming and Gang Dan looked at each other and smiled. They both knew who it was. The abbot suddenly realized. That means that the river water is dyed blue by the blood of this blue fire insect. "Come and see, what is it?" The young monk continued. "In addition to the river turning blue, there is another strange thingabot." Gangdan directly put his hand in the river water to wet it, then put it to his nose and smelled it, then picked up the body of a blue fire bug, smelled it, nodded and said, "Yes, this river water is caused by this bug. The blood is dyed blue. Who is it that is so terrifying? Killing these blue fireflies is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables." Soon, come on, take me to see you quickly." A little monk came running with a basin of water. Looking panicked, "Abbot, it's not good, it's not good." "Look at it quickly," Zhu Xiaming said calmly. "Abbot, don't worry, no matter it is a ferocious beast, it will always be Hello Kitty in front of Ajang." Ho ho ho. Lin Zheng in the cave heard bursts of gasping sounds, similar to those of wild beasts. It must be that the sound of fighting just now woke up the sleeping fourth-level mutated animal. Lin Zheng flew slowly following the sound, and finally stopped at a stone wall deep in the cave. He put his ear against the stone wall and listened. This is it. Lin Zheng stepped back slightly, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then raised his palm and pointed it at the stone wall in front of him. Superpower explosion, boom. A blast of light with terrifying energy shot out from Lin Zheng's palms and rushed straight into the hard and thick stone wall. Bang! After a muffled sound, the blast seemed to have penetrated the stone wall and continued to shoot forward. Lin Zheng put away the blasting, and when the black smoke dissipated under the blue light, a huge hole appeared in front of him. The hole was round, with wisps of black smoke rising from the edge. This was what Lin Zheng had bombed with blasting out of. Then Lin Zheng went deeper along the entrance of the cave, and after walking for more than 10 meters, the front gradually opened up, and bursts of red light appeared. Soon, Lin Zheng came to the other end of the cave entrance. The scene in front of him made him feel shocked and shocked. At the other end of the cave entrance, there is actually a huge vacuum, almost the size of several gymnasiums. The bottom of that space is tumbling magma, and red magma bubbles pop up from time to time. There are many large and small holes on the surrounding stone walls. Magma waterfalls slowly flow out from those holes and submerge into the magma lake below. Wow! At this moment, a huge boulder fell off the top of the stone wall and slammed into the magma lake below, stirring up a large area of red and hot magma. However, the boulder was instantly submerged, and a white burst of white erupted from the submerged area. Smoke, everything is calm again as if nothing happened. This magma lake is like a terrifying devourer. Anyone who enters it will disappear without a trace in an instant. Ho ho ho, the terrifying roar sounded again, echoing continuously in this space, and it was impossible to tell where it came from. Lin Zheng stood at the edge of the cave entrance, dozens of meters above the ground, looking around, but there was nothing but magma in this huge space. Where is that mysterious mutated animal? Just when Lin was thinking, he suddenly looked at the hot magma lake below and suddenly realized, it is in this magma lake. Unless the fourth-level mutated animal is invisible, there is no place for it to hide except in this magma lake. After confirming the hiding place of the mutated animal, Lin Zheng smiled slightly, spread out his angel wings, and flew into the air. Then let me see what kind of monster you are and show your true face. Lin Zheng roared in a deep voice. Superpower Thunder System. 1,000,000 Thunder Transformers. Thousands of Thunder Transformers is a new move developed by Lin Zheng using a combination of air control and thunder powers. It can transform thunder and lightning into the shape of a weapon and stab it at the target of attack. It retains the electric shock power of thunder and lightning, but also increases the power of lightning with the cutting power of the air knives. It makes people unable to guard against it. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a burst of lightning crackled in the space. Lightning bolts shot out of thin air, dozens of meters long. The ends of the lightning bolts touched the stone wall, splitting into fine lines in an instant. They climbed up the stone wall and were on the stone wall, leaving precise lines on it. Galulu, snap. I saw Lin Zheng slightly raising his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, as if pointing a sword slowly. Ho ho ho. The magma in the magma lake began to roll violently, just like the sea under a violent storm. The huge waves rolled up and roared. The huge waves of magma slapped on the surrounding stone walls, making a hissing sound of burning and corrosion. Lin Zheng waved his angel wings and flew higher, but his eyes were fixed on the bottom. In the center of the magma lake, a small mountain of magma slowly rose up. It should be the head of the ferocious beast. Countless magma flowed down from its head, covering its face, so Lin Zheng still couldn't see its details clearly. Appearance after all the lightning blades are submerged. Those thunder and lightning blades shot into the magma lake, causing bursts of magma sparks. With the help of the cutting power, the thunder and lightning blades successfully entered the bottom of the magma lake. Snap, you're finally showing up. Let me take a good look at what kind of monster you are. Break at the same time. The entire magma surface is also covered with fine lightning lines, just like the white lines on a marble slab, matched with the red magma background. It is quite beautiful, Rumble. The lightning blades that were submerged at the bottom of the magma lake exploded instantly, causing huge magma bubbles to appear on the surface of the magma, like water in a cauldron boiling. The whole space also shook slightly, and gravels were constantly being shaken off the stone wall at the top, falling into the magma lake below like a rain of stones. Bang, 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 snap immediately afterwards. The thunder and lightning began to gradually gather together. After each thunder and lightning gathered together, there would be a violent explosion. The gathered thunder and lightning began to slowly change their shape, and finally turned into handfuls of long. The dozens of meters of lightning blade was pointed at the magma lake below. The blade shook rapidly and roared. Lin Zheng still had some expectations for this mysterious mutated animal. After all, it was the first fourth-level mutated animal he had encountered. It appeared as a fourth-level animal, and its identity was so mysterious. How could it not be interesting? Golulu burst. Therefore Lin Zheng had already raised his palms, and a blast condensed in his palms, ready to be fired at any time. Those thunder and lightning blades arranged neatly in midair are ready to go and listen to Lin Zheng's orders at any time. There are more and more thunder and lightning in the sky, and the wind is getting stronger and stronger. After the huge wave of magma receded, the originally green-brown stone wall instantly turned into a scorched black with wisps of black smoke rising. The cry this time was different from before. This time it was filled with anger. It seemed that Lin Zheng had successfully angered the mutated animals at the bottom of the magma lake. But one thing is for sure, it's huge. There was a slight roar in the air, similar to the muffled thunder before a rainstorm. Then, a strong wind blew in the caves, blowing the magma waterfalls into flying sparks, twisting and turning like red snakes twisting. And the whole scene changed again, as if performing some kind of ritual. The lava waterfall is like a flying ribbon, and the picture instantly looks eerie and weird. Wow. Lin Zheng clenched his fist fiercely as he gave the order. The sword-pointing gesture suddenly fell, and those lightning blades like arrows from the string shot toward the magma lake below with a whooshing sound. It's coming, it's coming. Oh. With several deafening explosions, the mysterious mutant beast finally revealed its true face. It was a black cylindrical monster, with shiny black scales covering its body, a pair of sharp crescent-shaped horns on its head, and a pair of black wings that looked like a canopy on its back. If those wings flap slightly, he will blow up a hurricane, sending up sparks of magma that fill the sky. That's a dragon, but it is different from the dragon that people know. This dragon is very ugly with a pair of huge red eyes, which adds a bit of evil. Lin Zheng looked at the giant creature in front of him and was slightly shocked. It turns out that there really is a dragon in this world. No wonder the system prompts an unknown creature, because in blue star dragons are legendary creatures. Although everyone knows about them, everyone also knows that dragons do not exist. Ho ho ho, at this time, the evil dragon had discovered Lin Zheng not far away, and immediately opened its scarlet mouth towards him and let out a shocking roar. Countless saliva spurted out from its mouth and splashed on the rock wall. Making an instant hiss, there was a hissing sound, followed by bursts of white smoke. That saliva actually contains super acidity that can corrode stone. Fortunately, Lin Zheng activated the steel reinforcement in advance. The saliva that splashed on him only corroded his clothes, causing holes in them. At this moment, he looked like a beggar. The evil dragon's face was full of anger. It was obviously unhappy because Lin Zheng woke it up. At this moment, a man and a dragon stood out of thin air, looking at each other. The evil dragon's eyes widened with anger, as if about to spit out fire. And Lin Zheng was already thirsty for the explosives in his hands. Look at your horse, Lin Zheng let out a low shout. And the blast in his hand suddenly shot out, heading straight towards the head of the evil dragon. Seeing that the other party dared to take action, the evil dragon became even more furious. It roared wildly, and a stream of fiery red magma shot out from its mouth, heading straight towards the blast that Lin Zheng shot. Stab! The two collided, making a sound similar to water poured on red-hot iron. At the same time, magma sparks filled the sky, extremely gorgeous unexpectedly. The dragon's magma attack was comparable to Lin Zheng's blast. This is the natural advantage of mutant creatures. At the same level, mutant creatures are stronger than humans. Lin Zheng felt the resistance from his palm and became a little excited. This was a slightly stronger opponent he had encountered since the end of the world. Even the steel egg had never made him so excited. Ha-ha, a good time, he looked up to the sky and laughed. And then the strength of his hand increased instantly. The explosion in his palm immediately made a sonic boom sound. The color became much brighter, and the attack range expanded several times. Bang! This sudden and violent attack caught the evil dragon off guard, and it fell back dozens of meters in the air. The spurting magma was constantly suppressed by Lin Zheng's blasts, and became shorter and shorter. Yes, this sound feels like 100 ghosts crying together. The abbot, Zhu Xiaming and others on the ground suddenly heard this sharp sound, which seemed to come from hell. They were all frightened and their faces changed. Rumbles after that. The abbot planned to return to the ancient well and enter the underground. Tens of seconds later, Lin Zheng's explosion directly backfired, and the magma rushed into the mouth of the evil dragon. For a moment, sparks flew from the mouth of the evil dragon, as if several tons of fireworks were lit in its mouth. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Like an earthquake, everyone was startled again, and hurriedly stabilized themselves looking at each other. Not knowing what happened, come again, abbots. Oh, yes. Gangdan just said lightly, you will only become a burden if you go. Gangdan could feel that there were two extremely powerful beings underground. One of them was very familiar and must be Lin Zheng. The other's aura was also very powerful, even making her feel a little overwhelmed. But she could feel it very clearly. It is no match for Lin Zheng. What a terrible sound, as if it comes from hell. So she never took action. What is this sound? Abbot? The little benefactor saved me first, and then repelled the zombies to save the temple. Now I am alone going deep into the tiger's den, risking my life to kill the ferocious beasts under the temple and protect the peace of my temple. As the abbot of the temple, how can I do that? Ignore it, he said resolutely with a firm face. At the same time, the huge body of the evil dragon flew out directly and hit the rugged rock wall behind. Countless gravel rolled down and smashed into the magma amber below. The abbot thought that the other party was blocking him, and like other monks, he was afraid that he would never come back, but in the end, the abbot thought that he was a burden, which was a mistake. The evil dragon rolled its body violently, flapped its wings violently, and turned its direction to aim at Lin Zheng. Its huge red eyes widened instantly. Its crimson pupils dilated instantly, and it grinned. Even a beast could see its anger extremely. The abbot was even more worried about Lin Zheng underground. Next, Gangdan said something even more heartbreaking. It's better for you to go than for me to go. No, I must go and help the little donor. Well, the abbot said firmly. Even Gangdan was surprised. What's wrong? Even Zhu Xiaming and Gangdan were stunned and looked at each other, a little confused about the situation. They were not sure if this was Lin Zheng's move then. He called an older monk and said to him, Huifeng, I decided to go underground to help the little benefactor. If I can't come out, the temple will be handed over to you from now on. Lin Zheng roared loudly and waved his angel wings violently, immediately setting off a violent hurricane. The hurricane whirled back and forth in this huge underground space and made sharp whistling sounds. Lin Zheng also felt a slight numbness in his palms. This evil dragon was really powerful, and it actually made Lin Zheng feel a little excited. There was a sense of pleasure in the corner of his mouth. The abbot shook off Huifeng's hand and said resolutely, "If I don't go to hell, who wills?" The little benefactor sacrificed his life to help our temple. As the abbot, I should sacrifice my life to accompany him. Huifeng grabbed the abbot's arm and said, "Abbot, you can't go, the temple needs you." Everyone looked at the soles of their feet, feeling as if some evil spirit would emerge from the ground. With a look of horror on their faces, everyone was talking a lot, with unconcealed fear in their tone, but the abbot. Huifeng still wanted to persuade him to stay, but was interrupted by the abbot. "Okay, Huifeng. Don't say any more, I have decided to go." But he was stopped by Gang Dan, who looked at the abbot with cold eyes and said coldly, "You can't go." Rumble.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.